The captain, Shani Williams, and one to look out for as well, I think, is Emily Cherry, who got 8 tries in their one tournament. That was the one at the start of the season in Dubai. And the Spain side, well, they played in Dubai. They were pretty effective there. And they've got the captain, outstanding player. The captain is Marino Bravo. She is in the Rugby World Cup Sevens 09, as was Berta Garcia. New players there in their debut, Maria Ribera and Maria Casado. Well, delighted to have alongside me is Sue Day, who was England's captain in the last Rugby World Cup Sevens in 09 in Dubai, and of course she has also been England's team in 3 Rugby World Cup Sevens. And great for you to come back here. You've once here to Amsterdam beforehand.
Been here at this pitch many times. There's lots of great women's rugby occasions have happened here, 98 World Cup onwards, and so it's fantastic to be back and fantastic for the girls to have a chance to really lay their markers out here for the World Cup.
Well, here are the 2 teams lining up here, Australia and Spain. And well, of course, Australia building up, aren't they? A big change from when they won in the last Rugby World Cup Sevens.
In a lot of ways, it's a bit of youth versus experience here. Spain are actually quite an experienced side. Australia, we saw in London, have brought some new players in, some very, very young players, but very, very talented. So it's very exciting to see how they get on today.
And what about the Spain side?
Yeah, they've got a lot of experience. While it's Maria Ribera and Maria Casado, it's their first game in the series this year. They have played a lot of sevens before. They've just been out with injury, and so they're bringing a lot of experience back into the side, actually, so they ought to be stronger than they've been earlier in the series.
Sherry Trumbull there, the referee from Canada, a personal trainer. 13 years she's been the referee and already has officiated in Guangzhou and also the last Women's World Cup 15s. That was in 2010. So there is the 17-year-old Tiana Penitani, and this is some of the new talents that Australia maybe will be bringing into the Rugby World Cup Sevens in Moscow in the last weekend of June. So this is the opener. Remember, of course, it's pool days on the first opening day, and in this pool, Australia and Spain, as well as Brazil and USA, they play each other. In the red colours is Spain, into the hands of Maria Ribera, who plays, in fact, for Richmond over in England at the moment. And away from her, this is the new player, Vanessa Riel. 8 of these sides in Spain were very impressive, actually, in their opening tournament in Dubai when they came 3rd, when they beat Australia in the 3rd-4th playoff. And 8 of them are in this squad who were there in Dubai. Good support into the hands of Riel. That's a big tackle coming from the captain, Shani Williams, for Australia. The knock on.
Back it up, Red, on the ground, playing it.
In fact, someone coming in on the... Used the ball. Pretty good start by Spain.
Fantastic defensive effort from Australia. They really kept Spain pegged back there, kept the pressure on, a couple of big hits. And as they did in London, they've been really strong in the breakdown.
Paula Medin. Into the hands of Martinez. Oh, lovely play. This is Laura Esprit. Lovely tackle too, coming from Cherry, rather. Tackle by Esprit. And the try given for the youngster Alicia Quirk with the first try.
Yeah, lovely try, wasn't it? They just did the simple things really well. Off the penalty, made the break, took the contact, popped her out of contact,
Red
and a simple finish there.
10 meters. Spain.
Well, her debut and a great start. Good support here. Well played by Emily Cherry. Alicia Quirk from New South Wales. Well, it's good to get the first try on, isn't it?
Absolutely. When we watched Australia in London, they were a little bit contact happy. They really needed to move the ball into the spaces, and they've proved here in the first couple of minutes, move it out wide, have a real go at them, and it's effective.
Conversion missed, but good start by Australia, who've been 3rd, 4th and 7th in the 3 tournaments this season. Dubai, Houston and Guangzhou in China. Loose ball.
Not 10. Not 10. On the line.
And again taken, and I think it's a try for Cherry here. She was quick to react. Certainly Spain were not in defence. Second try.
Right up, Red.
They've made a great start to the game, Australia, haven't they? Simple in the end, that finish, but it all came from the really good Australian defence. Spain got frustrated, kicked the ball away, didn't chase it well, gave Alicia Quirk some really good space to run back at them and in the end gave the try away.
She played well last week as well in London, scored 5 tries, and a very confident start here from Australia, who have hardly been out of their own half. And with the conversion, good start, 12 points to 0.
Yeah, Spain need to trust their handling ability. Australia are getting up in their faces in defence, so Spain just need to take a bit more space, move the ball into the wide spaces and try and get round them.
Last week at Twickenham, Australia were well beaten by England in the final. With a lot of new talent here. And of course, they've got some depth. A few in this one, in the new World Series in this season. Marina Bravo.
Damage to Red.
Esprit.
Damage is over.
Vanessa Real. Well, a good chase here, Martinez. But the defence is there once again. Katrina Barker. Well, if you're going to kick the ball, you've really got to get it back, haven't you? I mean, that's the problem. And a waste, really, that was Spain, wasn't it?
Yeah, twice now they've kicked it away. And in that instance, they had a lot of space. There was a player outside and not much defence. They could really have had a go.
Shannon Parry hanging on too long there. Referee Trumbull says take it on the right place. So real chance here for Laura Esprit from Barcelona, one of 4 PE teachers in this squad. Well, they need something now before half-time. Into the hands now of Vanessa Real. Comes back to Esprit again. There's Esprit. Well, no, that was Casado kicking, and that was a waste, wasn't it? I mean, you're just giving the ball away to the opposition. 3
in a row now, kicking the ball away, and in that sort of attacking position, 10 metres out from the try line, keep the ball and keep challenging the defence.
So back with Australia. I think that's the half-time hooter. Comes up here. Advantage being played to Australia here. Once again with Shannon Parry. Goes it into the hands of Alicia Quirk. Good cover from Vanessa Real. But look at the support is good for Australia here.
In the tackle. Lost forward goal in the tackle.
And that, in fact, is half-time. So Spain, well, coming back at the last couple of minutes, but Australia very much on top so far. Half-time, 12 points to 0. The fine National Rugby Centre for Netherlands here, and the coach of Australia, Chris Lane, with half-time little chat here.
Ladies and gentlemen, half-time score is 12, Australia, Spain 0.
A couple of years ago from Jason Stanton as coach. He's done a great job, Chris Lane here. They've really built, haven't they, a new depth of talent here through these 4 tournaments of this women's series, this first one. And I wonder, in fact, in the end, I mean, this won't be the side that will be in the Rugby World Cup Sevens in Moscow, I don't think. Maybe 3 or 4 of them.
Chris Lane's done a really good job of making sure the younger players have a chance to shine, of putting them in pressure situations like the final of London last week, and that's going to be invaluable to the ones that he does take to the World Cup. He's got some experienced players to bring in, like back in, like Rebecca Tarvo, but the combination of those experienced players with some of these youngsters who've done fantastically well, leaves him in a really good place.
Extraordinary, really. And it's like 2 17-year-olds, Penitani we saw earlier, and Kalite is there, and an 18-year-old Charlotte Kaslik in this. So this is really, as you say, building through, perhaps not just for the Rugby World Cup Sevens, but of course everyone's now looking at 2016 and the Olympic Games.
Well, those 17, 18, 19-year-olds you were just talking about, they're going to be in their prime for 2016. They'll have had 3 years of high-quality international rugby on their belts as well, so fantastically well placed for that tournament.
And I'm sure you've been delighted to see at last we've had an official IRB Women's Sevens World Series first season.
It's absolutely brilliant for women's rugby. I know all the players are really, really pleased with it, really happy to get the chance to play on the world stage so regularly, and it's great for the top teams to be able to play against each other on a regular basis, which just hasn't been the case before.
So 12-0 half-time. Spain needs something now to come back. They missed out Houston and Guangzhou, but as I said, they started off very well in the season with the 3rd position, beating Australia 17-5 in Dubai. Not looking it that way at the moment. Well, that's not the cleverest restart either, straight into the hands of Emily Cherry. She's been outstanding this season, and in the past as well, taken up by Saimo, one of the older players who's made her debut, well over 30. The power here of Shani Williams. Look at the big break here. Good support, well, not the best pass, but into the hands eventually of Barker. Now it's with Emily Cherry, this 20-year-old, very quick. And wide out is Penitani, this 17-year-old. Goes through and can take it round behind the posts. Promising, isn't she, this 17-year-old from the New South Wales, who was played in the Australian Youth Olympics.
Promising doesn't say half of it. That was a fantastic finish, wasn't it? And she had the foresight to... She realised the tackle had dropped off her and she came and ran the ball under the post. Now, in this game, that may not matter, but in tight games, it's so important to give your kicker the best chance of those 2 extra points.
Good pace and real momentum. Tremendous try. So up to 17 points to 19 now. One of the new talents who made her debut in China in our previous tournament. So her second try in her history. Coming on, there's another 17-year-old now from Queensland, Ivania Pelite. And Maria Casado is replaced by Alexandra Castillon, one of the new players in this World Series for Spain. Marina Bravo, now can she turn things around? She's real experience as fly half from Cisnero in Madrid, but not much confidence so far in the heart of the Spain side. Vanessa Real.
Great defence again from Australia, wasn't it? That's what's really put Spain under pressure this whole game. They've been up in their faces and not allowed Spain to play. It's got them a scrum not far from 5 metres from the try line. Really good work.
1 and 2, I believe.
So coming on, Nikki Azarish. Well, she's played all 3 of the tournaments this season. A lot of experience. And coming on as well is the other teenager, Charlotte Kaslik.
Time's in.
Australia comfortably placed at the moment with that 19-0 lead.
Touch. Set.
Brazil their next opponents, and then the USA. Could be an overlap here. Good defence by Spain, but slipped away by Kaslik into the hands now of Etheridge. Two just coming on field. Here's Kaslik again.
Goal advantage. High.
Good support, isn't it? Again, look at possible overlap here. Should be. Etheridge goes wide into the hands of the new girl, Talisha Harden. Well, she's the late replacement for Brooke Henderson, who's been retained, but Harden has taken her place and makes her debut with an excellent try.
Yeah, well-worked try for Australia. They took it one way, took it the other, stretched the Spanish defence, and eventually, once they pulled enough players in, they managed to create an overlap out wide, and in the end, another simple finish, but a simple finish created by some good creative play before that.
Just missed, but Australia really on top here.
Good as Australia's attacking play is, and it has been really good, this victory is really built on their defence. They just haven't let Spain get their hands on the ball. When they have got their hands on the ball, they've not let them play. Really good pressure.
In fact, they gave the ball and try to Harden. In fact, they just changed their numbers, and it was in fact Madison Leslie Elliott.
Hands in goal.
Possession for Spain then. They need something now. Went backwards. Tremendous tackle that coming in from Barker. They really have right in the face of Spain here. This is Harden, and Spain struggling here, as you say, Sue. The defence has been outstanding for Australia here. But there's the gap. Good work here. Vanessa Reel caught from behind, but lovely support coming from Elizabeth Martinez. And this will be Spain's first try. Lovely break. And great support from Ellie Martinez.
Yeah, lovely breaking, great try, wasn't it? Australia have been on that really blitz, pushing up defence, and one of the dangers of that is if you do miss a tackle, then you're in real trouble. You've got no cover there. Spain broke through the defence, and it was a really good finish.
And the conversion. So a bit of comfort for Spain with that fine try.
Score is 24 Australia, 7 Spain.
Taken well by Kaslik. Good play. Good pace as well, and look at the support coming in. Pelite is there. finally caught Kaslik.
Line is red, cross forward.
No, real chance, perhaps a counter-attack here for Spain, but oh dear, loose ball. Luckily, in fact, I thought it was going to be a certain try for Etheridge. A bit panicky, I think, in defence of Spain.
Yeah, fortunately for Spain, the referee was playing advantage, and so yeah, that would have been a certain try had she not been playing advantage. But again, that's the pressure coming from that Australian defence. It's really, really difficult for Spain to get their hands on the ball. They need to have played with more depth. That's the problem. They're allowing this pressure defence to get in their faces too easily.
And a bit of sort of loose passes as well. And there is a reason for that. Perhaps it is a cold day and it's also a bit drizzly as well. The ball is a bit damp and wet. But Australia have managed all right. I think that was the hooter again for the 7 minutes up of the second half.
Offside, red, back 10.
Offside against Spain for the penalty, and Australia will want to crown it with a final try with this last chance.
There's obviously a penalty move that they've been practicing in training that they want to take the chance to give a try here.
So Charlotte Kaslik then into the hands of the hands now of Pelite. There's the break. Good angle. And no real defence there from Spain, and it is a good end for the Wallaroos of Australia. Big win, and the first try for this 17-year-old from Queensland, Evania Pelite.
It's been a very, very convincing win for Australia, hasn't it? What a way to start a tournament and lay down your marker. It's the same penalty move they ran in the first half, just as effective as it was in the first half, and a great score.
Conversion good. Fine opening by Australia, very impressive. And look at the scoreline. Finally, Australia 31, Spain 7. They're looking very, very good, the men and ladies in goal.
The second match here at the National Rugby Centre in Amsterdam is the United States against Brazil. The United States currently 4th in the overall IRB Women's Sevens World Series. Brazil 11th. So you can see the Americans are definitely psyched up for this one, and so they should be, because Brazil has improved in their 3 IRB Series tournaments. 12th in Dubai. They won the Bowl in Houston and 8th in China. And of course they pushed Australia very hard in that one, only losing to them by 2 points. The United States, here's their starting lineup. Potter, Griffin, O'Shani, Filayan, keep your eye on her. She has got plenty of speed. And the Brazilian starters, Julia Sada, the captain, 30 years old. She's been to all 3 events. In fact, all of the starting 7 have been to all 3 events, so a very experienced group. Referee for this one, Sherry Trumbull from Canada. She's refed since 2003 and in fact was in control of the IRB, well, formerly the IRB London Sevens, but the London Sevens last weekend. Well, she's going to make it out there at some point. Sue Day's still with me.
I'm still here. And so's the referee, hopefully. Doesn't look like Sherry Trumbull, though.
They have changed. They have changed referees for this one. But that won't affect the game as we get it underway. Real sharp. Nice high kick to the Americans. And they mean business, taking it straight up. Very powerful team, this. And right at this point, just playing it close. Opting for the kick there. A massive hole. And Fulayan is chasing. She certainly has pace. How about that for a pickup? And she's popped it up there to Ringenberg. And that is first points for the United States.
Fantastic try, wasn't it? It's no easy skill, that, picking the ball up on the run, taking the tackle and offloading. So a really good start from them in a great spot of all that space.
It's not a normal tactic for sevens, especially not when you start off. That one came off. There is a bit of moisture on the ground out there, so it's a great slide. Fantastic to watch.
Yeah, we saw in the previous game Spain kicked away the ball on 3 or 4 occasions aimlessly. This isn't a really good example of a kick that really means something. So if you're going to kick the ball away in the sevens, you have to make it count, because the last thing you want to do is give the opposition easy ball. That was really well-placed kick, resulted in a fantastic try.
No conversion from Rauja. So 5-0. This Pool C match between the United States and Brazil. And this time the Americans will kick off, so Brazil will get the chance to attack. Rauja has all the kicking duties for the United States at this point. Puts it up high, just in front of the 22. Wasn't taken in there. Looks like just in a little bit of pain there. I think it's the captain, Sada.
Time off.
Let's have a look at what happened. The chase was good. Oh, it doesn't look like much. Oh, right there. Bit of a head knock.
Yeah, complete accident. These things happen in the breakdown in rugby, but she looks sore. It'll be a real loss for them if she has to go off. Came back from a really good chase from the US, really putting the pressure on Brazil in possession.
She is coming off. Julia Sada, the captain. She's not looking happy. The replacement will be Berent in the number 10 jersey, and she goes into hookup.
Crouch.
So
Dash. Set.
the United States have the put in there, and nice little pop pass back to Rauja. And here we go. Here's the speed demon, Fulayan. She heads to the outside, taken care of there by the Brazilian defence and Rusha, and goes over the sideline.
Yeah, shame to see that. In sevens, you have to push the opposition wide, which they did, but the last thing you want to do is get shoved off the pitch. They've got the ball back, though.
Rauja just decides to take it in there. And this time, the Brazilians competed well at the breakdown. Oh, well, it's ruled sealing off from the United States by the referee, which means Brazil didn't have the chance to go for the ball, so they gained possession.
Yeah, and really a first chance for Brazil to get their hands on the ball, so it'd be good to see what they've got up their sleeve here.
That's Kai's Rusha. You can see there the little bun on the top of her head. Physical education student, 25 years old. And it's a good take off the top ball from Brazil. And unlike the United States, they go wide. And Rusha has a bit of a go, but she's taken care of by Ringenberg.
Okay, it's good.
Oh,
Okay.
Great defence there from Potter. But unfortunately, a little knock on.
Yeah, it's unlucky with the knock-on, but it's so similar to the previous game. It's the team that's winning the breakdown that's winning the game. They're really putting pressure on. Brazil can't get their hands on the ball.
Straight in the middle. Okay.
Well, it's only 5-0.
Dash.
Just over 2.5 minutes to go in the first half. And once again, Brazil get a chance.
Offside.
And the referee awards them the penalty, and they take the quick tap.
Good.
It was Malbao who went to the deck.
Off it.
But this time it's Brazil who have sealed the ball off. So a dummy there to Fulayan. The United States still not wanting to go too wide at this point,
Double. Okay. Double.
but it didn't come off.
First one is what?
Yeah, when we saw the US play in London, they had loads of pace, which they've clearly got here as well. But just at times, the accuracy of their passing let them down. So they really need to get the ball out into those wide spaces. But in sevens, if you put that ball just behind the player, they lose the momentum. Can't get the ball into those wide spaces. We've seen a couple of instances of that today.
Santini, the halfback for Brazil. Bit of a messy pass there for Romeo.
Play.
Oh, that was great work again from the United States.
Not advantage.
And the Americans win the ball, and it is a handy attacking opportunity.
So difficult to defend from here. This is going to be a scrum, and so much open space for the Brazilian defence to cover. But really tough.
So this is Mariana Romeo.
This is scrum player.
Knocked the ball on, went to deck.
This is Mark.
Just can't quite see the issue is. Might be right there, a bit of a shin, back of the neck, a little bit like whiplash.
Had a tough start to this game, Brazil, haven't they? Lost their captain in the first couple of minutes and another player down. Not the way you want to start a tournament this long.
I guess the key thing is here that Brazil has kept the United States to 5-0. But this time, it is Verleyen again, and she just made that look far too easy, sliding and gliding through the middle.
Yeah, they were always up against it there, Brazil, weren't they? Defending 5 metres out from your try line with 6 players in sevens against a player like Verleyen. When she gets going, she's so hard to stop. She spots the gap, she's through it, and there's no stopping that. And right under the post, so hopefully they'll get the extra 2.
And conversion is good. So it's a handy advantage for the United States. 12 points to 0. We've still got Romeo. Or is that Romeo this time? They're dropping like flies. Just a couple of seconds left in the first half.
Okay. We play.
The United States keen to get the game back in action because they know that they've upset these Brazilians a little.
Release.
Oh, that was not a very good kick because it went straight to Rauja. She's shown her power going in there. Griffin
Knock on.
drops it. And
Time
that
off.
is half-time. United States 12-0.
The time is
I
off.
think that they look dominant, but perhaps they'll want to put a little bit more in that second half.
Yeah, they've been dominant. There's been no doubt. Brazil haven't looked like getting anywhere near the try line, but I'd like to see US just turn it on a little bit more. They've had a lot of possession. They've got some fantastically strong and powerful players out wide. I'd like to see them get the ball to those players a little bit sooner and really have a go.
I don't know if you are asking for what. It's not my problem. Okay. Maybe someone have to talk with me.
So the United States have played 17 games in this IRB series. They've won 10 and they've lost just 6.
Here, maybe is scrum white, scrum green.
And they don't
Captain
so
Misha,
we can take advantage of that.
the water girl. Let's have a listen in.
Keep going after him. Stay quiet, guys. So done. Is this one? This is our ball? No, it's scrum. So what do we want to do? We want to on? We can. Pressure. Wait till the ball's in. Devlin's in. Let's drive. Okay. Stay in.
So whispering pretty close. The huddle's tight.
Yeah. Let's try to make them kick. They like to kick out of there.
Encouraging each other. What do you think the Brazilians will be saying at this point? I mean, how do you come back from that?
Really tough. They just haven't had their hands on the ball, and in sevens, when you don't get your hands on the ball, you just feel a bit powerless. What can you do? They really got to be tough in the breakdown. They need to win first phase. They need to win the breakdown because that's the only way they're going to get their hands on the ball. So they've got to get into the breakdown and really powerfully get over the ball so they can get some nice clean ball out.
Let's make sure we're talking on the backside once it swings one way, so we feel each other and we know we're going to come back.
So you can see that we've got a stretcher on the field. I believe that was number 1, Mariana Ramalho, who's on the deck. Times like these, I guess the 7 that are on just have to focus back on the core roles. I see that Brazil have played 16 games. They've won only 3, but they really have improved as they've gone through the series, going from 12th in Dubai, 9th in Houston, and then 8th in China. They're quite a small team, and certainly they give away a lot in weight compared to the powerful physiques of the Americans. But that could be an advantage.
Well, that's right, and that's why they need to be powerful in contact, but then they need to move it away from that contact quickly. They don't want to be taking on the US in the breakdown for too long. They just need to get it in, get it out, and they've got some really good steppy, quick players. Let them have a go.
Good luck.
Vamos se divertir, cara. Vamos se divertir. Achar bom, não tá? Não tá? Eu estou tirando ela, vou ter uma pressão ali agora. Demorou, vamos que nós. Vamos. É você lá, tá? Eu ia pra cá, vai ficar. Vamos, é nóis. Tô ficando louca aqui, ó. Sério, deixa eu subir a cabeça. Eu ia pra cá
Yeah, conditions here pretty chilly. As we see Ramalho being applauded off by the Americans. It's not great to start your tournament in the first 6 minutes or so and you're gone.
Really tough for Brazil. You know, they're not the most experienced side. They've already lost their captain off the pitch. Another player going now. So, yeah, really tough for them.
35 seconds.
So the match resumes at a very good position here for the United States. Santini, Brazil has the ball. So a lot of pressure is going to go on this Brazilian scrum. You can see there the power of the Americans. Santini gets it, takes a little run just off the scrum. It's quite a bit of ground there. But Avila has given a bad pass, which is put the side under pressure again. And the United States have got possession again.
Fantastic attacking opportunity for the US here.
It's okay. Number 5, Rowe!
Al Shani. And ball goes out to the left. What's going to happen? It is finally an American try. Christy Ringenberg over. Finally, they get some more points.
Yeah, good finish in the end. It was a little bit to the points from the penalty. They were a little bit too flat and could really have challenged Brazil, I think, a little sooner had they moved the ball into the wider channels. In the end, it was almost a 15s pick and go. But they did manage to pull enough people in to give Christy Ringenberg the space and get over the line.
I know they're a big, powerful team, but they actually look better when they get the ball out wide, don't they?
Of course, they've got pace and power out wide too. By all means, use that power to create good ball at the breakdown. But they've got the pace, they've got the skills to really have a go in the wide spaces, and that's where you challenge teams in sevens. You move the ball one way, you move it back the other, and defences just get short. I'd like to see a bit more of that from them.
At the end, a win is a win, and the United States 17 points to 0 over Brazil in our second match here in Amsterdam.
Water.
No, States brings to the score of 17 off.
I need water. Yes.
So I think this could be one of the longest games with sevens in history.
To think about some interesting things to say. Here's the US team getting together, a bit of motivation at half time. Really like to see them to come and give it a bit of a go in the wider channels in the second half.
So Rauja looking to restart. And that was a lovely kick there. American chase right in the face of the Brazilian players. And you can see the ground they've made there. And once again, Brazil find themselves attacking with the ball right on their try line. Look at this pressure from the Americans. Oh, and this time there's a little break there. Just lost by Gardelin. Every time the Brazilians do something good, they just make a small error.
Yeah, it's inexperience at this level, isn't it? You've got to play the percent. You've got to get every pass spot on. And at the moment, they're doing something good and then just letting themselves down on the next play.
There was a good little offload play there from Gardelin. So they're looking a little bit more energetic now. The Brazilians, Stiavad takes it to the ground. But once again, that breakdown area, I think it was Falayan who won that one for the Americans. Just getting their body so low. That's McGee there. Knock on. No, Falayan. Knock on there by Falayan after the excellent work she had done at the previous breakdown.
Yeah, mistakes coming in from both sides a little bit. You know, maybe it's a bit greasy from the drizzle. It's certainly not the sevens weather that we ordered. But another example of how the US are being really dominant in that breakdown.
So we've got a substitution here for the States. Nathalie Machino. She scored 50 points so far, 10 tries, so gotta say, a girl can run. Very experienced front row there. Potter, Griffin. Two very good players. And you can just see how much timing and strength and coordination they have, because the Brazilians are just struggling. Out to Rauja. She gets a pass away. It's a bit messy, but Machino is out wide to collect. Got another change in possession here. Bit of a chip kick, and that one goes out.
Yeah, I think that kick was a symptom of the great US defence we've had so far. They've just put Brazil under so much pressure. They've run out of ideas. They're not quite sure how to get the ball out of there. So, you know, when in doubt, kick it. Unfortunately for them, it's given the US some possession, a really good position.
Shani looked to do a bit of a quick throw-in, but decided she wouldn't. And that is an excellent ball. Stunning to attack of. Once again, Falayan is asked to chase a kick through. This time Rocha is there. Stays on her feet, pops it off. Santini got through the first tackler. Looked like a knock on.
Yeah, that's what he's given. US have got Brazil pinned in that corner again. They just can't get out there. Really good disciplined defence from the US, and a really good start from them after what was a disappointing end to London. So good start to this tournament.
It's Thais Belkoni who has come on, the number 6 jumper. So ball goes to the middle of the field, and this is a nice looking attack from Ringenberg once again. Not sure what the error count is at the moment.
Defend, but just manages to get her over the touchline.
Yeah, that was excellent defence there. Falayan, she's certainly a star. Berkeley All Blues Club. 9 tries, 27 years old. And she gets a bit of a spell. No doubt Rick Suggett knows that she will be one of the keys for them as this tournament progresses.
Yeah, you need to put your wheels on ice, as they say in sevens. Sometimes you really need to preserve your fastest players at their fastest for the last stage of the tournament. So she'll be off to get her recovery in now.
So we've got more players coming on. Barbara Santiago, this is her. Looks like she goes into halfback. And Sadie Anderson also for the States there in the number 5 jersey. Anderson will be first receiver. And she gets the ball away to Marchino. This time it's Doughty who gets a bit of a chance. She gives the ball back to Marchino. And that is a nice little try right there, wide, outright.
Lovely, that's what we've been asking them to do all day, isn't it? Play the ball to hand, really good crisp passes, get your fast players out into space, and it works. Lovely try in the corner.
Yeah, I guess that a bit of space opens up wide for these Americans because they do a lot of work up tight as well. And they are such a threat close in. Very difficult team to be marking.
Yeah, that's right. You could see the size differential when they went down for that last scrum, and it's so hard for the Brazilians to compete against that power. They'll be getting really tired now as well, scrummaging against that extra size and power, tackling all the ball that the US have had, and so hardly surprising their space out wide now.
That was a lovely conversion from Sadie Anderson. 24-0. The Americans want some more points. They've kicked the ball deep in the middle of the field. Not a lot of support there for Belcournet. Oh, but look at this little break. This is lovely here from Santini. Wrong footing 3 defenders. Oh, she was looking for her outside player. Unfortunately, that ball has just gone forward. Otherwise, it could have been a try. Brazilians finished with a nice little run, but the score 24-0, the United States over Brazil.
Well, the action comes thick and fast here at the IRB Women's Sevens World Series. England versus South Africa. Well, they've only met once before. England lost on that occasion out in Dubai. Certainly warmer conditions out in Dubai, although on that opening day in Dubai it was raining. So the ladies wait within the tunnel. Well, England are currently on 46 points in the series table. They're 8 behind New Zealand on 54, so those two teams will be battling out. England will want to start strongly against this South African team. Well, England select what only can be described as a development side. Last week, England won the Women's Invitational Tournament at Twickenham, and only 5 of the squad are retained. Besides, captained by Katie McLean, who has 59 caps for England. Coach Denver Wanis, he's from South Africa. He brings an experienced team to Amsterdam, having won the Confederation African Rugby Cup in Tunisia. Lorinda Brown and Pumliza Gadu will add pace to South Africa. Mara Williams captains the team. The prop packs a punch in the forward exchanges. And from Christchurch, New Zealand, Chelsea Gurr, who was on duty at Twickenham. Well, there were 70,000 people at Twickenham. Well, they over here, what we're counting, maybe a couple of hundred, and it was lovely to see out in the back pitches this morning. Over 300 kids participating in a festival, and Melody Robinson alongside me from New Zealand. A real tough one, this one, for England, and really, with a weakened squad, you just wonder if these girls are going to gel, but lots of experience within that England team.
Well, they have named their top team that they have here for this one. They know South Africa is a threat. They're very combative, very powerful. So this is going to be extremely exciting.
Well, Abigail Chamberlain was right in on that ball. Well, it bounced forward and then went over the 10-yard line, but Chelsea Gurr decreed that the England player had played the ball in contact. So South Africa will start here. Zenny Jordan. Jordan, quick tap and go. Lorinda Brown. Brown showed the ball, takes it up to the 10-yard line. In comes the tackle of Chamberlain. Zeni Jordan playing at scrum half then. Out to Pumiza Gadu. We talked about her pace in the opening lineup, and Gadu's away. She's going to score the opening try here for South Africa. And that was the pace that I talked about earlier on, and that is why the coach Denver Wannies has brought this young lady into the team.
That was class from South Africa from start to finish. From the moment they tapped the ball off at half-time, and Gadu, she just in and out of Brennan, right around her with pace. She is looking slick. And I've got to say, there's been a lot of work done with the South African team, because they're actually looking a lot fitter than they did in Dubai, and they were good in Dubai.
They were very good in Dubai. Well, Gadu, incidentally, plays for the African Bombers Club. Either as a wing or centre, born in Port Elizabeth. Gets the opening score here. So South Africa rattling England in the early exchanges. Marley Packer, she takes the ball. Playing at scrum off Alexandra Matthews, but a mistake there, loose pass. Burford has to go down on the ball. South Africa, as you can see, putting England right under pressure here. McLean with the ball away. Just England just need to settle themselves. Good breakaway here from the strong Abigail Chamberlain. Chamberlain shrugging off the attentions of her opposite number, Zeni Jordan. Now picked up on the far side, and England can get a good riposte here. Natasha Brennan is broken away. Can she get round near the posts to score nearer? Dots the ball down, but England with a super response.
It was a super response because it was from one end of the field to the other. I have to say, South Africa will be so disappointed, because look at this here, just going too high there defensively. Jordan, same with Merrin. Got to make those tackles. And England, great support play and a lot of speed to get down the other side of the field and score another 5 points.
Katie McLean, well, she's a prolific scorer and kicker of the ball. On that occasion couldn't nail it, but the try scorer Natasha Brennan. So South Africa still in the lead by 7-5, but England back into the tie.
Well, already this game is shaping up to be even and a lot more structured than the one before.
Oh, good show and go there, wasn't it, by Musipo Godu. Godu up to the halfway line then. Recycle possession for South Africa. Yolanda Meering hands the ball on to Mara Williams. We talked about the prop forward. And good hands here for South Africa. They've got an extra girl out on the wing. We switch pass back in from Godu into the hands of the Bella Makwizela. Makwizela pops the ball back. There she is on the ground, but it was scrappy ball. England then have intercepted. Burford with the pass out wide. Just a greasy ball. Natasha Brennan just putting the ball back, but just the odd error coming into this game.
Well, it's more accurate than the one we saw before. I think the South African team showing a different style and pattern from what we've seen from them before. They've got some very fast, slick girls out there in the backs.
Yeah, Lorinda Brown and Pumiza Gadu. Gadu, this try scorer. But England, can they impose themselves on this scrum?
Carry on, one more. Touch! Touch! Early.
Oh, a delay on that one from South Africa, so quick tap and go for England. Natasha Brennan. Brennan's already had one. Well tackled this time by Gadu. Scrappy ball at the bottom, pinched, but from an offside position, says referee Gert. Well, there's a yellow card potentially. The reason being that the ball was thrown away, but play on, says referee Gert. Burford then out wide, Claire Allen, long pass on the wide, outside, Alexandra Matthews, loop around by Claire Allen. Allen, can she go for the corner? Good cover tackle there, wasn't it, by Zeni Jordan?
Well done. Well done, Jordan. They were scrambling, the South Africans, but now started play quickly.
Well, that pace has saved them in the defensive chores as well as the attacking chores. The kick was long by Yolanda Mering. Well, McLean went back on the ball but lost the possession. So Katie McLean on the halfway line, just knocking the ball there when she gathered. And those England errors starting to tot up.
I just think that at the moment South Africa a little bit more possession, and they've got a strict plan of what they want to do out there. England haven't been able to get into the game quite yet.
Yolanda Mering then on the loop around she goes. Denisa Gadu cuts back onto the halfway line. Now England just need to set their defensive alignment here. Good competition at the breakdown. Mering shows tackle, double tackle. Claire Allen was in there for England. And this is where the threat is, out wide. Denisa Gadu, good tackle that comes in strong for Natasha Brennan. That was better defensive effort from England all round.
Natasha Brennan has been involved on attack, on defence. She's doing a lot of work out there early. So there's your tackle attempts with 2 missed from South Africa, and that of course resulted in the English try.
Well, the half-time hooter goes. There's still time though for Rachel Burford. Good line out work there. Ball retained by Marley Packer. But pressure on that England line once again from South Africa. Switch play hen. Rachel Burford steps back. Now there's a gap here. And again, Abigail Chamberlain, she's been strong in this opening 7 minutes. England recycle the possession. Well, the opportunity was on for the pass, but knocked on, says Chelsea girl. That will be the final play in this intriguing, hard-working first half. And it's South Africa that lead the opening tie by 7 points to 5.
Yeah, it's been a great first half. Really enjoyed it. Entertaining from both teams. I think the South Africans got so much speed out back. It looks like they're trying to attack back in the middle. England putting a lot of pressure on the breakdown and doing well there.
Yeah, well, let's listen into the half-time huddle. Barry Maddox will have a few calming words for his ladies team, I'm sure. Well, just to the right
And that's why then we're getting skinny. So we've got
picture there, Susie Appleby.
And then you're there for the jump, you would clear away. And we've been practicing.
That's me doing at this moment in time. The thing is, you pick the edge, remember, go there, and you say, hold on, man.
Wow.
Yeah, that's what we need for this half. Right, let's go.
Those balls then, girls.
Well, those of you who are good at lip reading will still see the passion that the South African coach, Denver Wannies, who's been involved with this team for many, many years. Also alongside, actually, is I've been chatting a bit to Renfrew Dazelle, the former SA Sevens player. He's the technical advisor to the team. So Wannies just gearing up for this. All the talk, I think, in the preparation of this tournament is laying down structures for obviously the Rugby World Cup in Moscow, and that is such a big carrot for these young ladies.
One advantage South African women may have is that they watch rugby 24/7. It's pretty much one of their top national sports, isn't it? And you learn through osmosis.
Yes, absolutely. It's ingrained within the culture, let's say. But you know, I've been over here in Amsterdam many times. Not at the Sevens, I hasten to add. A well-established tournament here, and tomorrow the invitational tournaments. All the players come in, and I must say the host union here have done a marvellous job. Yolanda Mering then, born in Pretoria, the 29-year-old, gets things off for a start. Now England, what have they got within their armoury that's going to unlock this staunch South African defence? Ball taken away here, Chamberlain. My apologies. It's Alexandra Matthews. Matthews will stretch for the line. And again, Alexandra Matthews, that's given the team a lot of confidence to break through there.
Marley Packer was blocking her way to make the tackle, but to be honest, this young lady was away, and it was poor defence from South Africa at the beginning, which gave her the hole, and then she just kept on going.
Well, yeah, sorry, but the Alexander Matthews obviously doing the damage. The conversion comes in from Katie McLean, so England with 2 long-range tries, now leading South Africa by 12 points to 7.
Well, that's one of the things that makes this English Sevens team very, very good, because they're persistent, they're fit. And if you play them, you can never, ever let the foot off the pedal.
Well, Alexander Matthews, the try scorer, well, her older sister Fran Matthews on the bench, will be impressed with that response straight from half-time by this English team. Now South Africa, now the shrug of the tackle there, Zeni Jordan showing her strength. Well tackled there by Rachel Burford for England. Now pace out wide, Gadu shows the ball. Now Gadu's all the way. She's one of the fastest that I've seen here this morning, and Gadu, ball in both hands, pops the ball down. This is her 3rd event on the series, her 2nd try of today's tie, and stretches and claws back, and into the lead goes South Africa.
This was beautiful because she shows the ball, it holds the defence, they don't go for the ball carrier, which is Gadu, and she just slides on through. She is a brilliant ball player. Not only has she got pace, she can also trick the defence like that.
Well, I said that we'd put her into the lead. The conversion, of course, still has to come, 12 all. So the conversion nudges South Africa into the lead by 14 points to 12. So this one is going to go to the absolute wire, isn't it?
She's not even puffing, look at her.
Well, you mentioned about the fitness, Melody, and certainly Denver Wanis, as I said, he took his team over to Tunisia and they won the Confederation of African Rugby Cup Sevens last month, and it's just all the preparation there looks to be going well for this South African team.
Well, rugby is the fastest growing sport for black South Africans, so that is so encouraging.
Sonia Green off the bench. So 3:40 still on the clock. Plenty of time in sevens-a-side rugby to have scores either way. Ball into the scrum, fed by Rachel Burford. Boot on ball, back goes Gadu, chased on the far side. Real pace coming in here from Sonia Green. Sorry, on that. Ruth Leyburn eventually gets back to make the tackle. So Leyburn off the bench, wearing the number 6 jersey there.
That was brilliant soccer skills from Gadu. Seriously. And cool as a cucumber. In fact, she was a little bit too relaxed going back for that ball. Nearly mowed down by the English player, but she recovered it, although England have another chance to attack here.
Gadu, the 27-year-old, the line out though. Rachel Burford was part of the winning team in Hong Kong in 2012, the Women's Invitational. South Africa were quick up on that England line there in defence. So recycle possession. Marley Packer gets the ball back into the hands of Katie McLean. McLean to Burford. Burford onto Abigail Chamberlain. Chamberlain, well, is she going to be held up in the tackle? The drive comes on and eventually the ball goes to deck. So England can recycle possession here. The previous infringement picked up by Chelsea Gert. Quick tap and go then from Katie McLean. That's Claire Allen with the ball. Now here's the pace on the wide outside. Ruth Leyburn. Leyburn on the outside. Now that's Gadu there, but Leyburn's got the try back for England, and that's a super response by the flying Ruth Leyburn.
Well done for England. Basically, it was crisp, accurate passing, which allowed Leyburn just to run onto it beautifully. She already had the outside on Gadu, and it is very difficult to reel in a girl with Leyburn's speed when she's got the outside.
Well, this girl representing North of England, the long jump 300-metre hurdle, so the long striding winger for England, pushes England into the lead here. Oh, we're being entertained with a right royal game here in Amsterdam between these two sides. Additional conversion is wide, so England in the lead by a slender lead, 3 points, 17 points to 14.
Yes, this English team, it was a surprise when they turned up. A very different squad from the one that played at the London Sevens last weekend.
Yeah, when you consider Emily Scarrett, Heather Fisher, Joanne Watmore, Michaela Staniford, you know, real presence within that England team, and England turn up with this and leading South Africa here.
The key is they are competing for World Cup positions. A lot of heat on.
Well, the knock on there for South Africa. Advantage being played. Mayongo knocked the ball on. Recycle position. That was good play, wasn't it? The pass, not so. Here's the try scorer, Ruth Laybourne. Good support here from England. Claire Allen. Claire Allen, well, that was a strong handoff. Brushes one, brushes two. Martha and Simmers couldn't get hold of her. Good competition there. Maybe holding on it is, says referee Chelsea Gurr.
Got to take that quick tap behind her.
10 seconds. South Africa will have to score. If they're going to win this tie, they have to score from this phase of play. Super tackle comes in from Abigail Chamberlain, the Richmond player. Captain of South Africa, Mara Williams, has to take the ball to deck. Haven't seen too much of her. Well, the ball's been kicked away. Surely that will be the tie for England. And with that last play of the game and kick for touch by Rachel Burford, it's England that take the opening game in Pool B. England win this one by 17 points to 14. They were tested all the way, but super game.
So it's Canada against France in this Pool B, alongside with South Africa and England. What an exciting one that was. Well, Canada, well, they've not met in this series, but they did meet last weekend in the Invitational at Twickenham last weekend, when Canada won 12-5. Canada being a very useful side. They've 5 of the team have played all the events in the IRB Women's Series this season, and a player there, well, look at number 6, Mandy Marchak, absolutely outstanding. She's played in the last Rugby World Cup 7s and in the 15s as well in 2010. And look out too for Jennifer Kish. She's a real pace girl and has scored remarkable number of tries over his season's 7s. What about France? Well, very limited experience, only one event. They were the bowl finals in the Dubai, and they've got 4 new starts in the start lineup here. Mayans Mounier, Gracineau, and the legend, of course, number 10. Watch for her, Fanny Horton, probably the most current famous French women's rugby player.
White, you ready? Red, you ready?
Kevin White, who's been his debut season as the women's series, series, now into the women's as well.
Flags up.
So, Sue, a very experienced Canada side, isn't it, really?
Very experienced, with players like Mandy Marchak and Jen Kish. Great experience, great breakdown skills, great finishing ability, great all-rounders.
Well, they've ended in Guangzhou in the 3/4 playoff. Done better through the season. Final in Dubai and 7th in Houston. And building up, of course, to the Rugby World Cup 7s, as all these teams are at the moment.
Tackles lower, piece forward.
France with the ball, take it quickly away with Lagougine. Big player, Amélie Meunier.
Yeah, really good work from Jen Kish at the breakdown. Got her hands on the ball straight away, and it's given really good possession to Canada now.
Cheryl Phillips sets it up. Just about on the halfway. And now Mandy Marchak. I've seen some wonderful plays from this player who's played with the Saracens, although her home is in Manitoba. Away into the hands of Jennifer Kish. Now the pace. Lovely switch into the hands of Karen Paquin. Little knock on though.
Yeah, it's a shame for Canada. That switch was just slightly too late. A split second before that, a huge gaping hole opened up for the switch to come back into.
Come on, there's a mark.
A chill morning it is. Conditions not perfect. Greasy ball. Bit of a wind as well.
Set. Touch.
And again, Jennifer Kish plays for the wonderful name of the Edmonton Rockers. Now it's Kelly Russell. A wide from Marchak. Wide out here is Magali Harvey. Interception though, taken on by Gracineau. Counter-attack here. Well, perhaps that was a pity, really. I think she had a possible overlap outside her, didn't she?
Yeah, for my liking, we've seen a little bit too much kicking today.
It's a bit nervousness, isn't it, I think?
I think that's right. It's the last game, it's the last series before the World Cup, you know, that nerves creep in. But in sevens, a turnover ball is the best time to play. Defences are disorganised. You've got a real chance to run at people. As it is, ball's been handed back to Canada.
Back to Moleshi, scrum half, away. Phillips into the hand of Mandy Marchak again. Now then, Magali Harvey is quick. Julie Biez is the defender, did well, saved the day really. Another of the new players in the French side. Moleshi, Jennifer Kish. There are gaps, but careless passes, really. That's better. Well, it's not, is it? Paquin in trouble, managed to get hold of it.
Goodness me, there are a lot of loose passes in that passage of play. One of the teams just needs to get their hands on the ball, look after the ball, play simple passes well into the hands in front of the player. Whichever team manages to do that first will be the team that gets on the scoreboard. They're just forcing things a little bit at the moment.
Crouch. Touch. Set. Roll.
Good tackle by Kish. Get away from Meunier. Julie Biez. And again, Mandy Marchak nailed the opposition.
Get your timing right, okay? You're slightly late on that one. Let's get back in turn, please.
Yeah, a few players look hurt for France here. We've got 2 players down at the moment.
Time off.
We were just saying how important it is to get those crisp passes to hand. Had that pass gone to hand, French would have been in probably.
Well, there's an injury at the moment for Christelle Leduc.
Yeah, she's a really experienced player for France. She played 2006 World Cup in 15s and has been playing sevens for many years. So it'd be a real loss to them if she has to go off.
Yes, this 30-year-old from Perpignan, and was in the Dubai tournament. Fortunately, she's sitting up now.
Can we continue? Can continue? Thank you.
And that's good news. Just got a bit of a bang on the chest, I think.
Yeah, they'll want to keep her on the pitch. She's one of the players that's played a lot of sevens, has real sevens experience in game understanding.
That's fine, so we all.
Well, I think they want to get this ball out to Fanny Horta, don't they, really? The French here, they have the possession, good ball. Gracineau with that line out. Was it not straight? Just a little knock on.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. They get the ball into Fanny Horta's hands and let her have a run. She hasn't had that opportunity yet, and we know what she can do when she does.
Another player from the Perpignan club. Used to play with Toulouse, which is in the Roussillon. But not clean possession yet. Went forward, that one did. Referee right on the line, Kevin White from Scotland.
It's just the really simple things that they're not doing well at the moment.
No.
Andy Marchak then was running with the ball under one arm, then trying to pass the ball. You know, if you're going to challenge defenders, hold the ball in two hands to the last minute, then you can make the offload. Or if you want to go for the gap, then tuck it under your arm. But as it was, ball under one arm, you can't make a good pass that way.
Crouch. Touch. Set.
Again, a chance for France here. Good work by Jennifer Kish.
Roll 6-1.
Moleshi under pressure. Good work coming in from Marjorie Maillan. Cheryl Phillips held by Lagougine.
White hand.
Fanny Horter with the tackle.
Forward of white hand, the tackle.
Yeah, a lot of little mistakes here. Admittedly, it's a slippery ball. Cold hands, I'm sure. There's Fanny Horter.
You talked at the start of the game how important Jen Kish is to Canada, and we've seen 2 or 3 times now her speed getting out the scrum really puts the pressure on the French at the base of the scrum, and a couple of times now she's jumped on that loose ball and got possession for Canada. Really good work.
Kind of Milishi again.
Roll what? Playing a bonnet.
Again, good, well set up by Phillips. Here's Jennifer Kish into the hands of Kelly Russell.
Going backwards.
Again, good tackling coming on from France here. Putting on pressure really are on Canada here. And good turnover. Good ball. Julie Biez. She's very quick, but so true is Mugly Harvey. Oh, lovely support. This is Fanny Horter and the try. Well, she knew where to go. Wonderful support. Lovely offload.
Excellent, wasn't it? You called it. Fanny Horter, so important to France, and she was there in support when they needed her. Lovely little hand off there, but a really, really good tackle in the end. Offload's perfect, though. Fanny Horter didn't have to break stride, and she's in, not quite under the post, but not far off.
Well, Fanny Horter has been a cornerstone in the 15s as well for France, and was in the Rugby World Cup 7s and the 15s as well. One of those double internationals. And half-time then. And what a good time to score for France at half-time with the lead. No conversion, but France lead 5-0. John Tate from Canada. Well, they would. They're one of the sides, so they really think they've got a real chance to do well in the World Cup 7s, don't you?
They should be, certainly. They've been playing very, very well. They've spent a lot of time together training. Just quite unusual today that the number of errors that they're making, the handling errors, it's not like them. They didn't play like that in London. So I think it's probably just a case of taking a deep breath and starting again in the second half. Just chill out. Don't worry about it too much.
They're going to be a fascinating pool. They're going to be in Moscow as well, because they alongside with New Zealand and Netherlands as well. That will be a battle or two, won't it?
That's a really, really tough draw. Canada and Netherlands, of course, two of the teams that have spent most time together in camp. New Zealand have been... The standard of New Zealand's play has been really good so far in the tournaments that we've seen. So those three teams thrown together, really tough draw.
And the huddle there for France with David Courtet, the man who took over from who is now the coach for the men's French team, Frédéric Tomarel. Two of these sides in the French side from the last Rugby World Cup 7s, Lagougine and Horter, of course. And I remember that, of course, there was one of the remarkable starting in the pool when France beat Australia although Australia ended up in the championships title. So 5-0 it is. Canada with the break though, straight away. Mandy Marchak, good angles. Has he got the pace? Chasing is Gracineau, but she can't get him. And well played, Mandy Marchak. That's her 10th try of this Sevens World Series.
How many times have we seen that from Mandy Marchak in the World Series? When Canada need a little boost, Mandy Marchak comes up with it. Lovely little break. Didn't really seem to be anything on. She looked up, saw the defender not quite in position and just went for it. A little out and an in to stand up the covering defender. And she's got the pace to get over the line.
An outstanding women rugby player, Mandy Marchak. So, back come Canada. And with the conversion, they lead by 2 points. Good encounter, this one.
When you're ready, just make sure they're behind you.
Because Canada have been splitting their kickoff as they are here in the last few tournaments they've played. Can be very difficult to defend against, but of course also when you're chasing it, you've got to make sure you've got your players spread well across the pitch.
Knocked back by Kish, but just knocked on by Phillips. Well, it's a terrific pool, this one, because the last game you saw was South Africa against England. These are the other two in this Pool B. Watch here. There it was. Little offence. So, Christelle Ledeuf, one of the few who's reached the age of 30, goes into the hands now of Lagougine. Looks sharp, doesn't she? Into the hands of Gracineau. Did well to get it away. Meunier. Strong, powerful, 23-year-old in her new day of his first appearance.
Red, you got to release tackler.
Got to let it go and roll away. Can't just stay there.
Yeah, Jen Kish had done some really good work in that breakdown to put the pressure on, but just one too many. She got over the top of the ball and the French player couldn't play it.
Into touch from Ledeuf. Very utility. She can play fly half, centre, scrum half. Seen her all those three positions. Lagougine then, France with the throw-in. Well taken by Jennifer Kish. Should have gone over the top, didn't for France. Meunier is tackling, but Paquin sets it up. Kish here. Good tackle coming in from Lagougine. Away though by Green Shields. No advantage for France. First knock on. Tight one this is.
It is, you know, I think Canada are really missing Giselle Landry. She got injured in London in I think the pool stages actually, and the ball for them at the moment just at the base of the breakdown, at the base of the scrum, is just a little slower than we normally see it. And Giselle Landry, of course, is also so threatening in that position, really pulls defenders in.
I'm looking for seeing the arrival of Heather Moysen. What do you think? Amazing, isn't it? She's come back.
Same here. I'm so excited to see her come on. I'm willing the Canadian coaching team to put her on. She's been such an exciting player in women's rugby over the years, but so far
one of the best she's been, hasn't she? Of course, she's also been a gold Olympic winters. Twice she's been in the bobsled. Magali Harvey.
As a former winger, one of my pet hates is wingers running the ball out into touch. It's giving the ball away. You need to be aware within a couple of metres of the touch line that you've got to come back in, set the ball up for the opposition, because running into touch, it's simply turnover ball.
Substitution.
And coming on now for Canada is Bianca Farella. One of the three girls who are from Quebec. Becoming quite a big part of rugby in Canada now, in that province. She's scored 7 tries already in 2 tournaments.
Fine.
Over the top, into the hands of Vaupre. Now then, will that go into touch? Yeah, just too fast. Oh no, did she keep it in play? I think so. Flag is up. Unlucky, Shannon Izard.
That was within inches of being an absolutely fantastic move, clearly planned because she was right over this side of the pitch, but a couple of inches short, then she'd have probably been in the corner.
Just over 2 minutes and 20 seconds, 2 points in it. That conversion of Canada keeps them just ahead.
What? Scramble, run out. Run out.
France option for the throw-in. Possession, everything here. Well done, Kish. Well set up.
Roll 11.
Good setup by here, Phillips there. Tackle from Paquin, but it's turned away into the hands of France. From Vaupre, a little knock-on from Amandine Vaupre there, making her new appearance as well. And plays up in the north of France there in Caen, which is not really a big centre of rugby, but I think she's the first person to come from that club to the women's sevens. Not a great pass, but well taken by Magali Harvey. Kish, powerful, isn't she?
11, you're holding on.
But held on by Canada. Just over a minute to go for France here to come back, can they? Ebel. Not a great pass either. Vaupre. Good tackle. Harvey again. No, yes it was.
It's been touched.
30 seconds remaining.
Yeah, good defence from Canada, wasn't it? But it was just disappointing to see France take the ball up the middle time after time. You've got to use the space. We've said it so much today. There's a lot of space, few players, and when 30 seconds to go, you need to move the ball into those wide open spaces.
Yeah, and if you've got Horta outside, well, make sure she gets a chance. Had the one try, of course. Away now by Le Pesque. Here's Horta. Now, what's she going to do? Sets it out wide into the hands of Izard. Here's the hooter. Last chance for France. Now or never. Set up by Vaupre. Into the hands of Pell. Oh, Pell almost there. Can she reach? Not quite. Just 2 minutes out, 2 meters out. Here's the chance. Horta. Held up.
60 offside.
And a penalty. Now, will they take the drop goal? I wonder. 3 points would do. What would you do?
If I trusted my kicker, I'd take the points. Absolutely.
She's going to. Christelle Leduc has the penalty, and a drop goal here would be a win. Christelle Leduc. The last moment of the game. She's got it. Just skipped over the top, and France have beaten Canada. And that will be a big shock for Canada, I think.
It certainly is. And hats off to Christelle Leduc. She was the one that called that. She's the one that said, I want to take that kick, which is what you want in those situations. Great result for France.
Well, exciting one. And look at the celebration for France. That is a big win for them. The score, France 8, Canada 7.
New Zealand versus Russia. The referee,
Match 5 of round 1, Pool A clash between New Zealand, the series leader, and Russia. There's the starters for New Zealand, the strongest possible side. They can get out there. Same deal for the Russian ladies, except for the fact that key try scorer, Hamadova, is awaiting on the bench, ready to be unleashed against the New Zealanders, who of course drew with Russia in Dubai. So this is a danger team for the New Zealand side. Referee Marlies Jordan. And the game is underway.
Yes, a lot of people will be saying Russia are a much improving side, aren't they? And obviously New Zealand, who are top at the moment, and won convincingly in Guangzhou the last tournament, and also won in Dubai. But Russia, a real threat, I think.
They're very powerful, they're unorthodox. New Zealand are used to playing a certain style of team, and Russia is not that kind of side. It's a lovely clean line out take by New Zealand, but the ball goes to Dick. Woodman cleans it up. Nice little shimmy on the outside. Good defence there from Kazakova. And so Russia will get the throw in. Woodman is a big try scorer, top try scorer in this tournament, 15. Of course, that's because New Zealand plays quite a wide style and giving plenty of space. Good take there from the Russian girls, and they feed the ball down the line. It's Petrova. She's cleaned up by McAllister. Russia maintains possession and continues the attack, and this is looking very good. It's Usate, and she's over. First blood to the Russians.
Well, they look a very strong side. They look very fit. They've certainly been in intense training and building up, of course, when they are the home country for the Rugby World Cup Sevens. Lovely try this was, and Marina Petrova, big, strong, momentum, excellent start for the Russians.
Yes, when you've got a player like Usate, you must make the tackles. Two Kiwis fell to the deck off her. So we look to Harimova, and she fails to make it.
Just a little. Went to the corner. Never mind. But what a start for Russia here.
Harimova will restart the game. That is a beautiful drop kick right on the 10-metre line. It's New Zealand lucky that Linda Aitunu was there to retain possession for them. McAllister. She's taken care of by that huge Russian defence. Brazier. So the New Zealanders go to the right of the field. Their tops are standing by, and that's Hedemet, double league and rugby union international. The Russians have got the upper hand once again.
Yeah, I think the Russians gave
Who's the captain, please?
the Black Ferns a bit of a scare, didn't they, right at the start of the season when they drew 12 all. And that's the only time they've met during this World Series. This, of course, the first ever IRB World Series for women.
The Russians looking very strong at this point. Two dummies there. Ball goes to ground. Usate probably didn't expect the top pass.
Yeah, it was a real chance, really, for Usate, because the pass, I mean, it was obvious from Muka Yarova, and just, I think she didn't focus on the ball.
Coach.
Real chance that might have been on that cut back inside.
And this is very messy for the New Zealanders. A lot of pressure coming right down from the Russians as well. And their accuracy is deserting them as McAllister.
You're absolutely right. I mean, they've made a lot of mistakes already, haven't they? Maybe nervy, conditions, of course, aren't particularly helpful for them. It's cold.
Here's Brazier with that beautiful step of hers. Look for the handoff. Went to
Passes, though, poor passes.
I think there that Yarimova was in the way and patted it down. Oh, it's just the basics going wayward there by Hedemet. So this time they go to the far right of the field with McAllister and Woodman. This is a scene we see a lot. McAllister attacking out there, dummying. Beautiful pass from Aikunu. Brazier takes it to the line, gives it to Goss. So a couple of phases into it now, New Zealand. Just simple stuff. Draw, pass. Looking for the individual brilliance to perhaps break the line, but not so successful yet.
Yeah, the drift defence of Russia is very effective at the moment.
So Hedemet. This is great defence from Russia. You got that right. Nothing New Zealand can do can break their line at this point. They make a mistake, which puts more pressure on them. A little bit of a shimmy there from Woodman, and that was good work. Passes it off to McAllister. Release to set up the ruck again.
I thought Woodman would have gone herself. I think she'd have gone over the line.
That would have been the right option, I think, Nigel. Put your foot down and go for it, but this time Hedemet's got a better opportunity. This is great defence. Just pulling them in every time. And Kelly Brazier, bit of individual brilliance talking about there, but once again, tackles made. Goss out to Hedemet. And after about a million phases, finally New Zealand break through over that defence and get a try.
Well, tremendous attack, tremendous defence there, and eventually, well, in fact, there's a discussion here as to whether it's going to be a try. Marlies Jordan discussing with the assistant referees. Try is given, yes.
Yeah, once you look at the replay there, no doubt, wasn't a knock on. She had plenty of space to the sideline. Honey Hedemet. So Goss with a beautiful pass out there, and there was plenty of space. She tried to get over and make the tackle. She made it, but it was too late. Hedemet is an excellent athlete. She makes the Sevens World Cup. She'll go straight over to the League Women's World Cup and captain the New Zealand team there. It's a difficult kick. Brazier makes a good effort. No conversion. So half-time, very evenly poised here, 5-all.
Scoring for New Zealand, number 2, Ali Hedemet. Score is 5-all.
Yep, so line out's good, scrum's good. Just got to get the ball in, ball out. Get a bit quicker. Line out's really good speed, good throw. Okay, what's our critical few like? So what's our strike like? Not good, eh? Yeah, so we can beat that up, okay? So that's just holding that depth a bit more, Macca, and push. Just hold that depth a little bit more, okay? And then pass and work, Hoods, eh? Pass and work. You're going to have to work hard. They're really stuck in it, but girls, they're sliding. So go back into the middle, attack
well,
the shoulder,
New Zealand have really taken, the game of sevens, putting in $800,000 of support. They want to win both the men's and the women's, don't they, in Russia, and then, of course, now looking at the Olympic Games.
Well, that is now part of the New Zealand Rugby Union plan, their strategic direction. The women, equal status as the men, and that $800,000 is this year, another $800,000 next year. And depending on how successful this New Zealand side is, that funding could increase as we get closer to the Olympics.
One of the factors of this New Zealand side, the Black Ferns, is, of course, I think they're probably the biggest side, aren't they? They've got 7 players over 11 stone, you know, and they're very powerful, tremendous momentum in winning the ball possession.
Certainly, and you can see one of them there, Linda Aitunu. She's known for her massive hits, and she pulls one out there. But the Russians doesn't bother them. They look to attack out wide and doing a very good job here, Kazakova.
They look very athletic, don't they?
They look very lean, very fit, and tough as well. Shirk from the physical side. I think we've seen the defensive line has been excellent so far. And look at that fend there. That was massive. Kelly Brazier comes over from the sweep position and tries to reel her in. Did that ball go forward? I think so.
Wonderful break. The switch actually came from Yarmutskaya to the blind side. That was absolutely brilliant.
So here's the big fend from Yarmutskaya. Oh, apologies. Maligina.
2 and 12 black.
Brazier just trying to hang on there. Yarimova was there to receive the pop ball, but it ended up that it was forward. So we've got some substitutions here for the New Zealand girls. Number 7, Tyler Nathan Wong. She's a ball player. And also Ruby Tui will go into the forwards there in the number 4 jersey.
Crouch. Touch. Set. Stay. Stay.
From Kabiva, the number 3 from Russia. Manuel, beautiful little dummy. Once again, a good tackle from Petrova. There's quicker ball there from New Zealand. As they attack on the right-hand side. Woodman. Petrova gets out, makes another tackle. How many is she going to make in this match? Now they've got a little bit of space out there. Oh, maybe to stay wide would have been the option for Manuel. Look at that breakdown work from the Russians. Hamadova is on there. Number 5 for Russia.
Off your feet.
Here we go, here's Brazier. Tui does a little shimmy, gets outside her man. Here's a bit of a gap. Continues play with Brazier. Tyler Nathan Wong. Oh, she uses the referee as a bit of a shield and goes straight through the middle. There's a try for Tyler Nathan Wong.
Took the break superbly there. This 18-year-old from Auckland, Tyler Nathan Wong, saw the chance and, yes, as you say, used the referee as a little guide. Good try, gives them the lead with their second try.
Well, it's just pretty simple, basic stuff there from New Zealand. Calming words of Sean Horan, the coach.
It's really a balance, isn't it, between the power of New Zealand and the pace of Russia. Quite contrast.
Scoring for New Zealand, the number 7,
I think Russia will be a major threat at World Cup next month. There is no doubt about that. So the try scorer, Nathan Wong, is to restart. 12 points to 5. Still a very close game with just under 3.5 minutes to go. See New Zealand push the ball deep to try and keep pressure on Russia when they have possession there. It's good attack from Petrova. Oh, just looked up there. Deemed okay from the referee. Nothing was blown. And here we go, Hamadova. She's one of the top try scorers in this competition too. Second highest. Is she 1.80 m?
Black scrum.
She's proven to be a real force so far on this IRB Women's Series.
Crouch. Touch.
Tuck head side
Set.
there, Vaini Gregg for New Zealand, who's come on. Debut here in the Women's Series.
Red, number 10. Number 10. Red.
So really, you know, a real chance here for Russia with 2 minutes to go. They've made their errors,
This is my mark.
but they may have the edge of the speed across their back line.
Coach.
They've got fresh legs out there with Maria Shemchuk,
Touch.
and
Set.
that can make a difference in the last few minutes of a sevens game. But it's a turnover ball here for New Zealand. Brazier gets it straight out to Woodman, who does what she knows best, which is head on the outside, and she has taken on Usate and gone over for another try for New Zealand.
Well, that was a brilliant run by Portia Woodman with her 16th try. Real pace around the outside there. 22-year-old who started out playing rugby with boys and then gradually came into the Black Ferns and has played all 4 tournaments of this World Series.
Yes, Portia Woodman was a professional netballer, so she's one of those new players to come in from a program that the New Zealand Rugby Union implemented 14 months ago to try and get women from other sports.
Right, thanks.
So there you go, most tries this season, 16 tries, 4 ahead of Hamadova, who's out there right now. And McAllister, her inside centre, also right up there. So the tactic once again to go deep into the 22. Fantastic take there from Russia. And once again, they look to go wide. Excellent tackle from Woodman on Usata. It's a great battle between those two out wide.
I think she's...
Oh, shit, I have to stop.
so I think she should have 30 seconds.
No, it's done.
Oh, she's realised she's called the game? Yes, she has.
That's right.
Okay.
No.
Really a difference there, isn't it, between possession? I mean, sevens is all about possession, and that was really the advantage that New Zealand had. But Russia, I still think they are going to be a very, very important team when we see them in the Rugby World Cup sevens.
The only way is up for Russia, there's no doubt about that. But in this one, New Zealand has won 17 points to 5.
Is going to be the Netherlands versus China.
Well, as you can hear, the host team will have plenty of support in this opening match between these two teams. Well, China in the World Series have actually only won 3 games with the Netherlands. Well, it's not much better, surprisingly. One of the core teams as Linda Fransen on the left of your picture just waits to enter the field of play, and listen to the cheers from the supporters all around. Good healthy crowd here, maybe just under 1,000, and part of that 1,000 strong crowd are 300 kids who've been playing in the competition. Well, Veli van Harskap was the IRB Sevens Player of the Year in 2011, playing in the fly-half position. Anne-Marie van Rossum adds pace out wide. The side is captained by Linda Fransen, playing in her 4th IRB tournament this season. Well, China, they're all pulled from the same province in Beijing, and their coach, Mr. Hong, selects Wen Zhuan, Pei Zhewen, and Guoping, Ma Guoping, playing number 5. Sylvia Bro will be the referee from France, officiating this. So the kickoff here. for China. Down into the hands of Linda Fransen. There she is, delivering the ball back. And immediately Netherlands decide to attack. Maybe a hint of a knock-on from Lauren Laros, but referee Bro plays on. Netherlands from deep then. Pass out wide there. And Helkert into the tall, rangy runner of Kelly van Helskamp on the wing. Recycling possession. Anna Marie van Rossum. We talked about her pace in the opening. Stretches that Chinese defence. Now recycle possession. Helskamp out wide through the hands. Extra player on the wing here. Coming back against the grain, but it was adjudged to be a forward pass. And Linda Fransen, well, she's the star player playing in her 4th event. Only 1 try across the series, a vet to trade.
Got to say, well done China there in the first stanza of play, because their defensive systems held tight. Had to go from one side to the other, and that's usually where the gaps open up.
Well, in this Pool A game, you saw the closeness of New Zealand versus Russia earlier on, and this one set to be equal that. Pei Xiaowen feeds the ball out into the hands of Guoping. Guoping has to go to deck, but they holding on to the ball. Quick tap and go there from Van Rossum. And the flying Van Helskamp, one of the most experienced players in this Dutch squad, in under the post for the opening try. So as you can hear, loud applause rattling around the arena here.
Well, if this is the first time you've watched women's sevens, this girl here, Kelly van Helskamp, is one of the out-and-out stars. It's a lovely quick tap, great reaction there. She has got so much pace, and she is the key for the Netherlands, no doubt about it.
Conversion is good from Linda Fransen. So 7 points to 0. The home team open up their lead and their campaign here in this IRB Women's Sevens World Series. Oh, a few orange supporters there.
Yeah, the crowd's starting to fill up, which is fantastic considering the conditions aren't particularly summer-like.
Lorraine Laros from the SRC Thor Club. Just overcooking that one there. There she is, she'll play sweeper. And of course the sevens game, 6 people up in defence, the sweeper there, just in case China break through. In the number 9 jersey is Zhou Jiaqing. And of course Guangzhou was the 3rd event on the series. Well, the spill of the ball there. And the spill there. Plenty of enthusiasm, certainly. Ma Guoping then. That is Pei Xiaowen. Pei Xiaowen, 26-year-old, made her debut in Dubai. So ball back into the Netherlands' hands. But just a dipping pass there into Kelly van Helskamp. Play on. Van Rossum. Well, China making it awkward in the physical exchanges.
Yeah, sometimes it's difficult to play new sevens teams like China because they throw their bodies all over the place at the breakdowns on defence, and they do things that you don't expect them to do.
So with the scrum cap is Lorraine Laros. Just a little bit of a loose pass. Pinchkelbeck right to Van Helskamp, and we've seen this pace already once before. Cover defence coming in from Van Juwen. Juwen with a great tackle, wasn't it? Wide play out here to the long, rangy Netherlands number 1, Joyce van Altena. But just just the accuracy not here for the Netherlands?
I think that's exactly what the problem is now. Kelly van Haaskamp, I mean, she still made a break on the outside there, but she did it from basically no space, just got outside her opposite player. If she receives the ball on the run, imagine how more devastating she'll be. And that is basically just because of the accuracy of those passes just aren't right there.
So covering back, wearing that scrum cap, Lorraine Laros.
No range. Yeah.
Lorraine Laros then finds touch down towards the 10-metre line.
These Netherlands girls, all part of the Olympic program, full-time sevens athletes.
They're one of 6 core teams alongside Australia, Canada, England, New Zealand and USA. So they played in all 4 tournaments, and lots of discussions in around the team hotel about this particular series potentially moving to 6 tournaments. On the far wide then, Mark Guoping. Guoping cuts back now. Can China do something here? There was an overlap, but a loose pass into touch.
They've got pretty good action in terms of their passing, these Chinese girls. And competing very, very well in the first half. To be only 7 points behind, they're really putting it on this Netherlands team.
Throw by Laros. Down goes Linda Fransen to secure possession for the Dutch, but holding on to the ball, adjudged by Sylvia Bro. Jo Jackson with the last play then. She'll have to tap and go here. And she's tapped and kicked it, so play is underway. Out wide, Ven Zhuan. Guang Yang. Switch play here from China. They're recycling the ball, but up comes the defence. Good kick back there. Jo Jackson. But it was adjudged to be a knock-on. So an opening 7 minutes here that has Netherlands in the lead, thanks to a long-range try from Kelly van Haaskamp. But China, well, it's a scrappy old affair. Netherlands 7, China 0.
You see anything? Yeah. Lekker bezig, maar je bent echt goed hard aan het werk. Heel goed.
In attack. 1, 2, 3. Okay, when
So the coach, Gareth Gilbert here.
The 1, 2, 3 to be a lot closer.
Playing record and
more support when we have breaks or when we don't. I want to work hard there, please. We're all standing off. 1, 2, 3. Remember your role. Get in there. On defense, hold the line. You're shooting up. Hold the line. Don't go off your feet unless you're making the hit. If you're not making the hit, stay on your feet. Work hard. All right? It's good pressure. The little things. Lineouts there. Hold the ball tight. It's wet. Everything's got to be holding tight. You've got to work harder now. Yeah?
Okay? Yeah.
Okay? Bring the cuts, bring the angles. Look where we're passing. All right? Keep it going out there. Keep the momentum. All right, ladies?
Yes.
Hey, let's go.
Yes, come on.
Hands in the huddle, such a feature of the game. And there's a new outfit for tonight.
A proud supporter, I love it. I think Nigel Starmer-Smith quite like orange.
So no changes for either team. I've just looked on the pitch for either team at half-time. So lots of home support, and great to see on the far side lots of kids cheering on the team. There they are to the right of your picture. So the restart by Lorraine Laros, the 25-year-old. Now China through the hands, asking for a switch play there, but good tackle. Li Zhenzhu tackled to the ground. Ma Guoping goes in to try and seal ball, but the counter ruck comes in. Pei Wen from the scrum half position fed the ball now back towards the near side. There's an overlap. Great hands here. Pei Wen, good tackle, comes in from Annemarie van Rossum, and they knock forward. But China just showing an awareness of space to come back down the blind side.
That was great instinctive play. The move they'd called was out wide to the right. She saw she had no support, brought it back to the short side. Excellent work. Liking this Chinese team, very plucky.
Lorraine Laros. Well, left it for her fly half, Annemarie van Rossum. Body's cleared out, ball away from Anne Hergert. Hergert takes the dummy run. Now Pen Shelbeck. Recycle possession now. Out to Altena. This is Hergert. Well, Hergert, well, offside position from the Chinese from that last phase of play. And I just wonder if the Netherlands should just get a little bit of territory here and maybe kick down to touch.
10 meters, please. 10.
Oh, only ever kick is a last resort.
Well, when you've got the height of Joyce van Altena, it's a useful arrow within your bag.
I think if they start getting their passes accurate, they'll start to dominate.
Well, this is Joyce van Altena, takes the ball into the contact. Little step by Van Rossum. Now Rossum's away. Cover tackle maybe coming across from Magroping, but the speed of the Dutch winger. Van Rossum stretches the lead. The second try takes the Netherlands out to 10 points to 0 in the lead.
We spoke moments ago about how there was space for the Chinese down the blind side. Well, same deal for the Netherlands right there. And it was one of those moments where Van Rossum just realised there was a little bit of a hole. It was beautiful footwork off her right, off her left, and then she just put the gas on, beat the sweeper, and she was over.
Well, I've just changed the batteries on my calculator just to get the score right. 12 points to 0. 12 points to 0. So the first try was converted, of course. The second try then from Annemarie van Rossum. And van Rossum from the Bassett's club extends the Netherlands lead. And with 4 minutes on the clock, they'll want to just secure that possession. What if China got left in the last 4 minutes of this second half? The Netherlands, well, in this particular tournament, the Amsterdam tournament, of course, this is the IRB Women's Series now, but within the Amsterdam, oh, a big hit comes in from Pen Selbeck.
Love that.
The physicality of the sevens game. Oh, lovely show and go here. Oh, and the switch play here by Yi Zhenzhu. Zhenzhu back in. Oh, the spoke pass unfortunately wasn't gathered there by Jinhan. But a lovely, lovely break from Yi Zhenzhu.
That really was fantastic, Yi Zhenzhu. Let's have another look at this massive hit. No, this is Yi Zhenzhu and the little break. The key for her was that she had a wrapper, a runner off the ball. She dummied, and that's how the gap opened up. And then she looked for her support play. Excellent.
So Lorraine Laros there with Magroping. Switch play. Oh, that was nice and clever. Still in the hands on the far side is Kelly Van Haaskamp. Switches play back into Linda Fransen. The experience between these two players. China though, in they go, a bit scrappy there, but the tackler not releasing. So Nicole Cui takes the quick tap restart, bit loose. And Marie Van Rossum, here she goes again. Here's this pace that we saw her score a try. Can she get away? She's strong on her feet. Van Rossum cuts back, doesn't get the support, finds instead Yi Zhenzhu with the interception. But a knock-on from Pen Selbeck. In fact, the knock-on was from Nicole Cui. Will allow China to put in at the scrum.
Van Rossum, the number 9 for the Netherlands, has really looked dangerous in this match.
Well, this side have all been selected, incidentally, from the same club, coached by Mr. Hong, and they've won the national championship since 2008. So it's a very settled side, as Pei Jianwen kicks the ball downfield, collected by Kelly Van Huskamp, who scored the try. Good tackle comes in from Pei Jianwen. Well, this is the dominant figure off the bench, Ingan Visa. Contact taken, Lyndon Franson recycles ball. Oh, there's slip and knock on there.
Well, this is really just the start for this Chinese team. And if they can look this good, just the beginning of their sevens national team career, it's just going to get brilliant. Their skill set's very good. Their passing, they look very well drilled. And they're also quite instinctive as well. I mean, they're able to judge what's in front of them and change. So they're just going to get better and better as this series progresses.
Pei Jianwen with a switch play into Yi Jianzhu. This is Pei Jianwen. Now, if they've got extra players over, if they can switch it back onto this near side, but Ma Guoping delivers on that far side. Pei Jianwen. This is better play, but loose play here allows the kick through from Anne Herget. Surely a try here for Herget. So Anne Herget in for that third try.
Well, that was probably the Chinese team's worst passage of play in the entire match. But that's the thing about the Netherlands, they keep the pressure on, and Herget is the one that jumped on the mistake. And I think the Chinese girls would be disappointed in themselves because they actually had a big overlap on the left-hand side. At the end of the day, though, it's the girls in orange that go over.
Well, the conversion was good from Lorraine Laros. The final score, probably a fair reflection in the end, was Netherlands 19, China 0. So good opening start here for the Netherlands team in what could be considered their home tournament. Well, we've seen some great action here in the opening day and the opening morning and session of this IRB Women's Sevens World Series, the fourth and final round here in Amsterdam. Lots of support. So the game's coming up. Australia, Brazil States, Spain. England with a good win over South Africa against France, who themselves winning Canada. Well, we'll be back in about 30 minutes. We've just got a break and an entertainment break here at the Amsterdam IRB Women's Sevens World Series. Join us then. Great to have you.
Dames en heren, waar zou de sport rugby zijn zonder jeugd? Dat is het begin. En hier, ik sta midden van het veld. Aan die kant staat de Einstein, de Goerman Bagesius, de El Kadisa, de Hasselbraan en de El Alamin. En we willen de scholen hartelijk danken voor de ondersteuning van het Nederlands Sevens. Dank jullie wel. Next match will commence at 12:44.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will start soon with the second round of the IRB Women's Sevens World Series. And to be precise, at 12:44, Australia will kick off against Brazil. So we'll see you in a couple of minutes' time.
Welcome back. You're with us on the National Rugby Centre at Amsterdam, and this, of course, is the IRB Women's Sevens World Series. We've had the first round of the games, and coming up shortly will be Australia versus Brazil. But here are the pools so far. The winners in Pool A, Netherlands, with the home side beating China, and New Zealand in a close game, in fact, although New Zealand won 17.5 over Russia. And in Pool B, England, well, look how close they went. South Africa really took them to the last moment, 17-14, England winning, and France, a big win there for them, with a penalty, took them to a win over 8-7 over Canada. Australia, impressive against Spain, 31-7, and the United States, no scores for Brazil, 24-0. And coming up now will be these four next games. Australia, that's the next one, against Brazil. United States against Spain, England against France, and Canada against South Africa. And so coming up now here, it's a cold, chilly day, but still some exciting games to come. Australia, of course, the reigning Rugby World Cup Sevens of 2009, but very much a new look side here. Australia have beaten them twice, but look how closely it was when it was in Guangzhou. Australia beat Brazil only 7-5. Earlier on, Houston, that was when Australia won 22-0. But on Australia's side, well, the coach, Chris Lane, has changed his starting lineup. Old hands, experienced ones, anyway, are getting a bit of a rest, and less experienced are starting in the lineup in this second round. The side there with Nikki Etheridge, she's played all three, but we've got a 17-year-old in Pelite and new players, Saemo, Quick and Kaslik. Here at Brazil, well, they've gradually improved during this season. Of course, they're going to be the hosts in Rio in Olympic 2016. Most of the players based in Sao Paulo, and watch out for 4, 7 and 13, who played all three this season, and number 5, Gabriela Avila, who has been one of their players who played in the last Rugby World Cup Sevens in 2009, and Barbara Santiago also. So the gold of the Australians, and Brazil in the mixed green, yellow and white. Referee Chelsea Gurr from New Zealand. Well, she's been a women's referee for 10 years now, based in Christchurch, and she's already done the 2 tournaments of this World Series, both in Dubai and Guangzhou in China. So Australia with that big win over Spain, 31-7. Brazil, not yet a score, but we shall see now. Early stays. Kaslik, the 18-year-old, sets it. Saimo, one of the new players, away by Pelite, the 17-year-old, and here Kaslik again. Good repetition of possession here. Well taken ball there by Kaslik, and good hands going here. Saimo. Sao Fainga, one of the older players who's just come into the squad. Pelite, and here Katrina Barker. Alessia Quick. Saimo. Terrific start here. There's an overlap here. And Charlotte Kaslik used the players out wide as the dummy, and just took it all under the goalpost.
Well, Nigel, I was a wee bit late for the kick-off there, doing an interview downstairs with the local media, but great to see Australia playing some wonderful rugby here this morning.
Nice little touch there by Kaslik there, one of the youngsters here, only 18, comes from Queensland, and the conversion is good. Perfect start by Australia. Well, the Wallaroos, of course, they're all not just having their new experience of the World Series, but of course hoping that they might get into the team for the Rugby World Cup Sevens in the last weekend of June in Moscow. Team which scores, of course, has to restart. It was a clever thing that they've brought into the game of rugby.
You have options of line out or scrum for knock on. Line out. Max here.
Been a very improving side, Brazil, this season. Relatively inexperienced overall as a game, but he ended up in the last one. Came 8th in the China tournament, losing only 5 points to 7. It's all just one conversion against Australia. Away by Saimo. Rather loose pass that, but nicely flipped on by Thais Rocha.
On your feet, Gold.
Good pressure in here from Australia to put Brazil under pressure, but a knock-on eventually going to go to Brazilians' way. But hard on the defensive line there. Good follow-up tackling.
Well, all the Brazilian side in this lineup here have all played in one or more of their series tournaments.
Crutch. Touch. Sit. Stand up, please. Just look here. Thank you.
Significant power and strength in this front row of Australia. Just look at the sides of them.
Crutch. Touch. Sit.
Well, really pushing Brazil back here under pressure. But, well, useful to do it by the scrum half if you can kick it on, if you haven't got time to get the hands on it. Santini. Well, sometimes one day they make a mistake with that kick. You know, you lose the ball and taken off by Charlotte Kaslik. Sets it open again, wide now from Katrina Barker. Breakthrough comes from Pelite. Quirk. Barker again. All possession, really. Hardly any touch by Brazil so far. Kaslik again. Look quite sharp, but a very good tackle on that. All defence so far by Brazil.
Great tackle there coming in from Barbara Santiago. because Australia really was stretching the defence, but cross comes Santiago, and that forces the error on Australia. Well, I was speaking earlier on to the Brazilian coach, Chris Lane, and he was just telling me that, you know, they've tried to re-establish some new principles within their, not only their attacking lineup but also the defensive lineup, and Australia really taking on this Brazilian team in their physicality stakes, but Brazil are holding out so far. You can see that strength and the power in the scrum.
Half as big again as the front row of the Brazil women here. Vanita Dalita. That's gone forward. Advantage here, taken quickly by Pelita. But snitched away by Thais Rocha. Oh dear, pity that chance there really was for Mulbauer. Advantage being played. Kaslik breaking through. Katrina Barker again. Very direct she plays. Kaslik once more. Just short, about 1 metre, and here is the try. Good work by Saemo.
Well, it was just the relentless pressure that eventually told for Australia. The recycling of possession. Pick up there by Kaslik, who's been prominent in this opening half. She was just brought down short, but look at the quick support there coming in for the try scorer.
I think she's the biggest, strongest player in the whole tournament at the moment. She's well over 12 stone, nearly knocking on to 13 stone, and the momentum was everything there. And so on the half-time, it's 2 tries. And Australia, with 2 conversions, lead 14 points to 0. Tries already, only 1 conceded by Australia. Good start for them. Albeit they haven't sort of been at the top list in the series over the 3 previous events. They were 4th in Dubai and 3rd in Houston and 7th in Guangzhou, and that 7/8 playoff was only a win over Brazil, 7 points to 5.
Legs pumping, drive past the ball. Right, we must fix that up this half before our next game. Got it? Yeah. Right, let's go.
Do it. Put on the throw. Keep going. On 3. 1, 2, 3. Go! Let's go. The foot down, girls.
Well, it's interesting. I think Chris Lane will be disappointed he gave away that try under the post with all that pressure, but you saw the way he got his girls round in a group in the huddle. Important to get that teamwork together to get them back into this tie. Australia, well, one of the top teams on the circuit.
Well, Brazil have really taken on Sevens women's in the last couple of years, a dominant nation in women's game in South America. They got a grant of £110,000 to get them, of course, coming from the Brazilian Olympic Games Committee. Penalty there, getting on the wrong side for Australia, so Brazil. Good work to Balconi. Now Russia trying to stay in the play, but forced out. Big pressure on defence from Australia.
Look how sharp Australia were, though. Once the tackle had been made and the ball was out, the reset to try and get that quick ball going.
Good work by Madison. Leslie Elliott scored in the first game. Good pressure from Brazil there. They get the throw in.
Yeah, Brazil equally alert to to try and take that quick one. Look at the way they reset. We see an awful lot within the ladies' game. They're very much up to speed.
Santini then from San Jose. Most of the players based in Sao Paulo. Santini again and into the hands of Berent. A little careless. It's a cold day, I know, and cold hands probably, but little errors.
Yeah, but the pass, Nigel, it was still down around the kneecaps and really should be, up at almost shoulder height, really.
Santini putting the ball in. She's played all 3 tournaments. This is the 4th and final one, of course, of this first ever IRB Women's World Series. Good work again from Santini. Now into the hands of Mulbar. Good tackle coming from Charlotte Kaslik. She's played well so far in this start of this tournament.
Lovely little interplay going down the blind side there. Vanessa Gardelim, she is wearing that 12 jersey.
Goal 4, please.
2.5 minutes have gone of this second half. Still quite open at this stage. 14-0 for Australia. Breaking away now is Pelite. Strong Leslie Elliott. It's just possession that Brazil need and aren't getting it. With a stronger, bigger side, aren't they, the Australians? The Wallaroos, their nickname. Coming in on the side, can't do that. So Barker leaves it, and there goes Gaudalim. One of the top women's referees. Pelite, beautifully done. Lovely acceleration on the outside. And that stretches Australia to 3 tries now.
Oh, great angle by Vania Pelite. And sometimes the defensive alignment, you just get yourself out of position. There's no way really that try should have been scored down the blind side. Vanessa Gardelim should have been using the touchline as her extra defence, and just caught herself out of angle there.
Absolutely, Scott. And if you miss a tackle, then it's pretty much going to be a try as a result. Conversion just drifting away past the left-hand upright. 19-0.
Well, as I said, it was a good try, Nigel, and then the defensive error. And again, if you think about the tries that were given away, one bang on half-time, one with just 2 minutes to go now, and really the tie is out of Brazil's reach at this moment.
Well, some new talents here. Some of them we may well be see in the Australian team in the World Cup Sevens. Of course, the side who won the last world champion, beating New Zealand in the final in Dubai, 15-10 in the final. Now a chance for Brazil. The ball here. She played in the last World Cup Sevens. Gabriela Avila. Into touch though.
Yeah, they kind of ran down the wrong track there. Gabriela Avila there got squeezed out with a defensive play by Australia. Sometimes you just want that ball to be recycled, because the handling skills of this Brazilian team, we've seen it, they're good handling of the ball, but they've not been able to break this Australian defensive platform.
Australia bringing in off the bench Shannon Parry, one of the big strong towers, who's really been made her name this season. Not straight enough. Well taken by Mulbar, but no good. Not straight. Australia opt for the scrummage, and you can understand that. Just look at the different sizes of their forwards here.
A good push there by Brazil, wasn't it?
Nearly worked. Still in the hands of the Wallaroos. Still going is Pelite. Now a chance for a counter-attack, perhaps. Ripped away by Alicia Quirk.
Well, Quirk came in, just tackled a bit high around the top of the shoulder. Look at that dangerous tackle. And referee Chelsea Gurr right on top of that one.
Good defence from Australia. But going round the outside, Avila, that needed some support there, didn't have it.
And Nigel, that was what I was talking about earlier with the channels that Brazil are running. They're getting squeezed out on that far side, but good on them. They're still recycling this possession.
Careless pass. Chance here for Australia, but just good work by Gardalim. Saved the day there. Prevented the pass being passed out to the unmarked Ivania Belite on the right. Talisha Harden, newcomer. Leslie Elliott. Penalty here. Well, could have been advantage. 3-2 here. Should surely be a try. Shannon Parry, no problem. Powerful she is too. This 23-year-old who's a mechanic. She also played in the 15s Rugby World Cup in 2010 for Australia. And that pretty much wraps up the success for Australia in their second round here, having already beaten Spain.
And it was just a simple switch play here to put Parry in. And Charlotte Kaslik.
I mean, when you've got that sort of size and strength of 11.5 stone, the momentum is almost impossible for some of these smaller Brazilians to stop. So that is the final, and impressive again with a good win for Australia. This time 24 points to 0. And the same score that Brazil lost to USA as well. They haven't scored a try yet, but they'll have perhaps a chance when they play Spain in their final round of this day.
Still plenty of matches to come here in Amsterdam, the final leg of the IRB Women's World Series. Next up, United States taking on Spain, then a fantastic match. Cannot wait for this. England taking on France. Canada then play South Africa. That's your round 2 matches with plenty more to come. So this is a Pool C clash. The United States taking on Spain. And in previous clashes in the World Series, well, they've never met. So this is going to be very interesting to see what happens. United States been very successful so far in the series, made the final in Houston, and there's the starting lineup. And good to see Venetia McGee, the captain, is back starting, and the other change is Nathalie Marchino in for Ringenberg. So just 2 changes for the starting side for the United States. And for Spain, well, Schiavon, Riel, Medin, Cabane, Martinez, Castellon and Alameda are the starting players who are taking on the United States. And of course, Spain come into this good form after the London Sevens last week. They beat Australia 14 points to 12. They scored 17-5 against England too, and they had a great quarter-final against this side, in fact, the United States. They lost 15 points to 7, but it was a fantastically close game. Sue Day's with me in commentary, former England international. Looking forward to this one.
Yeah, as you say, they've got recent history, these sides, of really close matches. On the evidence of the first round this morning, though, Spain will be really disappointed in the way they played. So they've got some putting right to do, if you like. A real clash of styles. The US are big and strong and powerful. The Spanish generally small and nippier. So it'll be really good to see which wins out.
That's right. Spain lost to Australia 31 points to 7. The United States, meanwhile, cleaned up Brazil 24 points to 0. But Spain were the surprise team in Dubai. They ended up 3rd in Dubai, which was the first leg. And just like
White, to be ready.
said, very nippy,
Red.
unorthodox team and can attack from anywhere. So Schiavon gets it underway, goes to Griffin, and her teammate Shani backed her up, and this is good direct work from Potter.
Holding on there, she's on her feet.
Holding on the deck. The referees ruled it. So Alameda took the tap, took it to the line. That's a big ball out to Martinez.
That was forward.
And it was deemed to go forward.
Yeah, the Spanish handling, just letting them down, themselves down a little bit there. The US they seem to keep reverting to type, pick the ball up from the base of the ruck. That's how they lost the ball there in contact. We just need to play into the space a little more.
Crouch. Touch. Set.
O'Shani, the halfback, she's put under a bit of pressure there.
That's forward by Red.
But Griffin cleans up.
Roll Red.
Stays in play with the top and then bridges over the breakdown. So far, pretty clean attack here from the United States. We see a little bit of a break, and here's Verleyen. And the ball once again has gone forward there. So hand over to Spain, but the United States got nearly up to the halfway, so not a bad attack from them.
Yeah, they've made good ground. They just don't need to force it in those situations, though. They've got 2 really quick players out there. Recycle the ball and have another go. Don't throw it away.
You can see the size difference in the 2 front rows there.
Yes.
Between the Spanish and the Americans.
Crouch. Touch. Set.
But the Spanish scrum is good and holds. And they decide to attack through the middle, and that's looking there good there from Schiavon, but then a mistake. And check that out from Verleyen. It was a beautiful step. She's kind of languid as she goes down the sideline, and she's got so much pace. Seriously, that was a great individual effort from Verleyen.
She's another one of those players, they're running really quickly, but they're just doing it so effortlessly, it doesn't look like it. She is the last person that the Spanish wanted the ball to go to in that situation in broken play. Really good finish.
Yes, it was broken play, wasn't it? And that's very difficult to defend against because you don't have your defensive systems up. And, that's where she put on the gas here. You could see the difference, couldn't you?
You see that change in pace, and the Spanish defender thinks she's got her, and then bang, she's gone. Great finish.
Try converted. Yeah, lovely little kick there. And so 7 points to 0 at this point. And Verleyen is scoring all the points just about for her American team so far in this tournament.
Make sure you take it behind the line and make sure everyone's behind you, please. Are you ready?
So, Rauja, very high kick here, which is brilliant because McGee was able to contest and put a little bit of pressure on, but it's a good comeback from Castellon. Look at that work being done at the breakdown
from the side, too.
from the Americans. Alameda to Meden. It's a good pass from Cabane out wide. Bit of ground here made by Spain. As Martinez ends up getting caught.
Till you've gone off your feet, you can't play.
The Americans are penalised for hands in the ruck.
Yeah, some good possession for Spain here finally. They really need to make this count. Need to move the ball quickly, and it's just getting held up a bit too much in the midfield.
So Riel took the tap, passed it out wide, and Castellon ends up with it on the wing. This could be dangerous, but this is American ball anyway, so referee Kevin White brings it back to the knock-on area.
After what Verleyen did with the last bit of broken play, I think the Spanish will be breathing a sigh of relief there that she knocked that one on. Nevertheless, the US still got a really good attacking position here with this scrum.
Yeah, you're on it.
She's been a star on the Seven Circuit for a couple of years now. The Spanish making 4 errors now. And that was a good ball there from Shani to get it out. This time the Americans opt to kick it rather than hold it in hand and just dribbles over the sideline, so that's actually probably a bonus for the Spanish.
Yeah, they just about got away with that. Another couple of inches, that would have gone straight down the throat of the Spanish wing, and she've had a really good chance running at open play. It's got to really get your kicks accurate in a kicking seven.
So it's scrum now, American ball, in a very good position for them to attack. Have you worked out what their strategy is yet, the United States?
Not really. They seem to be trying to move the ball wide, but the passes are just not accurate enough. They're really going, right into the players' stomachs or behind the players. So they've got such pace out here. They need to be getting it there. Let's see what they can do here, the two pacey players.
Well, Verleyen looked like she managed to scoop it up, but it is a knock-on. And just what you mentioned then about that passing accuracy and being able to run onto the ball, it's just not happening for them at the moment.
No, when you've got Martino and Verleyen out there, and if they can get the passes right, they've got such power and pace. But at the moment, it's just holding them up, and they can't show what they can do.
Crouch, touch, set.
Messy ball again for the Spanish. And this is good pressure from the Americans here, defensively. Just pushing up the Spanish faces. And then they put a lot of work in on the breakdown too, and they've come out good there. So now they've got a great chance. Once again, get the balls out. This is Venetia McGee. She's a good direct player. It's another error, which makes it 3 for the United States, 5 for the Spanish. So that's one area of the game they're wanting to fix up at this halftime break, I'm sure. 7 points to 0 at this point in time. The United States over Spain. Team's just a little bit slow to start, I think, in this tournament.
I think that's been true across the board. Yeah, all of the teams have started slowly. They just need to wake themselves up and get going. For me, the US have got all the parts there that they need to be a really good team. I think they're just putting a bit too much pressure on themselves. You know, in sevens you don't have to stand miles apart. If you get a little bit closer, well, that leaves even more space out wide for Martino and Follian. You know, it doesn't matter. Get a little closer, make those passes count, and then create the space out wide.
Chrissy, let her use it, puts it more on the line, and bang it down the corner, especially if we're deep on our end. If we got lots of time, what's Twitch's gift? Give her the ball early and let's fucking light this crowd right up and let's go. When you give her the ball, you gotta go. No Kodak moment, we go. When you give her the ball, same with the first one, no Kodak moment, we go. And then once they score the try, everyone in the fucking stands can take a picture. But let's fucking light this thing up in this act. Make it tackle.
Yeah, a bit of excitement there from the coach, Rick Suggett. We apologise for that language. So the Americans will be kicking off to the Spanish in the second half. I guess sometimes teams like to reserve a bit of energy too because it's a two-day tournament and it is hard work.
Yeah, I think you need to do that by taking players off. When you're on the pitch, you can't conserve energy. You've got to go for it because you'll make mistakes if you don't. You know, give it all out and the coach can take you off if you're tired, I say.
So that kick went over the head of Medin, who probably misjudged where it was going to land. It's her in the headgear there.
No, that's
Medin. She's a flanker in the 15-a-side game. And an overthrow there from the Spanish. And Griffin takes it up. And another ball to ground. It's Potter. Made a bit of a mess of it. And so Ribera was there to help clean up and look for the offload. Ball went to deck. And now it's a reverse situation for the United States. So this is a nice little dart from O'Shani. Pretty messy there. You can see hands on the ground. O'Shani out to Potter. Go out to the left wing where Christy Ringenberg is.
Ball's out. Roll two.
It's good work from the Spanish defence because the United States have numbers big time and they still do. So if there's a quick tap here and they're able to get it out to the right-hand side, here's Verleyen. Oh, excellent work from the Spanish girls trying to cut off the ball, but we've got Griffin and that was a lovely little jink and jive and she's made it over, so there's another try for the United States.
Lovely finish, wasn't it, in the end? Really good footwork, taking the defender one way or another. They made it a little harder than themselves than they needed to. But here's the pass that comes over the top, the bounce pass, but she sees the gap, goes one way, goes the other, has the defender in about 4 minds, I think, and over the line. Fantastic.
Sorry, girls.
Yep, she's pretty tiny, Kelly Griffin. 1.63 m, 64 kilograms. She's got a lovely change of direction. So Rauja kicks it very high, but to the left, so it's 12 points to 0. Pool C match between the States and Spain.
Spain need to do something really quickly now to get back into this game, don't they? We really haven't seen very much of them. They need to get hold of some good ball and move it into the space. Show us what they can do.
So that was a really good kick from Rauja. And the whole United States line was coming up. And look at this, I mean, Griffin there in the end. It's basically because of the good chase. And here's McGee. Oh, lovely little fend off, but her foot just touches the line.
Just in touch. Great idea, wasn't it? And there's no one going to stop her from there. Great power and pace, but just in touch.
77 kilograms, McGee. And I can tell you, it looks like it's pure muscle. Very powerful. Griffin gets up in front of the ball. But still, the Spanish are able to retain possession. I think that was for sealing the ball off Spain, and so the Americans regain possession.
It's been a real feature of the US game, really getting strong in that contact area, and that's what won them that.
Griffin. Pass was just a little too high. Yeah, I think that kind of game where you do attack the breakdowns will work in this tournament, because the referees are looking at penalising players on the attacking team that try and seal off the ball. They want quick recycled ball.
Yeah, they want there to be a real contest for the ball, and quite right too. If the defender's there first, they should have a chance to go for it. But equally, you know, if the attackers are on the front foot and they're getting there first in the ball, they want to stop the the defenders slowing the ball down. So really good contest at the breakdown, and a great chance for teams that want to be positive.
It's Gillian Potter there. The Spanish just can't get anything going. It's just going backwards. Credit to Kelly Griffin again. It's like a little terrier in there. She takes a quick tap. Oh, she held over. She's not quite over the line. Here comes the ball now to the right. Oh, still in play here. And now we've got Verleyen, and she dives over, and that is how you score 5 points.
Verleyen just said, look, I'm going to show you how to do this. I know how to get over the try line, and she got over the try line. Kelly Griffin, though, a little bit optimistic, I think, one of the smallest players on the pitch, trying to take 3 people on the try line.
Good Spanish defence. I mean, they were desperate, flew up. At the end of the day, I guess they just needed Esprou to come up there and try and stop Verleyen, but then Verleyen is so powerful when she's that close.
Yeah, that close to the try line, you have to do a real blitz defence, really push up, but it means there's always going to be a gap somewhere. It's always a gamble that close to the try line. They had 3 goes at it, they got over the 3rd time.
Could have given Groucho, or Anderson actually took that kick. We could have given her some extra points for hitting the post there. 17-0. States firmly in control now with a minute to go.
Yeah, it's been a really disappointing tournament for Spain so far. This is the 2nd game in a row when we've seen them really not get their hands on the ball at all and just really stuck.
Here we go. That's Medem. It's just a little body shimmy that she produced, which gave her the half break. Martinez, nice fend. It's a ball to Esprou. So finally, Spain get an opportunity. Bit of speculator out wide, but it's worked. Oh, great run here by Casador. Straight through the middle, makes plenty of ground. And I've got numbers here, Spain, no doubt about it. Martinez. Maybe should have drawn and passed. Let's have another go. It's a good little run. This is a great little run. And so finally, Spain get 5 points. Garcia over. And Doughty gives it a good shot to disrupt it.
Yeah, finally for Spain. Finally they got handed the ball. Finally they showed us what they can do.
So, a deceptive body swerve there. It's very difficult to tackle people when they look like they're going straight and then they change their direction. And boomfa. So Berta Garcia ends it with a try for Spain. There's the final score, 17 points to 5, the United States over Spain.
So games coming up: England versus France, Canada, South Africa, New Zealand, who are the series leader against China, and then home support for Netherlands, Russia. We'll have a little break after that, and then the rest of the action unfolds with the final pool games. So as I mentioned earlier on, New Zealand leading by 8 points over England. Australia in third place. And the Netherlands will be wanting to get up that table a little bit. Argentina right down the bottom, of course not represented here. But France are on 3 points. They're playing in their second tournament. 6 core teams on the ladies circuit with invited teams. And, well, we've been royally entertained by various people and dignitaries here in Amsterdam. And look at the quality of this field. Of course, it's the famous Amsterdam Sevens. It's been a well-established tournament over 40 years, and this was the other day. Beautiful city with the canals, the wonderful pavements and walkways, and the fun and just the relaxed atmosphere. And the wonderful Rax Museum that, well, I visited along with my co-commentator Melody Robinson. And Melody, it was a beautiful, beautiful building, but concentrating on the, not the artefacts, we're concentrating on the next game up, England versus France. Well, England, as you can see, they played 19 occasions, won 15, lost 4 on the series. And these teams have never met, so all in the balance. England changed their starting lineup. Ruth Laybourne showed plenty of pace coming in off the bench in what turned out to be the winning try over South Africa by 17 points to 14. Keep an eye out for Katie McLean, one of the most experienced members of their squad. And then for France, well, surprise winners, you'd have to say, over Canada, but fully justified their win, a magnificent win, which resulted in a try for Fanny Hotta. And then right on the final whistle, Christelle Leduc popped over the winning drop goal penalty to put her side into the lead by 8 points to 7. And really these two teams, well, pretty evenly matched. And we've seen, Melody, a lot of improvement within France win that 14 minutes of rugby against Canada, because Canada are no mean shakes.
Well, I think the Canadians would have been favourites if you had have looked at the squad's past form experience. This French team is one of 2 squads that's been used in the last 2 weeks. And it's been split up evenly between their top players. So they've still got plenty to come when it comes to World Cup and the Euros coming over the next month.
And just to go over the sort of the quality of the French team out in Hong Kong back in March in the Invitational Tournament, they finished in 3rd place over there. So they do have that quality, as you said, and in Marjorie Mayans, for example, and Amélie Mougnier. It's all about exposure for these young ladies into the top echelons of the game. England wearing their new strip.
Ladies and gentlemen,
a little bit of sharpness, this. Susie Archibald in, the assistant coach, alongside Barry Maddox. And yes, we have a few English supporters who've travelled over. And a good healthy support. Referee Marlie Jourdain from South Africa.
I'll tell you what, the England team is making France wait with a little warm-up and then the huddle. They know this is going to be a very tough game.
Are you ready?
Certainly, probably the tightest you'd expect out of all of the round 2 matches, this one.
Ready.
Well, on this near side there you see Abigail Chamberlain. Chamberlain, 28-year-old sports development manager. And, ball rescued there from France by Gracineau. Pops the ball back down England. Very physical set of forwards. So possession in the hands of England. Fran Matthews at scrum half. On to Kiri McLean, the most experienced player. Outside Ruth Leybourne. Leybourne, well tackled to the ground by this French defence. Playmaker Katie McLean, she's been everywhere. McLean, she's the scrum half, so gets up, drives over the ball. Look how she clears possession there for England. Excellent play there from the English lady. Fran Matthews takes the ball into the contact. Out wide, Abigail Chamberlain, but the defence was good across from Camille Gracineau.
Toasty. Well, that was a good passage of play from England until the final era there. Fran Matthews, they're really well drilled, they've got good skills, they're super fit. And you wait till the second day of this tournament and then you'll really start to see these guys shine.
Yeah, Fran Matthews, their younger sister Alexander, is also in the lineup. The sisters representing their country. So counter-attack here from France. Jade Lepesque. Again, Gracineau, she's been around. Good clear out by England. Trying to protect the ball, but France a little bit scrappy. But I judged England for playing the ball on the ground. Jade Lepesque. Now switch play. Oh, good tackle coming in from Marley Parker to put France under pressure, but good recycling here, sees them on the far side. This is their second IRB Women's Sevens event. Now through the hands, Fanny Horta, tackled there by Abigail Chamberlain, bit scrappy on the ball, so ball taken away here by England, but a poor pass hits the shoelaces of Abigail Chamberlain. And Marley Parker, well, she'll be disappointed with the pass she gave there to her forward.
Well, she'd just done a lot of work, Packer, to get back, defend, and then she found herself on attack. It's understandable that sometimes errors like that creep into your game.
Just as a reminder, England 8 points behind New Zealand in this World Series. Of course, leaving players such as Joanne Watmore, who played at Twickenham last year. A lot of the girls who played last week at Twickenham, Abigail Chamberlain, Natasha Brennan, Lydia Thompson, all missing from that tournament. Joanne Watmore, Michaela Staniford, Emily Scarrett. So England really with an abundance of riches to select from.
Well, yeah, they've got a squad of 38 girls. They use them across the 15s and 7s team. And they've really got two very strong 7 squads. You'll see at least 3 of these girls are definites for the Rugby World Cup, and then depending on how they play, who knows.
Good inside pass was collected by Amelia Magnier. This is good play from France. They've strung some good phases together. Mayans takes the ball into the contact, recycles again through the hands of Marie Charlotte Hebel. The cross kick is wide though from Christelle Leduff. She was the girl who popped over that winning penalty.
They've all very experienced 15-a-side players, these French girls. I think the key for them, the difficulty will be for them to switch from that style of 15-a-side rugby to 7s.
Excellent high hanging dropout. Finds touch. Jade Lepesque takes the quick throw in. Leduff. Good switch play here. Now into the hands of Lepesque. Lepesque driven into the ground by Alexandra Matthews. And then out wide through Leduff, out on the far side then. Ball picked up by Camille Gracineau. Good ball retention here by France. Now, can they make something work down the near side. England's defensive line has yet to be reached.
Good work from France, keeping the ball alive, going to the far side of the pitch, deciding to take it up at the middle on the way back. There's actually numbers on the right-hand side of the field.
Well, Christelle Leduff, she is kicked for touch, and Melody, we often have a debate within the commentator's chair here about whether it is that surrendering possession. Mind you, having said that, when you've got somebody like Marie-Charlotte Hebel, she's over, what, 6 foot tall? She's 6 foot tall, age 28 from Rennes, and she's something to aim at. She's at the back of the line-out wearing the number 11 jersey.
I think they'll use her as a lifter. We'll call it the... Get her player higher in the air, I'd say.
Yeah, Gressino manages to get the ball. So France have got that possession.
Yeah, I think it's more important to be aerial in a line-out at sevens. It's not the same as the 15s game at the front of a line-out.
Yeah, you always pop the smallest one up.
That's right.
So England have the possession. They've managed to turn the French over, but as you can see, they've had the majority of the possession so far. So England are going to have to attack from deep. Fran Matthews into the contact area. Oh, good physical tackle comes in on Alexandra Matthews. Switch play, clever play here for England. Well, that ball should have maybe been released. And France right up for the tackle. Marley Packer bundled to the deck. And wide out here to Ruth Laybourne. Now Laybourne, we know, has got gas. She can move, seizes up her opponent. Now, can she get all the way through? Laybourne goes for the corner, being chased here by Izar. But the pace eventually from Ruth Laybourne stretches the length of the field in under the post, and a superb individual winger's try from Ruth Laybourne for England.
That was fantastic. I think this is the way England should go for this game against France. They need to get it out wide, and certainly to this young lady, Ruth Laybourne. I mean, she actually created this from nothing, to be honest. She beat about 3 players on her way to the try line. A little bit of footwork, the swerves, and then the out-and-out pace. She's only been to 2 events, but she's scored 8 tries before this tournament.
And that's her 10th. Conversion to come right on. What was that? Missed? I think that was missed, actually. So in front of the post, England give up the opportunity of the additional 2 points. And so the half-time score then is England, thanks to Ruth Laybourne's try, leading over France by 5 points to 0.
England playing into the hands of France at this point in time. They've got to get away from the confrontational stuff, get it out wide, start using the width of the field. They've got the skills to do it, the know-how. That's what I want to see from them.
We need to go again a little bit more aggressive and go forward. We need to go forward, okay, and keep moving forward. Right, that's key for us. Okay, good first half. We're following in, fantastic training. Okay, so taking that.
The intent to go forward is really good. Like honestly, it might not look it, but our fucking chat is really, really good. We're trying to get a space in. We're doing really well at that. But just got to make sure we're numbered up, because these are times when we're sending like playing moves where they've got 4 and 2.
If you're picking up any bad language, we apologise for that. Well, just looking at the stats here at half-time, England having made 18 tackles to France's 12 tackles. France with 2 missed tackles, and interesting enough, France have completed 27 passes in that first half of play compared to England's 17, and yet it's England through that long-range try by Ruth Laybourne who are in the lead by 5-0.
Well, I think it's true to say that you can win a sevens game on defence, especially if you just keep pushing them back behind the 22, closer to the try line. And certainly that's one aspect of the game that the English coaches will be very happy with at this point.
Wide ready? You ready? Good.
So Christelle Leduff taking the kick off the Perpignan player, finding touch, just bouncing out. It's been interesting watching all the action this morning. People have, all the teams have struggled a little bit with this sort of breezy conditions kicking in towards the stand.
And the air was very heavy as well, a lot of cloud, so very difficult. As we see Jade Lupesque going in.
Good possession here from France now. Advantage being played through the hands of Marjorie Mayans. This is out wide to Fanny Horta, but the pass was loose over there to Shannon Izar. Izar bundled to the deck by Katie McLean. Now this is where France can open up England. The step back inside by Gressineau. Gressineau taken down in the tackle there by Fran Matthews, but again recycling. There's players over to the left-hand side, so England's defence being really tested here. Rachel Burford, who's in off the bench with a good tackle. Marie-Charlotte Hebel takes it in. Marjorie Mia. Switch play in then. Now Shannon Izar. Tackled once again by Abigail Chamberlain. That's 2 or 3 tackles in this phase of play. Oh, great little sidestep there for Camille Gressineau. Switch play then into Jules Biez. Jade Lepesque, dare I say it, making a pest of herself. Quick tap and go then. Lepesque for the line. Lepesque scores for France. And that will tie the scores at 5-all. Lepesque with a gritty performance and run for the line. Squares the game with a super try.
That was a super try. It was an individual one. Jade Lepesque. She's an experienced sevens player, played for Auckland representative teams for a summer, played representative 15-a-side rugby for Auckland as well, part of the national championship winning team, but she has hurt her shoulder, which will be a major loss for this French team.
Blue 7.
Well, that was a difficult kick from Christelle Leduff into the wind. Didn't quite make the post, but it squared the game at 5 apiece. 1 try all. Well, England, who beat South Africa by 17 points to 14, are in a very tight game in this Sevens World Series Pool B game against France. France themselves beat Canada by 8 points to 7, so all square here. Try scorer Ruth Lebon. Lebon, who's represented the north of England at age group level, at long jump, at hurdles, and we can see that athletic ability shining through. But France winning the breakdown, winning the contact at the moment and commanding the ball.
Yeah, it was good thinking, quick thinking, throwing it in early, but I mean France, 39 passes completed to England's 19. They're doing a lot of work and they need to break through that defensive line.
Yeah, another stat we're looking at, England are given 8 possessions away. There you go. And that's just playing into France's hand. France with the territory. Throw in from Camille Gressineau. Gressineau was actually lifted in the line, my apologies. England, though, have got the ball now. Now, can they go deep? Well, the pass was slightly fired onto Leborn. Another error from England, wrapped up by Fanny Horta. Rachel Burford goes in for the tackle, but France, well, they had players over on the wing, but through the middle, slices Lagouin.
Good tackle.
But the counter-attack now from England. Now, can they find the space down this short side?
Get away!
The body's been thrown into the contact area. Wide out here once again. Labour cuts back in. Another good tackle from France. You must say that they've tackled extremely well, put England under an awful lot of pressure. And have they pirated the ball here? No, they haven't. Claire Allen gets the ball away from England. Well, there was a potential advantage that could have been played there. There's Claire Allen from the Richmond club, a police officer with the Metropolitan Police.
Let's have a look at this tackle. That was textbook. Straight in the midriff. Ball popped out. Impressive to watch.
Leila Gugin, she lost the ball, but a great tackle, wasn't it? Wrap around play then from Matthews, Fran Matthews. Pass on through Claire Allen now. Leybourne stretches again. Can she get on the outside of Chloe Pellet? Ball's brought back in, but intercepted here by Gracineau. Gracineau, who's probably been the player of this particular tie for France.
I think Leybourne should just pin her ears back, put her fend out and go for it. Not sure if Chloe Pellet really had her there. She's just got to back herself. I like that tactic when England go wide like that.
Fran Matthews then will tap and go. 23-year-old works as a gardener. Now wider ball here for England once again. England relying too much on this lady, Ruth Leybourne. Into the contact she goes. Now comes the cavalry. Sonia Green is in there. Sonia Green picks up, ball into Fran Matthews. Good play here from England there. Most experienced player Katie McLean cuts an angle and out once again on the far side. Abigail Chamberlain. Chamberlain really stretching for the line. Is this the winning score for England? Yes, it will be. Abigail Chamberlain showing a great turn of pace. Wonderful score there for the 28-year-old. The sports development manager at West London Colleges saves the blushes for England.
Yep, fantastic finish by Abigail Chamberlain. Yeah, look at her face. She just wants that try. She wants to get over, and she's doing what Leybourne should have done. Just gone for it. And I'm going to give credit to that try too to Katie McLean, because she's the one that gave the good pass out, identified there was a bit of space out to the left-hand side and stood up.
So wide out conversion is good for England. So England with only seconds on the clock. In fact, that's the hooter. There will be one more play, but 12 points to 5 at the moment. So France.
Forward by the number 4 of England, Abigail Chamberlain. Score is 12-5.
Ball then taken. Can France get the possession? No, it's into England's hands. Rachel Burford takes the ball in. So delight all round for England. The 2 tries, one by Abigail Chamberlain in the second half. Ruth Leybourne came in with a second try. And the final score is 12 points to 5 in England's favour. That's their second win of this Pool B. Their first win was by 17 points to 14 over South Africa. 2 from 2. England looking good in this IRB Women's Sevens World Series. And great delight amongst this England team, coached by Barry Maddox, as they come off the bench to celebrate their victory over France. It was a tight one, but let's go down trackside to Melody. Melody. Well, Melody Robinson is down there. Katie McLean is alongside her. Well, I'm shouting down to here she is, Katie.
Oh God, yeah. Final leg, we kind of knew everybody was going to be really going for it. It's really good preparation, obviously leading to World Cup, and some of the last tournaments that some of these teams are going to play. So we really expected to have 2 tough games, opening games against South Africa and France, but really pleased we've got 2 wins.
You have had 2 wins. What do you want to see improved from your team moving through the tournament?
I think you're always going to start off slow, and it's just about making sure we build going forward. I think defensively we're getting better, we're getting our spacing right, but at the end of the day it's 7, so we've just got to keep building and making sure we get more points.
Well done, looking forward to the next one.
Thank you.
Katie McLean there in England, well, lucky, weren't they? 2 very close encounters, having just beaten South Africa 17-14, and now just beating France with that last moment. Exciting, wasn't it?
Very exciting game. I'm sure England will say a win's a win and that's all you need to get the points, but it was very, very close.
So now it's the other two who are in the same pool, Pool B, France and South Africa. Here is Canada, and how fascinating to see number one there, Heather Moyse, and fascinating to see her return because she's been a Canada's rugby legend, really. Brilliant in the 15s World Cup 7 years ago in Edmonton. Then she went to the sport of bobsled in Winter Olympics, 4th in 06 and a gold in 2010. Broke her leg last year. She's now 34. She's returning to rugby with the hope, I think, of getting back into the Rugby World Cup 7, Suday.
Well, if she can show any kind of form, I'm sure they'll want her. She has been such an outstanding player for Canada over the years. Top try scorer in 2006 World Cup, brilliant in 2009 Sevens World Cup. So yeah, they'll want her. Excited to see what she can do.
Well, what about South Africa then against Canada now? Mara Williams. Well, they've light up here with their 6 experiences from both Dubai and Houston. One new this season, Lorinda Brown, but she's a lot of past years of experience with the Rugby World Cup 7s in Dubai and the Rugby World Cup 15s as well. Looks quite a useful promise, doesn't it, this South Africa team?
Yeah, they're getting better and better. They don't get the chance to play as much as some of the other teams. They don't have quite as much 7s to play. But yeah, every time we see them, they get better. 25-year-old referee Andrea Spadoni from Italy. And, well, he used to play as scrum half in Padua. His first season in the men's 7s, Hong Kong, Tokyo, Glasgow, London. He's in charge of this one then. And immediately it's now South Africa in the hand. Good play. Good cover there from Heather Moyse. Straight into the action with the tackle on Lorinda Brown. Quick penalty taken by Moleshi. Away now with Mandy Marchak. Watch for him and this lady, Jennifer Kish. Been very impressive in the first round. Here again, Moleshi.
Number 5, release! Hands off! Hands off! Hands off!
Green Shields waits for it, doesn't come, gets a penalty anyway, quickly taken by Kelly Russell.
You are not from the
Here's
gate.
Mandy Marchak again. Nice switch with Paquin. Karen Paquin, one of the players from Quebec. Good overlap here for Moyse. Oh, brilliant. Cuts inside. Beautiful. What a start she's made. Back to Canada again. Heather Moyse.
That's what we're talking about. First touch back in international 7s. And she did what she's always done, playing rugby, and that score a try. And under the post.
34 years young. And look, still a wonderful athletic rugby player.
Yeah, she got the ball in a lot of space, but she still had to finish that. A nice little step inside the winger, and as the kickers always like, ran it right round under the post.
Okay. Now playing again, as she used to, with Toronto Scottish in Ontario. Remember, I think the first I ever saw her was in Edmonton in the 15s aside in the Rugby World Cup 15s in 2006. And making her debut then in this IRB Women's 7s World Series. Back again. And into the action straight away again. Knocked on forward, no advantage to Canada. Very promising new referee here. Andrea Spadoni.
Straight in the middle, please. Thanks. Crouch!
Moleshi then.
Touch!
The put in.
Sit! The ball is out.
Green Shields goes wide. Moyse out on the outside, this time on the right-hand side. Hands off, but good tackle coming in from South Africa. Picked up by Moleshi.
Release!
Canada, remember, of course, losing their first game and want to make amends here. They lost to France 8-7 with a penalty against them in the last minute of the game in the opening round. Held up.
Yeah, I've been really impressed with the way that Canada have started this game.
In my opinion.
They didn't quite switch on in the first game, but this time they're really playing at pace, getting the ball away from the breakdown quickly, hitting the ball at pace. Really good work. And a try.
And the try actually got there. So John Tate, the coach, has got them into the right start of this game here. There it is. Try by Kelly Russell. Strong, powerful, 12 stone 6, and that momentum was great.
Yeah, you could clearly see it getting grounded there. Really good strength from her, surrounded by 3 players. Just managed to squeeze it down onto the floor.
That's when those few extra kilograms are important, when you get the momentum.
Score 12 Canada, 0 South Africa.
Hands possession mostly with Canada so far. I don't think South Africa have been in there out of their own half as yet. Nice take by Meiring, Yolandi Meiring, from Pretoria, from the Bulls, and a lot of experience too. Nice play by Goda here. Quickly into the Meiring's hands. Lorinda Brown, wide out. Pomeza Gadou. Well, once again, you know, perhaps she should have cut inside.
Certainly should have cut inside, but there's no space there, and all you're doing by running into touch is giving the ball away. Cut inside, challenge the defenders, recycle it, play the ball out the other side of the pitch and have a go.
Jennifer Kish into the hands now of Green Shields. Kish again. Tremendous tackle coming. Loose ball.
Off.
Offside against South Africa.
Off. Okay, we're on.
Canada, of course, desperate to win this one. So indeed with South Africa too. They both lost their very close opening rounds. Canada losing to France by 1 and South Africa losing by 3 to England. And here goes Kelly Russell again. Good interception though. Counter-attack for South Africa here. Into the hands of Lorinda Brown. Did well. Gadou. Perhaps an overlap here. Mara Williams, the captain, into the hands of Goda.
Play on. It's back.
Williams again. Well played, good pass into the hands of Gadou. Quick, needs some support perhaps. No, she doesn't. She's cut through. Brilliant try coming from Budoza Gadou, who plays for that wonderful name of club called African Bombers in Eastern Province.
That was an absolutely fantastic finish, wasn't it? Steps one way, steps the other, steps again. The Canadian defence all over the place because she don't know where she's going. It is a good job, though, that she made that finish because her support was so far away then. Fantastic finish.
And the conversion is good from Yolanda Meiring. Yolanda, probably the most experienced of this South African side, who's played in the 15s World Cup in 2010, Rugby World Cup 7s in Dubai 2009. And that's her 16th conversion of this season.
Number 5, green. Number 5, green. 5.
And so, only a 5-point difference at the moment.
5, respect the mark. Yeah.
Paquin. Moleshi. Now with Mandy Marchak. Tremendous talent she has been over the last few years. Moleshi. And one of the South African players is injured, but they've got the replacement on. Here comes now Farella. Bianca Farella. Coming also from Quebec. From 3 provinces represented here. Jennifer Kish, good pass, good work from Mandy Marchak. gives a little of a chance for Paquin, goes to the corner and round to score. Neat and vision and focus and concentration. Brilliant try that.
Yeah, lovely sevens from Canada. They pulled it all the way over to the other side of the pitch, all the way over back. They nearly didn't take the chance because Paquin got just a little bit too flat on the end, so Kish couldn't get the pass away. But second time round, Mandy Marshak's in there on support, and Paquin gets a run into the line. A good finish from her.
So with 2 tries in succession, give Canada 17 points to 7, a 10-point lead. No conversion there, but a bit more confidence here coming into Canada. A big disappointment of that opening lose to France. That, in fact, is the half-time. 17 points to 7, Canada lead.
I'm playing on advantage. So really good there, good clean outs. Britt, you're coming in for Kelly. You're going to go over to prop, okay? You've got to be certain on these kickoffs. We're going to go stack. It's going to be a deep kickoff, right? We'll get up. This half we're kicking off, right?
Pretty good
let's go back
tackle completion there, 81% to Canada.
When we get it, let's get
tackles are
the
everything.
open side this time, Karen.
Missing tackle,
The open side, we know we're going to go black.
Try to the opposition.
We'll go black, and then we'll see what's on. After we go black, get up, reload, and talk. They're forwards to the weakness or whatever, so it could be on this other way. Right, if you don't hear anything, goalie, hold. One way or the other, all right? Or, sorry, 2 of them.
We need to work fucking harder to come on the strong so they can't go in the ball, okay? That's the goal. Team on 2 on 2. Team! Let's go.
Coach then one is for South Africa, and his assistant Renfred Dezel, who was at top of the men's sevens season over the last few years. In fact, it's Nasibu Goda, who I think is the person who's being tended now. Injured she is. And this is Marshak. How many times have we seen this? Oh, and he slips out of the tackle. What a start for the second half. Mandy Marshak, yet another try. And that's 11th of this season already.
That is how you take a kick-off, isn't it? Running really hard onto the ball, so the players at the front leave it to Mandy Marchak running through at pace already, straight through the line. And once Mandy Marchak gets going, she's very, very hard to stop.
One of the 5 indeed who's been all of the women's sevens World Series this season. 28-year-old from Manitoba, but has been playing rugby in the Saracens women's in London. 24-7, that's comfortable, and I should think Coach John Tate is a little bit relieved now.
Much happier. The way that they've started that half epitomises the way that they've gone into this game. They were quite sluggish the first game. This one, they have really hit the ground running, really taking it to South Africa.
Mathurin Simmers comes on for South Africa from the bench. Of course, anyone can come off at any time. You can't come on twice. Awkward bounce that was. Taken on low by Zene Jordan. Impressive, the Canadian defence in this game has been, hasn't it?
Yeah, very, very strong. They've hardly let the South Africans have a chance.
Brittany Waters has come on as well. There's Paquin. 1, 2, 3 people. She hands off. Phillips and into the hands of Brittany Waters here now. She's plenty experienced too, 30-year-old now.
Well, it's out.
15s and 7s in World Cups. Jennifer Kish even. Now the break of Farella. Farella, will she slide? Will she get it down? Gets there, yeah, no trouble. Referee right there.
Yeah, that was just playing 7s really simply, wasn't it? They created an overlap and they moved it into the space. When you do it well, it is such a simple game and a clear run into the try line.
And the second highest try scorer behind Mandy Marchak for Canada this season. Lovely run for this 21-year-old. No doubt. Not her best.
I think Mandy Marchak's off the pitch for the rest and she's been their #1 kicker of this tournament. But fortunately they don't need the point.
Good take by Mara Williams. One of the half dozen of this South African side who made their game in the Rugby World Cup 7s. Jennifer Kish does a lot of grafting work, doesn't she?
She does. She's fantastic in the breakdown, but then she's such a strong runner in the open spaces as well. She's such a good all-round player and so important to this team.
Real athlete she is.
There's the mark. There's the mark.
Watching the line out here.
Substitution, wait. Number 6, great.
South Africa throw in. Bring on the replacement. Barushka Grain, newcomer, her debut.
Time is still off.
What's up for her?
And an injury for Canada.
Time is on now.
She's worked hard, hasn't she? Karen Paquin. Over the top it went into the hands of Phillips. Phillips driving on. Kelly Russell goes herself. Little dummy, I think, which fooled the defence, Mathrin Simmers, and again had the power to get there for the try.
Yeah, really good strong finish, wasn't it? First of all, they get the ball off the line out, so it's a turnover ball, lovely offload, and then she really powers through the tackle, feigns to offload, and I think that's what gives her the extra little bit of power, gets over the line.
Good, and is the conversion as well. And this, well, they've stepped up, haven't they, from their opening game?
It's a sign of a really good, strong, experienced team. Put that defeat away and get on with the next game. And goodness me, haven't they got on with this game? They've really taken the game to South Africa.
So 29-point lead, just a little round of applause for the injured South African. Matthew Goda, who at least is looking okay, but nasty bang.
Green advantage.
Waters
Advantage over.
goes into the hands, though, into the turns of Shona Weston for South Africa.
Stay on flick. Play on.
Kish, Russell, Waters outside. Oh. Big impact from Mara Williams. Knocked on as well. Well, she's, I think, probably the highest weight of anyone. Mara Williams knocked the opposition over.
A clash between Russell and Williams, no one's going backwards. They're two really strong girls.
That's true, yes.
Dash! Set! Stay at 5, stay at 5, stay at 5.
Untidy ball for the scrum half Simmers. But still held on by South Africa. Away by Mayongo. from Western. This is Veroshka Grain. Comes from Paarl, a lovely part of South Africa, down towards Stellenbosch, where she went to school in the secondary school there. Kish again, doing the grab. Williams straight into Farella, and the penalty to South Africa. Just a few seconds to go. Quickly taken by Simmers. Good tackle from Waters. Overlap surely here. Cutting inside, Weston. Weston goes. Caught from behind by Bianca Frella. And another tackle coming on from Cheryl Phillips. The defence has been excellent. Jordan. Hoot has sounded. And there will be a knock-on, and it will be, I think, it's not a penalty, is it? I thought I heard the hooter. Oh, it is. And Andrea Spadoni with the final whistle, and an impressive performance by Canada, 36-7.
Yeah, they'll be very, very pleased with that. After quite a poor start to this tournament, they've hit the ground running in this one, but lots of points on the board against South Africa. Great performance.
And so it'll be Canada against England in this robin round of the opening day, and for South Africa they will have France to come.
Game we have coming up for you now from Pool A. New Zealand taking on China. They've only met once before in the World Series. It was in Dubai. New Zealand won that one 31 points to 0.
Yes, this will be quite interesting, won't it? Because China looked, you know, as they got through their first game, looked more impressive against Netherlands. But New Zealand, well, they had that big opener against Russia, and of course they are the top team at the moment in the World Series, with wins over Dubai and Guangzhou in China as well.
That's right, it's the Chinese lineup. Interesting to see that the New Zealand coach Sean Horan has kept just 2 of his starting players from the first game, where they beat Russia 17 points to 5. So 5 new players out there. Vaini Gregg in the number 3, she's in her first starting debut. And same with Alexis Tapsell.
I think the problem for China is the weight and the strength of this New Zealand side compared. Quite a contrast, isn't it, between the two?
It is. I thought China was really good in their first game against the Netherlands. Okay, they lost 19 points to 0, but they've got some really good basics to their game. Their passing, the way they ran onto the ball, and they look really organised. In fact, the player that you should watch in this Chinese team is the number 6, Yan. She made a number of breaks. Her work rate was huge. She's a real star. New Zealand had a very slow start in the first half in their first match. Sylvie Bro from France in charge of this one. It's fantastic to see the female referees being developed and coming through the Women's IRB series as well. So Tyler Nathan Wong has got the responsibilities of the kicks for this one. And she gets it underway. It's a very deep kick and goes straight over the sideline.
Of course, relative to New Zealand, China haven't really got so much experience, have they? They played in Dubai, and not one of them was in that tournament, and 6 of them played in, well, back home in Guangzhou. unlike New Zealand, who've played through all these 3 tournaments up to this one.
Well, there's a steal already from the Kiwis. So we see them attack out wide with Renee Whitcliffe giving it off to Hani Hedemet, who's on the wing. And she is one big winger. And she's over the first points for New Zealand.
Well, the play of last year, Hiremi, and that's what his 11th try of the season. And look at the pace here. Just bounced off, didn't she, Liu Yan? Good acceleration, and with the power, no problem at all.
Yep, she usually plays in the front row for the New Zealanders, but she's on the wing for this one. And she's a metre 76 and 77 kilograms, so that's with a bit of pace. That's pretty hard to stop. So 5-0. Good start by New Zealand this time. So that kick heads to the centre of the field, but the Chinese are able to get quick hands and then big defence from New Zealand, putting a lot of pressure on there. Hedemet involved again. Chinese try something a little bit different with the kick in behind. New Zealand's scramble looks good. Tapsil. Here's Whitcliffe. Here's Tyler Nathan Wong now. Oh, she just glided through there too easily. Ball still in play.
I think it was a bit of sort of desperation, wasn't it, by the Chinese kicking that ball away.
Absolutely. I mean, the defence was just pressing up on them.
Yeah. Use it, please. Use the ball.
So, Kiwis take it to the middle of the field with Whitcliffe. Bit of a handoff there. Pops the ball off to Brazier. The go-to girl at the moment is Hani Hedemet. See that power and that offload. Pops the ball up to Tapsil, who's wrapped around, got over for another 5 points for New Zealand.
Well, Hiremi is a real problem for China at the moment. And lovely offload. The newcomer, Alexis Tapsil, is based in Christchurch and down Canterbury way, and terrific support from her.
Here's her debut on the IRB Women's Series. She played in the National Series for New Zealand over the summer. And that conversion...
And of course, this is terribly important for all these players, isn't it? Because, you know, they're looking for a place to get into the Rugby World Cup Sevens. There are others behind, of course, people like Lahuipa and Burgess and Gould and Winiata. And, you know, this is their one chance, isn't it, to get the impression to Sean Horan, the coach, to get into that Rugby World Cup Sevens in June.
You're spot on, Nigel, and he's kept a core of players throughout the series, but experimented with about 4 of them as he's gone through. And it's just, doors are open for any of these players that put up their hands. As we see New Zealand with a good passage of passing, and then Whitcliffe just knocks it on at the end of the line.
I was going to say she should have taken it, but of course it is a slippery ball. It's been a little drizzle that has made the ball wet and difficult. But a lovely offload again, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think that is a strength of Hani Hedemet, that offload game. And I think that you can see the game plan the Kiwis are trying to employ out there. It's unfolding a little bit more smoothly than it had in the first match. Well, a little mistake there from China.
Well, about the first time they're going to get a chance of a ball and attack, and a little knock on. But totally New Zealand dominating possession.
Yeah, I think Yi Jianju looked up and saw all the black in front of her and it distracted her. So, Tyler Nathan Wong escapes the defence, gets it to Brazier. She gives it to Whitcliffe, who, another error. I think she was looking for an offload, but the ball was knocked out. And China can pat themselves on the back because it was good defence. And there you have it, New Zealand 3 errors to 2. An area of their game you have to pick up, you've got to fix up. England looking good, Canada outstanding so far in that second game. And here we have a little bit of an attack from the Chinese girls. Oh, just the pass here from Gu Yi was just a little bit too high. But they'll get another opportunity.
Stay, please, 10 meters, please.
Back on that 10-metre line. And it was a penalty, so they've gone for the line out. I think the last line out, the New Zealand team stole the ball in the air. So they'll have to look to counter that somehow. Speed up the throw-in process.
Well, this is the first time they've been inside the New Zealand 22. They've got one chance then with this line out, just about 15 metres out. Here's a chance.
Good variation there from the Chinese girls. And they get a bit of an opportunity out wide. They try the kick in behind. The sweeper isn't in place, goes dead. So half-time whistle's gone.
I think that was a nervous decision, wasn't it? I mean, why kick the ball away? She had a player outside her, but kick it away and well, it went over sort of over the deadline. And that was a pity for China, the real chance they had. First time in the first half.
So 10 points to 0. Interesting to see. Sean Horan thinks of how his team has gone in that first 7 minutes, because new combinations, new names, new faces. Aside from a few errors, not too bad.
Well, if he's like Gordon Titchens, he'll tell him, this is rubbish, you know, you're not playing well, you're not doing well enough.
Kickoff's fantastic.
It's only 10-0, that's no good.
Striking really well.
I'm sure he
Get
won't
in
say
there.
that, but
Probably one thing we've got to work on in striking in the threes and
come on,
launching
do better
is just
than this.
being patient.
Well, this New Zealand women's team trains with the men's team in Mount Maunganui. That's where they hold their camps.
And defense,
and they do the infamous Gordon Titchens training regimes, which are just awful. And this morning before their first game, they did the Gordon Titchens warm-up. And I spoke to their coaches and they felt that perhaps it was too strenuous for them, because by the time kick-off went, they were all dead on their feet. I think it's meant to produce a second wind or something.
Yep. Good call,
they might not play as many tournaments as other teams, New Zealand. They've only actually played 4 in the last 12 months. This will be their 5th, but the expertise that they have access to, the coaching experience, and then that culture of New Zealand where rugby is on the television 11 months of the year.
Well, New Zealand are hoping they're going to win the men's and the women's, aren't they, in the Rugby World Cup Sevens? And at the moment, you know, they're top, both of them. Here, the New Zealand women are top, well top in the first position. And so, of course, did the men win their season as well.
Well, I've got the feeling that the England women's side will go into that World Cup as favourites. There you go, putting it out there now. So game resumes. 10-0. Brazier to Whitcliffe. Once again, she's looking for that offload. It's just not secured. Yeah, it's one of those things, I guess, when you've got an X-Factor ball player, you want them to try to attack and look for the options, but you also have to expect a few errors, and unfortunately Whitcliffe has probably made 3 individual errors exactly the same, knocking the ball on. So messy ball for China to deal with there. But they managed to clean it up. And put a little pressure on the New Zealand team. This is better. They're not going forward, they're going backwards. So the option from Hong is to chip kick it through. The sweeper, Nathan Wong, is there to pick it up and put a beautiful pass out to Kelly Brazier. Lovely step off that left foot. Oh, and she just glided past the necks, but an excellent tackle from Hong. She cleaned up the kick, Hong. But New Zealand still have it. Brazier to Nathan Wong. Taken down by some excellent defence. Tapsell's in there, digging for the ball. She's got it. And so this time Whitcliffe gets up to Hereme. Hereme! Well, it's another try for the big number 2, and this time it is straight through the middle.
Dex, can you please sub?
Well, she's tremendous. We saw her at the start with that wonderful try, and now the power and the pace as well, breaking through and just brushing off the Chinese defendants.
Well, Nigel, her nickname is Honey Bill Williams because people say she plays like Sonny Bill Williams.
Certainly does.
And the captain of the Chiefs, Liam Messam, actually introduced her to Sonny Bill Williams last year. I think she was a bit shy.
Well, I think seriously that in the first half, you know, New Zealand were totally dominant. They had so much, about 90% of possession. But they only got 2 tries, but now they've come back, and I should think Sean Horan is a bit more satisfied from what they've done now.
Yes, aside from the odd error, I think this is a better performance from New Zealand, and their captain Hudiana Manuel is on now. It's good work. The Chinese girls getting it out to the wing. But once again, it just seemed to go backwards. And they do have it just because of that press defence from New Zealand. Small hole there to Deck. Jaywin. And here's a bit of an overlap. This time for Jalal. She chases her kick.
But in a way, wasted the position, didn't she? I mean, wait for it, wait for some to come if there's no one urgently behind you. And kicked it away and into the hands of New Zealand, but in fact ends up with a penalty.
Yeah, worked out for her that time. There's no doubt about it that Nathan Wong went to Deck, protected the ball, and didn't allow Jalal to.
An injury as well for Pei Zhuan. And referee Sylvie Bross just going to check she's okay. She is, I think, being okay.
So Gu Yi goes up to the ball, talking to her teammates, communicating what she wants. And it's a dummy cut there. Gives it to the injured player, passes it on. This is a nice piece of work now. We've got Yan cleaned up by the defence, but it was a good break. Made some ground once again. They opt for the kick through. Jalal cleaned up by Whitcliffe.
Well, that was ridiculous. I mean, honestly, they keep kicking it away. They had the overlap, didn't they? It was 3-2, and kicked the ball through, and of course picked up by the New Zealander, and the chance was lost.
Yeah, I think if you've tried it once, maybe twice in a sevens game, and if it doesn't come off, you just have to try a different tactic. And it's just not working for them. And McAllister comes on, Whitcliffe's off. So New Zealand has now subbed on some of their more regular players. That would have been a good option for a quick tap, but you've got to do it in front of the referee. Oh no, New Zealand ball, my mistake.
Wasn't your mistake, it was the Chinese girl's mistake, wasn't it?
I thought she might have penalised New Zealand for the early hit, but as we see a bit of a break down the sideline from Greg, throws the ball away, but cleaned up by Manuel. Aitanu is there. She opts for a big pass into McAllister, who does have some space, gives it to Heramat. Big fend in the face by Heramat, pops the ball up, but McAllister loses it.
That was a good tackle, wasn't it, by Liu Yan? I thought she was going to be just brushed away, but she didn't, and hung in, and McAllister knocked it on.
Yeah, very tough. Here's the tackle and fend there. Yeah, that was showing a lot of tenacity to stay holding on to Heramat. Just 30 seconds to go. Bit of a slow-paced game, this one. And some fantastic matches today.
Kicked again.
Yes. It's obviously something their coach has told them to do. And they're sticking to it as Manuel sides through the line, and a lovely little jink off her right foot. Oh, she's been hauled in. Great work by the sweeper, but McAllister, good support play. She goes in under the post. 13th try in the World Series this season. She's played well, she's got plenty of pace, but of course it was created by Hurian Manuel.
Yeah, beautifully done. That ends up in real style. Because I think up to that point, really, I would think that Sean Horan wasn't particularly pleased because they had so much possession, but, you know, it only managed 3 tries and they weren't particularly spectacular. But that one was. That was real class, with confidence, with almost from their own 22 line. So, New Zealand, well, not as impressive as I thought they were going to be.
Yeah, they've got plenty to fix up, there's no doubt about it, but 2 wins now for them in Pool A, 24-0 over China.
Well, the game's coming up thick and fast here. The Netherlands, Russia. Then we'll have a small break. Australia, United States, Spain, Brazil, England, Canada. And the final games of the series today, day 1 of this Women's Sevens World Series. 4 tournaments across the world. Started in Dubai, off to Houston, Guangzhou in China, and then here in Amsterdam. So the home team, with plenty of support actually here in this wonderful stadium. And this RB Women's World Series combining with the established Amsterdam Sevens. So they played twice. Russia lead 2-0 in the series. But they've never played here at this ground. So Netherlands select a strong team captained by Linda Fransen. And keep an eye out for the flying machine, which is Kelly van Herskamp. And then Russia, well, Pavel Baranovsky looking to develop his team and prior to the Rugby World Cup. Keep an eye out for number 3, Ekaterina Kabeveva. And a tall, rangy forward in Baisa Hamadova. Very physical presence, wearing the number 5 jersey to the left of your picture there, just as they ran out. And the Netherlands there, wearing that number 7 jersey. Kelly van Herskamp, a try scorer in the opening game. And our referee in the middle, Sherry Turnbull of Canada. Netherlands beat Russia in the opening game by 19 points to 0. And Russia, well, they went 5-0 in the lead against New Zealand eventually losing that one by 17 points to 5, and alongside me there's Hamadova. But alongside me is Melody Robinson from New Zealand, and Melody, this could be quite an interesting encounter, because I think Russia actually proved a handful against New Zealand and will put this Dutch team under pressure.
This will be an interesting encounter, I think, very even. I like this Russian team. They're lean, lithe, fit, fast. Netherlands a very good 7 side, we know that. And look at this here. Hamadova cleaning that one up.
Hamadova wearing that number 5 jersey, making a nuisance of herself. Oh no, New Zealand are going to, Netherlands are going to have to attack from deep. Taking it wide then is Pien Selbek. Selbek takes it to the ground. Queed steps back in, resets the possession now. So Netherlands through the hands. What's come up is Lorraine Laros now out wide. Oh, it's a high tackle there. Well, that will be a yellow card straight away, surely. Oh, it's just a penalty. Kelly Van Herskamp then, tall, rangy, good runner. Winning the Scrum Cup, as I mentioned, Lorraine Laros. Pia Selbek. Selbek, well, was looking for the switch play. Linda Fransen, the captain of the Netherlands team. They've been in 2 cup semi-finals and won the Amsterdam Sevens in the last 3 years. So they're on home territory here, they're on home ground, home support, but Russia showing just how physical. Hamadova down the middle, and nobody's going to catch her. Or is Kelly Van Herskamp going to track her down? Hamadova then. That's it. Hamadova in for the opening try for Russia.
Well, I'm not surprised to see her score another try, her 13th in this World Series. Doing it the whole time. And this one just fortuitous, really. She was at the breakdown, all presented at her feet, and then she had enough gas to beat Kelly Van Herskamp to the line.
Well, Hamadova, we first saw her out in Dubai back in December, and she was full of physical running in that particular tournament. Wonderful conversion then is successful for Russia, so Russia 7-0 in the lead.
Well, she has a sister who is bigger than she is, and she's 1.80 m. And she's the one that does a lot of the power work for Russia. I believe she must be injured at the moment, so if you get those two at the World Cup, wow.
Well, the kickoff is straight down the middle. Nicole Quee takes the ball. So Netherlands attacking from deep, and again look at the way the Russians hit the contact area, putting the Netherlands under pressure. And the tackle, Ekaterina Kazakova wearing the 10 jersey. Now ball out wide. On the far side, switch play and dummy and goal. This is Van Rossum. Van Rossum bundled to the touch. Hamadova goes in for the tackle. Clears out bodies here, and again you can see the physicality within the contact area. Quick tap and go though for the Netherlands team, and heel gap.
I would have liked to have seen Van Rossum give that to Van Herskamp. It's interesting to see that they've got Hamadova marking up on Van Herskamp. You see she's the danger player for the Netherlands.
Yeah, Gareth Gilbert looks on. So I don't think we've seen the Netherlands in the Russian half yet. This girl here, Kelly Van Herskamp, scored a try against China. Length of the field one. Tap and goal then by Lorraine Laros. Laros up to the 10-yard line, looking for the switch play. Gets it from the support from Anne Hilgrad. But just caught there. Was it going down on the ball, was it?
She's given them a bit of a warning, I believe.
I think it was the player going down on the ball, Anastasia Muramova. Switch play then for the Netherlands. Van Haskamp on the wide outside, brushes off the attempted tackle of Kazakova. Kazakova, though, got her second time. Recycle possession now.
Release the ball, Orange.
But not releasing the ball on the far side, holding on to the ball. So quick tap and go from Yamotskaya. Yamotskaya lost possession there. Now, is there a chance here on the wide outside for the Netherlands? Hamadova comes in with a thumping tackle on Van Rossum. And there's Anne-Marie Van Rossum. That is Hamadova, the tackler.
Well, this is great defence for a start. Big woman on small woman. But she's tough, Van Rossum, there's no doubt about it. She scored a great try in her previous match.
Zidsa, Yamoskaya, then with the put in for Russia. There she is, the wee scrum half.
Touch. Set.
2 events, she scored 19 points, 3 tries, the 24-year-old for the Russian team. Now, ball being stretched on the far side. This is Kazakova. Kazakova rushes off the tackle. Physicality, but brought down by Anne-Marie Van Rossum. Recycle possession. Loose pass, though. Now, the Netherlands just into the last minute of play. Switch play with Laros. This is Laros. Oh, gets the ricochet. Laros, can't she go for the corner? Track down on the far side. Go, back yourself. Well, I think if she'd actually gone for the line there, she could have got the opening try, but it was a wonderful covering tackle by Yamatskaya, the scrum half, who tracked her down. And surely, Melody, there was an opportunity for Lorraine Laros to go all the way for the try line.
Oh, look, you just have to pin your ears back. I mean, what a great little kick. It came off her, no doubt about it. But right here, put that ball in the other arm. Just go for it. But it was great defence. I mean, Yamatskaya, excellent, excellent defence.
So last 10 seconds, last play of the first half. Can Netherlands get back in touch? It's good ball. Hamadova comes in with a crunching tackle once again on Nicole Cui. Look at this. Russia flood the contact area. Pierre Selbek in for the Netherlands, and Hamadova eventually kicks the ball into touch, but whoa, real physicality coming in there from both teams.
I'm impressed. This Russian team, they're taking it to the Netherlands. They are out-muscling them at the breakdowns on defence. But I'm also impressed with the Netherlands because their accuracy of pass has improved from the game before, and they're actually stringing together some really nice attack.
Russia then lead at half-time by 7 points to 0.
Breathe in, lift the gap.
Okay, a couple of pointers. We're doing all the playing. We've got all the ball. Fantastic. Only thing we have to do now is be a little bit more tight on the 1, 2, 3 on the outside. Keep using the structure of stretching them, right? It'll come in our favour. Keep stretching them. Over here with the Africa, okay, that close to the line, you know they're going to come. Right, so stand a little bit deeper. Use the depth, momentum, run onto the ball. Defence, right, don't hover around the rucks. Right, leave the rucks to the people that's got to work there. Rest, get out, okay? Come on, ladies, 7 minutes.
Gilbert then to the right. Scotty Waldron.
Come on.
Set up many years ago. And helping this young Netherlands team. Well, there's Hamadova, the try scorer. Bazet Hamadova. Who's, well, she's almost a Russian bear, Russian polar bear, the way she hits the contact area.
There's no doubt about it. She's a star of this game on the series. She is so quick, fast, fit, and intimidating.
Yeah, skillful as well. Lorraine Laros then, with the scrum cut, with the kick-off in the second half. Pool A of the RB Women's Sevens World Series. So Netherlands wanted to try and get a second victory in the series, beating China 19-0. Russia lost the opening tie, and this is Hamadova. Hamadova lost to be Hamadova in for the line. Well, she made it look so easy, did she not? Lorraine Laros just left for dead by the intimidating figure of Razat Hamadova.
Seriously, how did she do that? I mean, you had Van Haaskamp coming over right there, and then Laros, I mean, should have taken her, but she's just so slippery. She makes it look easy.
Yeah, she did, you know, the benefit of just looking down here from the commentary position. And, well, we know where the powerhouse of this Russian team lies, in the 2 times try scorer, Razat Hamadova. Well, the conversion is unsuccessful from Yanotskaya. So 2 tries and a conversion to the good for Russia. They lead this Netherlands teams by 12 points to 0. Restart here from Muharamova. And Selbek takes the ball into the deck. Then Lorraine Laros out to Nicole Cui. Now Van Rossum, can she unleash Haaskamp on the far side? Van Haaskamp has been well marshalled, hasn't really had a good run with the ball in the hand. Nicole Cui, wider pass this time to Laros. Laros, good run down the line by Pien Selbek and recycle possession. It just has to be a change in diagonal. It's here, back down the blind side. Oh, the pass was on for Pien Selbek, but it just hit her shoulder. But the space was recognised there by Anne-Marie Van Rossum when she switched the play down the blind side. Netherlands had an opportunity to attack Russia.
The Russian defence really well organised. They move together as a team. It's a sliding across one way and then the other. New Zealand found it very difficult to penetrate in their first match against Russia.
Well, the cavalry are on for the Netherlands. Joyce van Altena and Inge Visser. And just adding a little bit more physicality, the changes to the Netherlands team.
I can see the pattern they're looking at playing the Netherlands. They are using their width well and going out to their wings.
Well, there's the size of the 2 forwards there, Joyce van Altena and Inge Visser. Ball put in by Yanotskaya. Yanotskaya out there to Muharamova. Usatar on the far side. Usatar showing magic pace here and splitting the defence. Oh, this is great awareness here from the Russian. Up to the 22 she goes. Kazakova has the support now. Well, it's the first yellow card we've probably seen this afternoon. I think it's Muharamova. Muharamova in the bench. And that run by Ekaterina Kazakova there. So extra player up here for the Netherlands. Poor pass, however, by Anne-Marie Van Rossum there.
If the Netherlands stick to the pattern they've already been using, it should be effective 7-on-6. They'll have the overlap. First they've got to get the ball.
Maria Titova then with the throw in at the line out. Hamadova will be lifting at the back. Marina Petrova at the front of the line out for Russia. And Russia secure that possession. Titova up to the 22, well tackled there by Linda Franson. But the turnover, well, Petrova goes on the outside arc, and Petrova surely has the legs to go over for Russia's second try. And Pavel Baranovsky, the Russian coach, jumps up in delight at the second try for Russia.
Well, I think they might be physical. That line out was excellent with the fake jumping. But the other thing that Russia has is pace. So they kept the ball going here, and just check this out. by all rights, she should be reeled in because she's just running across the field, but she's so quick, Petrova, that she makes it. And he's a very happy man.
I told you, I was actually watching him when that try was scored, and he is one of the most passionate guys on this circuit. Wonderful. Nadetsa Yamotskaya, short with the conversion. So really Russia in control. 2 tries by Hamadova. Then Marina Petrova, 1 conversion, 17-0 in the lead. And disappointment for the Netherlands, but they've really been out-muscled in this game.
They really have at the breakdown, and when they have the ball in hand, they've just been smashed backwards. This very combative, physical, intimidating Russian team.
Anurag, go back on. Oh, the referee's starting. No. Referee's starting.
There's some confusion on the touchline about trying to get the sub on the pitch. It's lost in translation here. He's Pavel Baranovsky trying to get on the replacement. Edigi, who broke a finger incidentally in the training. You can see on the right hand it's strapped. Wearing the scrum cap, she's got a strapping on that right hand of hers. Anastasia Muharemova comes on to take the restart then. Kicking long, fielded by Nicole Cui. Now this is the tall, rangy Joyce van Altena. And on the far side, well, the handoff was good by Alexia Novrodis for the Netherlands.
She went over the sideline, she died with the ball.
We've seen a lot of that today from a lot of the teams, from a lot of wings. They'll take the ball right to the wing, but they don't step back and reset the possession and the phase play, do they?
Yep, it's a sin. If you die with it over the sideline, it's a major. It's better to pull out, wait for your support reset.
So Maria Titova, she will have the ball in. Is it Gareth Gilbert? This coach looks on.
One motion.
So good take by Uzata. Playmaker Yamatskaya. Yamatskaya takes it back in against the cut for Edigi. Good handling here from Hyatt. And Russia to Hamadova, the strike runner for Russia. She's got 2 tries. Is this going to be a third? Yes, it is. A third try here by the big, tall, striding Bazat Hamadova.
Yeah, well, she has got a little bit of a right to be a little bit annoyed. I think that Visa, she'd scored the try, leave her alone. But Hamadova, her hands, how she picked that ball up. I mean, it was a terrible pass, really. Slaps Visa away. No wonder Visa was probably thinking, oh, but that was an amazing try, and she is just a star.
Well, their teammates congratulate her. And the game well in the grasp of Russia now. The conversion to come is unsuccessful on this occasion. So, well, a convincing performance then by Russia. And Pavel Baranovsky will be delighted that his team are back onto winning ways. Shakes the hand of Scotty Waldrum and also of Gareth Gilbert. And Russia, well, 4 tries in that outstanding performance, nilling the Netherlands here in this Pool A match. Russia 22, the Netherlands 0. So we've got the games coming up here. The final games will be Australia, United States, Spain, Brazil, England, then play Canada, South Africa, France, all for qualifying through the cup competition. New Zealand, Netherlands, Russia, China. Well, I've been royally entertained. We're just going to have a break now for half an hour. So please come back and join us. We're enjoying it here at the Amsterdam Sevens.
It's just repeated infringements off the feet.
Dames en heren, de volgende wedstrijd op pitch nummer 1 zal zijn Australië tegen de USA, United States. Uw referee zal Marlies Jordan zijn. Ladies and gentlemen, next match on pitch number 1 will be Australia versus USA. Your referee, Marlies Jordan.
We got
is het halve weg, maar een goed begin is maar de helft. De tweede helft, maar ik hoef geen helft. Evelien was 11, ik deed alles zelf. Ik ging zelf naar school, nu kom ik zelf op tv en ik lach in mezelf, want de sletten ik breng. Nou kijk ze kijken, dus blijf kijken. Alle dikzakken willen op me lijken. Maar broer, vergeet het ding, stap opzij, ze willen een handtekening. Leiders oogst. Ik kijk omhoog, de pupillen worden groot. De wereld is bepaald, ja, op je torenpip. Gooi met de afstand van je hele lichaam. Ze is van spektakel, onaardse krachten. Losgepast, door ze naar me lachten. Je kijkt terug in de tijd, als je naar me kijkt. Is praktisch, intergalactisch. Sorry als ik overdrijf, zelfs als ik afloop bekijk. Zelfs als ik ooit denk dat ben, dan weet je dat ik ergens ben. Dan ben ik af, in de lucht als sterrenstof. Dan ben ik loser in de sky met diamonds om mijn nek, bitch, diamonds om mijn nek. Loser in the sky met diamonds on my neck. Diamonds on my neck. Diamonds on my neck. Vroeger was jou alleen nog maar jong. Geen rapvriendjes, geen peper, geen stijn. Totdat hij uit het niks op tv kwam. Ineens changed zijn hele leven. Bam, shows in het weekend, geld op de bank. Gelukkig aan het sterrenstof, maar telt het nog dan. Hij wilde proeven van elke soort drank. Men probeerde hem te zeggen, hij was telkens zo lang. En na een tijdje zat hij crazy in de plek. Toen uit de lucht kwam van de Lady Luck. Ze werd zijn baby en alles zijn baby terug. En alle vlinders in zijn buik zeiden nee tegen die drugs. Ik heb een mokkapje op mijn bankje. Stemplankje, nog steeds voor op mijn plankje. Soms denk ik terug op mijn drankje. Met de sterren in de lucht is het drankje. De wereld is beplakt, ja, op je orenpippen. Gooi het met de afstand van je hele lichaam. Ze is van spektakel, onaardse krachten. Losgepast, door ze naar me lachten. Je kijkt terug in de tijd, als je naar de kijkt. Is praktisch, intergalactisch. Sorry als ik overdrijf,
Welcome back to Amsterdam. Yes, here the Netherlands Women's Sevens in the National Rugby Centre here. Well, it's been pretty unkind because the weather's changed, and here we are in the middle of May. But we've seen already 2 of the rounds and just one more to come. So here is Pool A with New Zealand wins, 2 wins, Russia with the win, Netherlands as well, but China at the bottom with 2 losses. Now Pool B, England, 2 very close encounters they've had, as you can see, just South Africa and France, both difficult, and Canada there with 1 win, 1 lose, and France 1 win and also 1 lost as well. Pool C, Australia and United States, and this is the game that's going to decide who's going to win this pool now. Both have won both their games, and coming up will be that very next one. So first of all, Australia, United States, then Spain, Brazil, England against Canada, South Africa, France, New Zealand, Netherlands, and Russia, China. And of course, and this is the day that decides who goes into the Cup quarterfinals for the knockouts tomorrow. So coming up then, this very, well, it should be absolutely fascinating, this one. Who's going to win this then? Who's going to win this pool in Pool C? Last time they met in China in the Cup quarterfinals, it was a real thriller. USA won 17-14. They've met 3 times this season. Last 2 wins have both been by the USA. So look at here, the Australian side looks like their top starting lineup with the captain, Shani Williams. She's played all 3 tournaments. So too has Nikki Etheridge. And I think the star of this season for Australia has been Emily Cherry. United States, well, theirs is look like the top team they could put out as well. The real danger there. Venetia McGee, she's terrific performance already today. And Victoria Folayan, who's already 3 tries in this tournament. So they're going out, and it's going to be a wet 14 minutes here. Alongside me is Scott Hastings, and this should be really tight, shouldn't it?
Yeah, it's going to be interesting, Nigel, with the conditions having deteriorated a wee bit. Some steady rain rather than the sort of light drizzle that we've had before. But Australia, was saying, Savango Semo, one of the outstanding players for Australia, but the States as well showing great pace in Victoria Folayan. And Venetia McGee leads the United States team out. Shani Williams for Australia.
And one of the top referees, who is Marlies Jordan from South Africa, who was one of the top referees, and of course she officiated in the Rugby World Cup Sevens in Dubai 2009. So difficult conditions really. It's a bit of a light breeze, but it's that nasty wet drizzle for this game, which will decide who will become the top of Pool C. Good restart, that was brilliant, and what a tackle coming in from Gillian Potter. Absolutely superb start by this 26-year-old from Colorado, who has been captain of the 15s in the USA.
Well, just the follow-up straight out the blocks, bang, all within the laws of the game. And a real good hit there.
So they put in for the USA. That's a real confident start. They've had this edge over Australia the last 2 tournaments of this season. Ringenberg into the hands now of, this is Venetia McGee. Promising start for the USA. Ringenberg again. Now into the hands of Folayan. Well, she scored some terrific tries last week, and she scored 3 already today. Away now by Roshia. Now Oshani. Penalty here. Coming in from the side. This is Potter again. Just 5 metres out. This time is Griffin. Surely, oh, if that had gone into hand immediately, that would have been a try round the corner there. Ringenberg. Verleyen chasing, but safely in the hands of Emily Cherry, but a good tackle by Verleyen. Oh, again a chance. Real chance for Verleyen there. Now, counter-attack for Australia, but again, another wonderful tackle by Gillian Potter. McGee in defence and counting her attack herself. Has she got the pace? Shani Williams goes for her, but no. What a start by the USA. Well earned.
Well, I think we've only had one break in play for that opening scrum, and Venetia McGee gets the opening try. So it was the kick by Shani Williams. Well, she gave away the possession. McGee was always tracking back, and right from just the halfway line, McGee decides to set off, steps inside. Shannon Parry, first of all, escapes the clutches of that Australian defence, and while Shani Williams tried to get into McGee, McGee just with a longer stride length to go in at the corner there.
Well, she did well. She was a wing three-quarter in the last Rugby World Cup 15s, and that's her 8th try this season, her first today. Anisha from the New York club. And, well, from defence, brilliantly turned it into a terrific attack. And already half the first of this half has played, and Australia scarcely had the ball so far. They have it now into the hands of Barker. Good tackle coming in from O'Shani. Put it back into the hands of the USA again. Well, they have this edge over Australia this season, but Verleyen knock on that one and into the hands of Shannon Parry and away from Cherry. Here's the captain, Shani Williams. Popped away by Seymour, one of the new ones, and a break here. Emily Cherry, she's quick. Good tackle coming from McGee. Barker with support. Shani Williams again. Now it's Shannon Parry. Cuts inside. Again, a very good tackle by the defence of McGee. Seymour goes wide. Perhaps, well, I thought might go on the out on the outside, but didn't. Cut back inside. Still is there. Tackled by USA again. Well, non-stop, isn't it?
Yeah, it really is, the physicality, and it doesn't help with the conditions because the girls are having to readjust the passing movement. Knock on there, but the competitiveness within the tight exchanges. Well, it's been such a feature. Where have the last 5 minutes gone?
Isn't it flown by? Two of the top sides in the Women's Sevens World Series this season. USA with the final in Houston.
Release! No hand.
USA on the break again. O'Shani.
No hands now.
McGee.
Roll.
Griffin. Oh, she's clear. Kelly Griffin chased, but she's going to get there, that's for sure. Or is she? Wait a minute. Great tackle. I think it was Shani Williams who came back and took her. No, yes, it was, I think. No, here's Shani Williams in defence there. Great tackle back that was indeed. Into the hands now of Kaslik. One of the teenagers in the side. Just 18 and a penalty. Well played by Australia in defence.
Yeah, great defence by Australia to save the day. Look at this covering tackle on Griffin. Bang, all the way.
It was Cherry, wasn't it, who made it all the way back. Well done. There's Barker into... Oh, Samo.
Gillian Potter goes in and hits these tackles, doesn't she, for the United States?
Absolutely.
There she goes again.
Seven minutes up already. No scores. McGee. USA scores, sorry, 5-0. It's just flown by. So physical. A little knock on and half time. Well, that's an exciting 7 minutes. So as close as that, but the edge is still with the USA. And now it's tipping down. So let's see if we can listen on coach Chris Lane for Australia.
We said we were going to press up, and we said we were going to treasure the ball.
Spain 31-7.
Right? We've given them the ball twice. Once they scored off it, once they almost scored off it. Right? We've got to secure it and treasure it. We've got to work hard to get in over the top of it to recycle it. Right? And we've got to press. We haven't put them under any sort of pressure whatsoever yet. Right? Still only 5-0. We're well and truly in this. It now comes down to how bad we want it and how bad we're prepared to work for it.
Come on.
Right? But it's a work off the ball. Right? You can't just work when you've got the ball in your hands. We've got to support each other. We've got to, and let's get that D right. All right? Let's get our shape, and let's press, and let's put them under pressure. Okay, we haven't threatened them at all yet.
Let's go. Get pressure on Jill. Keep going. 7 minutes. Girls, 30 minutes. Girls, listen. Composure.
Well, considering the conditions, Nigel, Australia completed 21 passes in that opening half, United States 19. Now, if I was a coach out there, I think I would be playing for a little bit of... If I was in an Australian jersey, I would be playing some territory in this half. I would be putting the ball... I know it's maybe the under sort of written law that you don't kick possession away, you don't kick, but the beauty in these conditions is you can put the opposition under so much more pressure to make that mistake, which then gets you the chance to attack from only 20 metres out rather than 80 metres out.
Yeah, absolutely right, Scott. I think so. So who will decide this pool? It's on the balance at the moment. That early try by the USA, and they've got possession again. Attacking out of their own 22. Lovely offload by Russia. But turns now to Katrina Barker. Barker doing well. And this is Samo, one of the more experienced players who's done really well coming into the start lineup here. Now it's Shannon Perry setting it up 5 metres out into the hands of Samo again. No, it's still with Shani Williams. Here it comes to Samo now. Wide is Cherry, but again it's Samo. Takes it again. USA on the cosh at the moment. Must be an overlap surely with Etheridge. Scores the try to level it. This girl who plays for Toowoomba Bears in Brisbane.
Well, real strength there from Samo. And then just the show and the go and the pass. Good play in those conditions, Nigel.
Absolutely, there have been very few knockdowns on the passes. A lot of talent here. And this is, but that wasn't quite so talented, was it? So it stays a try apiece.
Number 5, Nikki Etheridge. The score is Australia 5, United States of America 5.
And the worry here, I think, because Shannon Parry is the one who's limping off with an injury.
She's in a fair bit of agony there, actually.
And that's a big loss for them, isn't it? She's a very talented player. Big, powerful and strong. So, bit of a setback for Australia. USA really sharp here. Nice pass, lovely offload by Potter again. And here goes Falayan. Oh, she's got away through the tackle. Oh, slipped back, and Emily Cherry went back terrifically well here. And in fact, the foot in touch. I thought she'd gone, but Emily Cherry, watch this.
What a tremendous tackle. Emily Cherry just got back, makes the tackle, forces Falayan out of the play.
4 minutes to play. This vital decider of the pool between these two top teams. And this time it's Ringenberg going on the outside. Another great tackle again. Knock on that was by Falayan. No, they can't play on. Well, defence has been terrific, really, given the conditions.
Well, the United States have had to make 25 tackles in this this tie so far. Australia 19.
And look at the
Australia 21 there.
Completion of the tackles, 90% and 86%. That's terrific in these conditions, especially. Absolutely right, Scott. And just 4 errors made, you know, in these conditions.
I know, and again, as I said at half-time, I would actually see some boot to ball, but the girls have been true to the sevens game and attacked with ball in hand.
Inside their own 22, Australia held up there as Pelite has come on, this youngster, the 17-year-old. What an initiation that is. Now it's back in the hands of USA with Russia. Chance here surely for Falayan. Can she go on the outside? He's stayed in the play anyway, cut inside. Once more, Russia. And this time with Falayan. Just a couple of metres out from the line. Real chance here, Griffin. Wonderful tackle, brilliantly done, but it's going to be a try for McGee. Great build-up.
Yeah, Venetia McGee in for her second try in this match against Australia. And really it was a numbers game. It purely was all about the recycling of possession. First of all, it was Griffin who had a little stab on this replay now. Griffin then came in, stretches that defence, but there was girls outside all along. It's just a matter of recycling the possession. And McGee eventually manages to stretch out and against that Australian defence get her second try.
Chance for the conversion here. Could be vital, this. Is it? No, it's gone some way off the left-hand upright. So, 2 tries to 1. United States lead.
Yeah, Kimber Rossi may have slotted that conversion. It still gives Australia an opportunity with what, just a minute left on the clock. Can Australia score from this possession?
Well, it's been non-stop this, 13 minutes. Remember, the USA have had the edge over Australia. Last 2 tournaments in Houston and Guangzhou, very close, but they've had the edge. And looks as though it's going to be the edge now. There's a penalty here with just 35 seconds to go, not 35 minutes. Away by Marchino. All they've got to do is just hold on to the ball, keep possession until that final hooter goes. Driving through is Rocher again. Into the hands of McGee. Once more, Oceani. Oh, it's a penalty. One last chance, perhaps, for Australia. The Wallaroos, 5 points behind. The try and then the conversion, well, that could still be a win. And there's the hooter for the end of the game, except for this last play. Now or never, then, for Australia. And here's the break by Kaslik. This is the youngster, the 18-year-old. Has she got the pace to go all the way? Great cover once more. Potter's been outstanding in her defence tackles here and very well put into touch. Gives the USA the lead, and they will definitely now be the top of this Pool C with a third win in a row between the United States over Australia. Close as ever, but a big win, and United States 10 points to 5 are the winners then of this pool.
The final leg of the Women's IRB Series in Amsterdam, a city of culture, fun, plenty of action and beautiful scenery. To the final round of day one of the Amsterdam Sevens, and games still to come. Next up, Spain taking on Brazil, then England against Canada. That should be a very interesting match, and South Africa against France. New Zealand will play Netherlands, and we end up with China on show. This is Pool C. So the United States now leading with the 9 points after beating Australia in the match just gone, very close. Spain and Brazil on 2 points each, although Brazil yet to score a try. Here's the results so far in that pool, just this one game to finish it off. So Spain taking on Brazil now. Former England international Sue Day with me. This is going to be interesting. I think Spain hasn't played to their potential. Brazil just really starting out on this international series, I guess. Who knows what could happen in this one.
Spain, by their own standards, have had a poor day today. So for their own good going into the next tournaments, they really need to put in a good performance here. And it's a chance for Brazil to get their hands on the ball. We've seen them play today. They really haven't had much of a chance. They've played against imperious teams that have just starved them of possession. So hopefully a good chance for both teams to have a run.
Yeah, you mentioned Spain probably disappointed already in their form. In Dubai, they ended up getting third. That was a little bit of a surprise, but they played really well. Here's their starting lineup. Garcia, Ribera, Real, Bravo, who's the captain, Martinez, Esprit, Casado. Who's the key player out of that lot?
So Maria Ribera, really strong player. When she's playing well, the team tends to play well. She's not one of those flashy players, but just does the good things very, very well.
And there's a lineup for Brazil: Santini, Avila, Bacolni, Gerard, Berendt, Malbauer, and Campos. The girls getting ready to run out. Conditions, I have to say, have really packed up for the third round. That game between Australia and the United States then. There was rain, it was freezing. Luckily for these two teams, looks like the conditions have dried up a little.
Ladies and gentlemen, the next fixture is
It must make it difficult to play the style you want to play when the conditions back up like that. Do you stick to what you've trained to do, or do you change it up?
Well, first of all, I think you need to train to play in all kinds of conditions. So you might want to put the boot to ball a little bit more. You don't want to be messing around with the ball in your own 22 too much. You can still play the same kind of game. You just need to get a little bit tighter so you're not having to force those big long passes.
Sylvie Bro from France is our referee.
Captain, you okay?
So the Spanish to receive the
Captain
kickoff.
Yellow, okay.
And we are underway. So an excellently weighted kick there, taken cleanly by Bravo. She gets a pass away to her teammate Ribera. The Spanish just playing it close at this point. Just looking to switch it back to the right-hand side of the field. Pass is collected by Bravo. A nice wraparound there. But the Brazilian defence, Malbauer gets it back, attacks the short side. Giovard, and she loses the ball once again. Spanish attack, and this is a nice little run here. As Esprit so often the case today, good attack just ends up with a little error there at the end.
Yeah, I mean, the conditions aren't so good now. It's got very greasy, but she really just needed to catch that ball and she would have been in over the try line. They'd created a really good overlap. They'd sucked the defence in. Turnover ball, I think it was. Eating up the space, attacking really well, and just the mistake right at the end there. Unfortunate.
Edna Santini, a little half-back there for Brazil.
Yeah. Come closer, please. Yeah.
And the referee, Bro, talking to the two front rows.
Yes, very good.
It was a good scrum, and Spain come away with it. With Esprit to Garcia. It's a nice cut. It's a good tactic there. Change of direction for Bravo. And this looks like a good opportunity for Spain. They do have numbers. Got to get it out wide. But the ball's just laborious. Didn't take advantage of that overlap that they had there. But they do have another opportunity. Casado. Bit of pressure from the Brazilians on the breakdown. But it didn't affect the play too much. Just a little bit individual here from the Spaniards. Rio held up, and it's Brazilian ball.
Yeah, for me, the Spanish decision-making has just been that little bit too slow. They're hesitating in the middle of the pitch, and when they need to get the ball out wide, they're taking one too many steps and just running the outside players out of space. There was, as you said, there was a huge overlap there, and all they needed to do was get the ball into the space.
They've had plenty of possession, plenty of play with the 18 passes.
Time on. Closer, please. Touch. Touch. Set.
So once again, Santini gets the ball in. Scrum's turned around. The Spanish get possession. Oh, lost the ball. Garcia. At this point in the day, with these conditions, you just have to expect errors. That one there was a bit of a sitter.
Yeah, you have to expect errors, but you also have to give yourselves the best possible chance and just play really simply. Cut out the difficult things and just make it as simple as you possibly can.
That was a lovely one cut too, and it's definitely a tactic that will work with a bit of moisture on the ground. and then knocked on. So something good comes to naught.
Okay, but a really good attacking opportunity from Spain now. Now, come on, Spain, show us what you can do. Good scrummage ball. They've got some really good attacking players out here off the scrum. Really give it a go.
I think if you're going to use that cut too, so you want to bring them a little bit wider to create the space. I think the movements are all a little bit too close to the last breakdown or set piece.
Exactly right. Yeah, they're just not challenging wide enough because they're taking too much time on the ball.
So Riel goes to deck and it's picked up by Martinez. It's a nice little dab down the blind side. Continued on by Bravo.
No hands! Yellow!
Ribera offloads to Riel. Just looking to go to the left-hand side. They've got numbers once again, and that's a better pass by Riel. Now Esprit. That is where the hole was. And Laura Esprit is over.
They made it. Moved the ball wide and got over the line. There was a little bit of white line fever there. Everybody had a little dart. Everybody had a little go around the breakdown. But finally, when they decided to move it, guess what? There's space out there.
Well, they've certainly got the skill set to pass. There's no doubt they've got nice passing skills, the Spanish team. But it's just the decision-making and identifying there on the spot.
You know, maybe it's the conditions. Maybe they're thinking, oh, you know, it's raining, it's greasy, maybe I shouldn't be passing it out wide. But as we said, they can still play the same game. Just come a little bit tighter. All that does is make more space out wide anyway.
So a good conversion there, 7-0. Shoulder warming up. Or a dance, either or. I spoke to the Brazilian girls yesterday and they told me that they can't dance. I don't believe them.
Bet they can dance a lot better than the English girls.
So kickoff goes deep and Santini has to recover it. The Spanish defence is right up there. They did well in their chase and they get the ball back.
Yeah, good pressure's given them a lovely attacking position again. Let's hope they've learnt from that last one and just give it a go and try and get the ball out there.
Yeah. Catch! Touch! Set! Is it?
So ball popped out the back of the scrum. The halfback wasn't ready for it. There's no knock on even though it looked like it. So Spain continue the attack up and through the middle of the field, but ball to deck again. This is really good defensive work from the Spanish. Brazil under all kinds of pressure at this point in time. But they get a little bit of space, having a penalty for the tackler not releasing.
Yeah, really good defensive pressure, wasn't it? She just had her weight in slightly the wrong place, tackling and got blown for killing the ball. So the Brazilians just keep it simple and just take it up the short side. A little bit aimless there and just gave the ball back to Martinez. So Casado, this is a little bit better. Nice straight running.
Advantage.
Very confrontational at this point, but Esprit is over for a second, and once again, it's out wide.
Yeah, that's where the space is, but it all came from, I think, a bit of Brazilian inexperience. Balls on the floor, especially in conditions like this, fall on the ball and look after it. They kicked it to Spain, he ran through the phases and finally got in, as you say, out wide in the corner.
So really tough conversion to take. It's unsuccessful. So 12-0, half-time. The Spanish lead the Brazilians.
Ladies and gentlemen, half-time score, Spain 7, Brazil 0. Comes here to the half-time score, Brazil 0. Bravo.
De uno, Eli, de dos, Paula, y de tres,
Pues Paula ya.
¿Sí?
Ah, vale.
Sí, sí. De 3, entonces.
Tú de
Vale.
3.
Y luego atrás seguimos con Laura de 9, ¿de acuerdo? Marina de 10, Cavis del centro y Vanessa de ala.
Vale,
¿de acuerdo? Vale. Una cosa que tenemos que identificar muy bien es cuando hay una puta gran superioridad. Habéis jugado con balones de 3 contra 1 y María solo miras la pelota y tienes a tu espalda a una jugadora que está sola. Eso por un lado, diferenciar cuando hay situaciones de gran superioridad. Eso uno. Y dos, hacéis un gran esfuerzo de trabajo de los pies, os metéis en la espalda, juntáis a todas las defensas y cuando el balón tiene que salir porque estamos en gran superioridad, ahí no enhebramos rápido. Es decir, cuando conseguís juntar defensoras en los espacios desequilibrados hay que acelerar mucho. Es decir, como lo ralentizáis, la defensa se organiza y hay que volver a empezar. O sea, todo el esfuerzo de desequilibrio que hacéis, de apoyos, de ganar la espalda, bla, 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 como no conectáis luego con el grupo ASA a gran velocidad, perdéis toda la iniciativa. ¿Ok? Vale, pues venga, a funcionar sobre eso.
Boris Gutierrez, the coach of the Spanish women's side. I don't speak Spanish, do you, Sue?
I do speak Spanish, couldn't quite get it, a little bit too fast for me, but I'm pretty sure what he was saying was keep it a little bit more simple, don't force the passes, just get the ball out into those spaces quickly.
Well, Brazil will get the chance to attack with the ball in hand. As I mentioned earlier, they're yet to score a try on day one of this tournament, Brazil.
Red?
They did end up 8th in China in the third leg of this IRB Women's Sevens World Series. So they have been improving, no doubt about that, but these conditions probably don't suit their style of play. So that one goes to deck. The Villa having to clean it up. And a knock on. Tell you what about this Brazilian team though, a lot of them are very interesting ladies in their spare time. A computer program designer is Romeo. We've got a research technician in Avila, the number 5. Balconi is a biology student. And a physics student is Campos. So plenty of brains as we see Spain attacking with the ball now. And that's a good little run there. Real, that was very simple.
Yeah, simple things well, over the try line, under the post. Yes, the Brazilian team may have the brains, but unfortunately weren't able to outthink Spain there.
Yep, it was the 1-2 cut, change of direction. Very difficult to defend when there's moisture on the ground like that.
Yeah, and if you run a move like that quickly, if you really challenge the defence, really draw them across the pitch, when the player cuts back, it's so hard for the defence to turn your hips and to be able to make the tackle, and they just made it look really, really easy there, Spain. A really good move.
So 19-0 now, Spain over Brazil. Better start from them in the second half so far. They've looked cleaner, crisp. So Brazil have missed 4 tackles, 78%. Definitely an area of their game that have to improve as the ball goes over the sideline and Mulbauer has touched it, so it will be Spain's throw-in.
The gap, please. The gap. Yeah.
Yeah, nice attacking position for Spain, isn't it? Brazil really can't get hold of the ball at the moment.
Yeah. And behind.
Laura Esprit acts as the hooker, throws the ball in. It's a little bit messy, but she cleaned it up well. And Cabane passed it off to Real. So they've gone to the far side of the pitch, Spain. And now they come back towards the middle of the field. And that is not what the coach would have asked for at half-time.
No, a little bit laboured in the middle there. They're still, for my liking, just taking a little bit too long on the ball, always putting a step in as if to challenge the defence. Great to challenge the defence sometimes, but sometimes just got to move it.
So just under 4 minutes to go in the final pool game for both of these sides. It's a good tackle, a good drive there from Garcia, and Spain win the ball back. This is good from them. Look to go left, she goes right. And that's Esprit. Decides to boot it through. The chase was on. Ball's dead in play still, so it ended up being a really good tactic. And they're pretty close now, Spain. Just about 12 metres away from the try line. Still just inching forward. Riel. Now, if it had have landed okay. So they look to attack on the left. That was Meden. Good offload from her. And she's in play again. Esprit. Just sussing out the options, but they're going backwards, Spain. Here we go. Esprit. And it ended up being very, very easy for her because the Brazilian defence was in ones and twos.
It wasn't the prettiest passage of play. It wasn't quite how Spain intended it, but you know, eventually the gap opened up. They kept hold of the ball and scored the try.
So 3 tries for Esprit, Laura Esprit today, and that was her first try she's ever scored in the series, and now she scored 3. So well done to her.
Not a bad way to start, is it? Hat-trick when you first get on the scoreboard.
So 3 tries is the top amount that any of the individual stars out there have scored. A few games to go though with some of those players involved, so that could change. So 26-0. Spain very dominant in this match. I think their coach will be happy. At least they've started to click in the second half.
Yeah, it's become very comfortable for them, hasn't it? There's a few things still to work on, but a much better second half performance compared to the first.
So Brazil takes it to the ground, look to attack on the blind side, but that was excellent defence there from Bravo. Just look at this, they're just driving forward, and once again they get the ball back. To go back to the short side again. Castellon. It was to Meden. And Castellon again. Very confrontational at the moment, Spain. There's some soccer skills. It's a knock on. Can Brazil do something with this? One area Spain is winning is the breakdown. And as you can see, Bravo was right there. And so she takes a quick tap, takes about 10 metres or so. And that's out to Meden. Looks to get it to Esprit. Oh, that looked like a knock-on. Ref didn't call it. Cabana. Riel is going through a few hands. Looking messy, but they keep possession and they keep going forward, and still they attack.
Yes, Spain seem to want to cut one way and then cut back, but they're not getting deep enough to cut back, and so they're not running onto the ball and aren't able to create anything.
So final score, Spain beat Brazil. It was 26 points to 0.
So 4 games to go in this opening day 1 here in Amsterdam of the RB Women's Sevens World Series. England, Canada, South Africa, France, New Zealand and Netherlands. And to close it out, Russia versus China. So still quarter-final slots in the cup competition to play for. England sitting pretty on 6 points right at the top. Well, England have already qualified for the cup quarter-final, but depending on this result and others, it will dictate the seedings in the cup competition. Canada have an opportunity to go through, so do France. So lots to play for in the outcome of this particular match in Pool B. Well, there's still a healthy crowd here for this match between England and Canada. This is day one, and it's the part of the Amsterdam Sevens, so the big competitions start tomorrow. But at the moment, these two teams are tying 1-1 in the series. And interesting enough, these two last played in the semi-final of the Invitational Tournament in Twickenham. England edged Canada 17-12. Well, England, as I mentioned, Barry Maddox has rung the changes and gives starting lineups to Sonia Green, Emily Scott and Kay Wilson. Captain Katie McLean starts on the bench. Well, Canada were taken by surprise this morning against France, having lost 7 points to 8, but they came out the blocks against South Africa, scoring 6 tries. Mandy Marchak and Jennifer Kish had real experience. Let's keep an eye on Ariel Dubasset-Boris, who adds real pace to this Canadian team. Well, alongside me, former international for England, Sue Day. And Sue, we've seen some great action, and there's the opposing figure of Jennifer Kish, the captain of Canada, on the left-hand side, and an imposing player.
She certainly is, and she's been absolutely outstanding today so far in the contact area and in the wide open spaces. So I expect to see a lot from her today.
Well, the Canadians with the traditional huddle in the middle, whilst England are going through their exercises, and Andrea Spadoni of Argentina, one of the characters on the HSBC Sevens World Series, coming across here to officiate in this final leg of the IRB Women's Sevens Series. Of course, it kicked off in Dubai in December last year, moved on to Houston, then on to Guangzhou, out in China, finishing up here in Amsterdam. So all to play for in this Pool B game. And kicking off will be England. So plenty of height on that ball from Emily Scott, taken by Mandy Marchak. One of the real strike players and runners. Everything pivots around that young Canadian. Michaela Harvey out here to Dubasset-Boris. Boris, the flying machine, takes the... Sorry, Miguel Harvey, my apologies, wearing the 11 jersey, into the contact. This is Boris on the far side, but the ball didn't find her, slipped through her grasp. And if Canada are going to stretch this England defence, they must deliver quality passes to their flying wingers.
Yeah, Canada have got some real pace out wide, and Barry Maddox made some interesting decisions in his selection, so it's quite an inexperienced England side, but a great test for them against what is a more experienced Canada team.
So the ball at the line-out. Recycled by England. Hands up to Emily Scott. Well, the pass again on this near side was poor as well, and Ruth Laybourne, who scored some excellent tries, 2 tries, has really shown her pace and caught the eye as one of the strike runners for England.
Yeah, I think we've seen the nerves from both teams now, haven't we? A pass to nothing, both sides of the pitch.
So Marchak in the centre. Gets the support from Moleshki. On the far side then, Miguel Harvey. Recycled possession, so can Canada stretch this England defence? In the tackle area, Cheryl Phillips up over the halfway line. Spilling the ball from Moleshki, the scrum half for Canada, but play on advantage being played by Spadoni. Good hands here. Kelly Russell England's defensive line is good though, Sude.
Yeah, so far so good in defence, but in fact, really good pressure there from Sonia Green. Looks like it's turned the ball over.
Yeah, that was good pressure, wasn't it? Because it forced the error. In actual fact, if England had got the ball, they had numbers over. You mentioned earlier on in a previous tie that the turnover ball is so important within sevens. Defensive lines aren't set, and players' awareness to actually counter-attack on mistakes.
That's right. Teams have got so good now at the defensive structures, you know, off set plays and off first phase. So you really need to take your opportunities off broken play.
Well, delayed put-in for England will allow Jennifer Kish to take the ball up, lays the ball back into Cheryl Phillips. Mileshki with a show of the ball, runs round the sweeper Fran Matthews, but the pass wasn't collected, and really England's defence was very much stretched there by Canada. Clearance kick away for England. It's a useful nudge. Back goes Jennifer Kish. Harvey's back there as well. Chamberlain, Abigail Chamberlain, well, allows a little bit of space. The tackle was made by Fran Matthews. Support play by Kelly Russell. Good play here for Canada. Good hands. Ariel Dubasset-Boris.
Play on.
Halfway line for Canada. Still players over here. Kish has to dip, but Harvey back on the switch. Now Harvey can go. Can she cut the angle? Super tackle comes in from Fran Matthews to deny Canada and to deny the angled run by Magali Harvey.
End-to-end stuff at the moment, isn't it? Fantastic defence from Fran Matthews. I thought for all money that she was in there. She's such a good runner in space. Great tackle there.
Well, the angle we had looking here from Magali Harvey, you thought on that scissors play that Fran Matthews was going to be stretched, but delivers a great tackle. Of course, the Matthews sisters both playing alongside each other. Alexandra on the pitch as well. Wrap-around play then from Emily Scott. Scott's look sharp. This is Ruth Laybourne. Laybourne now stretching her legs, and this is the third try that Laybourne's going to score for England. She scored a try in the previous two ties against South African fans, and that's her third against Canada.
That's not a bad finish, is it? When Ruth Laybourne gets going, when her legs get moving, she is so hard to catch. You can see Magali Harvey, she's a quick player. Mandy Marchak, another quick player, just cannot catch up with her. She pins her ears back and she's gone.
Well, the third try in Amsterdam this weekend for this long-legged England player, Ruth Laybourne, and really making a mark for this team, getting herself in the selectors' eyes for Moscow. And could you see her being on the plane to Moscow?
Before this tournament, she would have been an outside bet. You know, there's players like Michaela Staniford, like Kat Merchant, who play on the wing, but you can't argue with pace like that in tournaments like this.
So the kickoff will be Emily Scott. Emily Scott, age 20. This is her second event, but the mistake was it. Ball palm back. Now Cheryl Phillips. Phillips bundled to the ground by Fran Matthews. Fran Matthews does so well in the contact situations. Now Mandy Marchak. Marchak to Harvey. Magali Harvey. Oh, it's a real ding-dong battle, isn't it, between the two wingers from England and Canada. Recycled possession. Well, the ball was shown by Kelly Russell, but she left the ball behind. Kay Wilson. Sonia Green was involved in the wide. Emily Scott. Scott gets the wraparound pass from Abigail Chamberlain. Chamberlain, who scored a try in that match against South Africa. That's 17-14 win. Remember, they also beat France by 12 points to 5. Alexandra Matthews into the contact. England just controlling the ball here now. Just a little bit sloppy on that far side. As you heard from referee Andrea Spadoni, it was an advantage being played, no advantage gained. So England, well, with 10 seconds on the clock now, Sudi, would you just put the ball in and then put it out of the touch and say that's at half-time, or do you have one more go at a counter-attack and try and get another score?
If I were on the pitch, I'd be booting it out there. I'd be absolutely exhausted by now. Get rid of it.
The last scrum is good. Straight to the middle. Crash! Touch! Set!
Ball in at the scrum then.
The ball is out.
That was kind of scrappy for Fran Matthews, wasn't it? And she's got to be careful. I was just about to say, got to be careful not to be penalised. So it's given Canada an opportunity with the final play of the first half to get themselves back on the scoreboard. Well, Marchak, well, she delayed. She delayed on the pass and allowed the cover defence from Kay Wilson to come in and dislodge ball. So England right up here for the tackle. And at half-time score, lead here by 7 points to 0 over Canada. Here's Coach John T. Let's listen, and he always towers above his girls.
There's no easy way of doing it, right? We have to grind it out and do what we said we're going to do in this weather, is hold on to the ball. Okay? On those turnovers, again, we got quick movement. 2 quick passes and we're away. Okay? Good job on the ends, Mag. Right? Taking the wide and staying in. Right? We're getting good placement. It'll come, right? It's not going to be easy. It'll come. So Julia, you're coming in at 4 right away. And we've got a couple more subs coming on in 2 minutes, okay? So we got 2 minutes, our kickoff. Yeah, we're kicking off. We got to get it back, so we're going splits. Okay?
Yeah. Let's go, girls.
Let's go. Hey, let's lift it up and work hard.
Here we go. Great job. We're doing it, guys. Keep it up. Team on 2 on 2. Team. Here we go, Red.
Another half-time huddle there for the England. Barry Maddox in there. Also Susie Appleby. And there's a great balance between that coaching team, isn't there, Sudi, with the England lineup?
The coaching team, yeah, absolutely. They've both got a lot of experience, bring different things to play, and Susie Appleby's taking much more of a lead role at this tournament in order to have more experience for future ones.
Well, of course, her father was president of the RFU a couple of years ago, and incidentally, president of the Newcastle Northern Football Club that I once played for in Newcastle many, many years ago. Know Richard very well if he's watching. Well, his England team are ahead here, half-time by 7 points to 0. Cheryl Phillips was right in the action there. Look how Canada are trying to hold this ball up from England. They'll get possession if they can get the turnover. Jennifer Kish in there, Brett Dubasset-Boris also, and the ball held up. So they'll get the put in at the scrum.
Yeah, it's a real strength of Jennifer Kish. She's chasing those kickoffs, gets her hands on the ball. So hard, so strong, and you can't get the ball away.
Straight in the middle. Okay.
So Julia Greenshield's coming off the bench.
Dutch!
Greenshield made her debut in Houston. And there she is, under pressure, but gets the ball away. Gerald Phillips' long, leggy fly half, tackled by Emily Scott. Scott's impressed me.
Not lazy.
Not afraid to take the physical, and also good with running the ball in hand.
Yeah, she's a young player, a lot less experienced than a lot of the players out there, but she's played in the outside backs for the England 15s team, so she's got some real pace, so she's not afraid to have a go.
Come on, please.
Well, a bit of a bloody nose there. Just had the binoculars out on that one. A wee dunt on the nose, but that won't stop these girls.
Green advantage.
Clearance there from Fran Matthews.
The advantage over.
Sharpness here from Kay Wilson. Kay Wilson runs into the tackle of McGarry Harvey. Harvey was strong. Look how Canada compete for the ball. That was Quiche right in there. Well, so my apologies. It wasn't Quiche, it was Russell.
It is a right old battle in the breakdown at the moment between these two teams. They've got some really good breakdown players, the likes of Marley Packer and Jen Kish.
Well, the blood replacement coming on. Emily Scott has to retire with a bloody nose.
That's okay. The ball is out.
Kelly Moleshi caught within the tackle. Look again, Canada so strong in the contact, trying to drive over, force the error against England.
Time off. Number 4, red off. Number 11, black.
So Karen Paquin comes on, and so does Katie McLean. Now McLean, so much experience within Katie McLean, 59 times capped England international, and all that experience, that will, at this moment in time, at 7 points to 0, just to try and settle some of those nerves.
Certainly not a bad blood substitution to have to be able to bring on, that's for sure.
Big tackle comes in from Mandy Marchak. The possession lost through Natasha Brennan for England. This is Harvey. Tackle on this occasion by Kay Wilson. Mandy Marchak, and ball in hand. The juggle by Greenshields. Cheryl Phillips was waiting for the ball from Marchak. Marchak takes the outside angle. Oh, great line there. And the support from Karen Paquin. Paquin, can she go for the corner? Karen Paquin for the corner. Tremendous cover tackle there from Abigail Chamberlain. Has she saved England on this occasion? Canada desperate to recycle the ball there. Can they get a try back? The drive by Mandy Marchak for Canada. England desperate in the defensive chores. Well, England really under the cosh here.
Goodness me, that was last-ditch defence, wasn't it? I think the phrase was invented for that. But they've got another life, England, but let's see what Canada have got up their sleeves.
Tap and go then. Kish, recycle possession. Greenshields for the line. Well, did she have control? No, she didn't. And referee Andrew Smaldoni right there on the mark. But a wonderful tackle there for England to deny Greenshields the try.
Here it comes, it's real last-ditch defence, and it's Abigail Chamberlain's tackle. It just gets knocked on at the last moment.
Well, Abigail Chamberlain got the winning try in the match against France, and there has saved a certain try there for Canada. 2.5 minutes still on the clock. England 7, Canada 0. And of course, playing for points on this IRB circuit. Big push by Canada. England have got the ball back. Clearance kick then. Bounces into the hands of Miguel Harvey. Harvey showing good footwork, but tackled there by Katie McLean. And that earlier rain has just dropped, and suddenly that drier ball just making a little bit of difference in the handling. This is Kish.
Number 3.
Kish bundled to the ground by Rachel Burford. Phillips goes back. Mandy Marchak. This is Kish. Duposet. Boris runs out of play, and England's defence is keeping the Canadians at bay.
More excellent defence by England, but they must be exhausted by now. Defending tackle after tackle after tackle in a game like this really takes it out of you. Another minute and a half for them to last.
But it's been a real squad effort here from Barry Maddox's team, rotating the players, giving them the experience, and there appears to me to be a real hunger in this England team to really perform.
You know, there's a lot of players here who you'd say are probably outside his top 12 for the World Cup, so this is their chance to show what they can do. Not surprising there's a lot of hunger there.
And of course there's a Fira series that carries on after this, where England have got a couple of opportunities to keep that microscope under some of these players. Fran Matthews was strong wearing that number 7 jersey, and England running strongly and powerfully through Marley Packer. Packer offloads down the blind side. Opportunities for England. Now Kish came in with a hand on the ball, so advantage being played.
The advantage is over.
Marley Packer, and she's really shown herself, and suddenly Fran Matthews breaks away.
Great try from Claire Allen there, that was. Yeah, there's a 3 or 4 with all the blonde hair, all look the same. Claire Allen in under the post. Really good, really, really tough for Canada there. They've had all the possession. England have hardly touched the ball. They get their hands on the ball. Marley Packer picks it up. Claire Allen, not the biggest player in the world, but manages to bump the tackle off, and a great finish.
Yeah, Claire Allen, the police officer with the Metropolitan Police for mistaken identity. I think she'd have me in the cells for that one.
She'll let you off.
But good play by England. Strong running out to defence by Marley Packer. There she is, the plumber from Yeovil, played by D.R. Jones. So she's managed to stop the dripping rain clouds up above, but unfortunately an injury here for England.
Yeah, Marley Packer's only come into the 7th squad this year. They identified her as a really good 15s player, but she's really made the step up.
Well, England have had to fight their way through this particular match, but they've matched Canada in the physicality stakes and out-fought and outscored Canada on their way. So they will top Pool B here in the IRB Women's Sevens World Series in Amsterdam. Final score then, it's England 14, Canada 0. Well, it's been a very positive day for the English team as the teams retire from the pitch. The England supporters looking on, well wrapped up in the rainy and wet conditions here in Amsterdam. But England will likely go through as one of the top qualifiers and seeds for the knockout competition on day 2 here in Amsterdam. Final huddle here from the England team. And let's go down pitch side where Melody is with the interview.
Excellent game. What are you most pleased with out of that?
I think just the team performance, everyone pulled together, just shows the depth and strength of our squad.
There are a lot of changes in, I guess, your starting team. What's the thought process around that?
I think just giving everyone a chance, everyone the opportunity to put their hand up and say, you know what, I want to be in that World Cup squad.
You've gone top of your pool. What's the routine with the recovery tonight?
Feet up, skins on, nice early night.
Have a good one.
Thank you.
So exciting encounter that was. England just about creeping through, 14 points to 0. So into the last 2 of this pool. It's Pool B, which faces now South Africa versus France. And well, this will be their first meeting this season. And I don't know, South Africa have been up and down this season. They were cup finals in Dubai, but they were 8ths in Houston. And what about France? Well, they've only played the one tournament, and that was in Dubai, and they've got a useful side here, both of them. Mary Williams, of course, is the captain of South Africa, and they've put out, I suppose, just a chance for all these players to get seen and perhaps get into the Rugby World Cup Sevens. And France here with Christelle Leduc as captain, and 4 of them who are in the starting lineup who were in the Dubai tournament. And look out for number 10, Fanny Horter, and indeed Anaïs Lagougine, who have both played in the last Rugby World Cup Sevens in Dubai 2009. A real chance here for France, because they have had the win over Canada. They lost to England 5-12, but they still have a chance to make sure they get up into the Cup quarter-finals alongside England, who have now had their 2nd win. But South Africa, 2 defeats, very narrowly against England, 14-17, but rather bigger against Canada, 7-36. I think in a way, you know, we haven't seen so much of France this season. And certainly they've changed from the one we saw in Twickenham last, which was just sort of a second team, if you like. And I thought they were pretty impressive in their start with their game in that, well, in both the games really, against Canada and England.
Yeah, well, against Canada, they won that game by 8 points to 7, and even against England, England had to work really hard against them. They lost that one by 5 points to 12, one score in it.
Referee then, Sherry Trumbull from Ontario in Canada, 10 years of refereeing, and she was also in the Guangzhou Sevens and was the last World Cup Sevens 15s in 2010. But South Africa, well, we never know. As Makwazela sets it up, and Shona Weston held on by Izard. Now the player is Lagugine, plays down in Bordeaux. She was the other player who's played in the Rugby World Cup Sevens.
Back foot green! Back foot green!
But they haven't really had much shown in the season at all. Just that Dubai tournament. I think that was, well, was it off the South African or in the French player? Lagugine, and set up by Christelle Ledoux. A lot of errors so far. Poor passes. Well, a bit careless.
All a little bit scrappy, Nigel. And South Africa, well, they just need to settle down, get into that routine, start stringing some phases, because undoubtedly they have got some great pace out there. And we've seen Pumiza Gadu. There's Denver Wanis telling me that he took an under-18 team out to the Youth Olympic Games in Sydney in January, and reckons he's got 2 or 3 starlets in that team that could come through to the Rio de Janeiro Olympic Games in 2016. So already that future planning in South African rugby very much to the fore.
And of course getting the assistance too from the very experienced Sevens players from the men's, Renfred Dezel. That's a nice cut from Pumiza Gadu. Already scored 3 tries in this tournament, and now Simmers. Simmers again, rather running into the defences rather than stretching them wide. Chance here though with Jourdan. It was a bit of a soft try, I must say, by Zine Jourdan. She was back in the Sevens in Dubai in 09 when she was just 18 then. So she's learnt a lot of experience.
Well, it's ironic, isn't it? Because it comes from a South African handling her. Watch this for a poor pass. France were overcommitted to chase the ball. Suddenly the ball was booted through, and Zine Jourdan slips and scores just over the line.
I mean, I think with the French, there's this sort of Latin temperament, isn't it? You know, sometimes they're confident, sometimes they lose it, and it's exactly the same with the men as well.
Well, I think there was a little bit of an overrun there. It's, you know, it's instinctive. If somebody drops the ball or the ball's not there, you're going to try and pounce on that ball. And the way it ricocheted of Jourdan to boot the ball through the space, I think that was ultimately how that try was scored.
And of course, you can't probably see it at the moment, but there is a horrible, heavy drizzle, which is very uncomfortable, difficult for hands, and slippery ball. Doesn't make it easier.
Wide advantage, off green.
Knocks forward into the hands of Gracineau.
Advantage over.
Diaz. Oof, well, that's careless. That's dangerous. And Zine Jourdan passes it on to Lorinda Brown. Needed someone on her elbow, really.
Green 4, stay up.
Went over the top of the ball hands on the ground, can't do that beyond it. So a chance here. Now a long chase, this is going to be...
There in the neck.
Well, South Africa have introduced 4 newcomers into their squad. Last chance really for the players to impress their coach to get into the Moscow Sevens.
Now that was a better defensive. That was a better defensive line out from France. They actually came up as a line, put South Africa under pressure.
Out wide, no hands.
Mara Williams.
Well, there's hands being used in there by South African referee Sherry Trumbull. She missed the first one, but got that one.
Hands in the ruck. Away by Horta.
Play on.
Just not fluency at all. Neither team as yet in this first half. South Africa with that early try, that's knocked forward. Last second, there's a hooter, but there is a penalty, so it will be. In fact, it's going to be a scrummage for France here. This versatile player, Christy Ledouf, who can play, well, she is today scrum half. She plays anywhere in the back division. Well, good option that was. Now why the kick? I wonder. The chase is easy really for Simmers. Well, having said that, in fact she was caught, and here's the chance. Maybe it will be for France. Lagogine.
No hands, Green. No hands.
And the try, she dies in. Julie Billes. Well played. Well, she really shot her over the top. Absolutely impossible to stop.
Well, Billes had numbers over, but decided to go herself. Look at this. Enterprising play, dives for the line. Great score, wasn't it? That shows you commitment from France.
And what a good time to score, right on the stroke of half-time. And, of course, the conversion chance could give them the lead. 5-5 at the moment. Here's the conversion, and it's a beautiful kick. And France then take the lead at right on half-time, 7 points to 5.
Christelle Ledouf with that tremendous conversion for the try scored by Julie Billes.
Well, just as exciting as it was when she scored that penalty in the last of the opening game when they beat Canada with the penalty, 8 points to 7.
Immediate change. Immediately after this kickoff, I want us to work, and I want us to get a try on the board at least, and then I'm bringing in refreshments, and I'm throwing all of it onto it. You throwing all of it into it.
Coach,
remember, we said we knew they're going to come at the breakdowns, but still we're conceding. So let's avoid the breakdown. Let's play closer and let's play with the ball. Okay, let's offload now. Let's work on offloads. Let's work on our decision making. When there's support outside, let's play the support. They don't enjoy being stretched. They don't enjoy, so let's stretch them and wait for the gaps to open before we start taking them. Let's not rush. Let's show the patience that we've been talking about all the time. Right? So, from this one, get that ball. They're going to kick to us. We get that ball. We work that ball up until we score.
Fanny Horter. Could she be the one to take France into the top two of this pool? Knowing, of course, England have won twice. France have won one, but have this chance now with the lead, 7 points to 5. Porter battling together there with Mara Williams. Weston and into the hands of Lorinda Brown. Oof, that was a big collision. And down goes Christelle Ledouf, the captain. It really was a nasty clash then. Oh, she's quickly back up. That's good news.
Well, straight back up there. A wonderful play. It was just unfortunate slip, wasn't it?
Yeah. In fact, in the end, it was her own teammate who landed on top of her.
Well, Lorinda Brown, graceful running from her. Well, if you're watching this at home and you want to tweet us, why don't you go to @IRB Women's, or you can hashtag AMS7s and AMS, then the numerical 7, then S, AMS7s.
On comes for France now, Marie-Charlotte Ebel. Comes from northwest of France, up at Rennes, and she was in the tournament last weekend at Twickenham. Just the two of them, Ebel and Lepesque. So a whole different 10 replacements, or not replacements, these are the number ones really. And the understudies were the ones in Twickenham last week.
Oh, Mara Williams has done well there for South Africa to rip the ball away.
Yeah, she's been the provider of the position for South Africa's attack. So one of the careless passes though. I know it's a slippery ball. Makwazela. Right, was that useful? Gadou chases. Well, she had two men outside her. Why give it away with the kick into the hands of France? Deep in defence. Nice running. Jourdan sets it up. Now Williams again. Gadou. And this is Makwazela. Good acceleration, one person to beat. Christelle Ledouf. Passed on to Weston. Good attack this coming from South Africa until that point.
Oh, well, South Africa have numbers over here on the far side.
But they got the penalty. That was lucky for them there with Gadou again. Certainly there'd be an overlap if they can get the ball out down the three quarters at the moment. But they haven't. It's been turned over by France. Ebel, powerful, coming on. And
back foot, back foot.
Slipped off tidily, that was, by Lepesque into the hands of Fanny Horter. They're looking a bit jaded, I sense.
Yeah, interesting, France actually kicking there, because Zeni Jourdan, who plays the sweeper role for South Africa, she's the one with all the pace and also the footballing ability. When she picked up the ball previously, stepped off well off her right and her left. And, well, that tells its own tale, doesn't it? France just kicking away too much possession.
And South Africa as well. Well, the last quarter of this vital game in the pool, particularly for France, who have the chance to get in the top four.
Well, Mara Williams had an opportunity there, but spilt ball.
Chapter of errors,
yeah,
really,
the mistakes that are coming in. We've got South Africa made, that'll be their 6th error.
And interesting, really, to see that France have only made 12 completed passes. They've
compared to South Africa's 37. So it's been very much a defensive effort then for France against that South African onslaught. And South Africa just haven't been able to then take that possession and convert it into points.
Here's Horta. Nice pass. Now a real chance, a real pace here. And this is Izard, one of the new players coming through. Oh, it is a try. Now, absolutely wraps it up in a sense. Jade Lepesque, playing in her first tournament of the IRB Women's Sevens World Series, and it could be the absolutely crucial try, particularly if the conversion goes over, because that would mean South Africa would have to score twice again.
Well, Pamuza Gadu, she made the tackle, but when South Africa reset their defensive alignment, they went left, which allowed all the space there for Jade Lepesque to go round on the blind side.
It's a good kick. Well taken by Christelle Leduc. Absolutely vital, that. Well, you know, France, sometimes it's like the men, they're hot and cold, and thinking back at the last Rugby World Cup Sevens in 2009, they were the only team that beat Australia, and you know, they didn't do at all well overall, but they did beat the winners early in the tournament, and they have that capacity. So, 2 scores behind now are South Africa, and they've only got 1 minute left. And it is clearly going to be 3 defeats for disappointment for them. Into the hands now of Gracineau, Howard into Mayan. The sound of David Corté, the coach, with a bit of advice to the teams out on the pitch.
Bring it back, no advantage off white.
Last chance here perhaps for South Africa with the little penalty here. Or is it going to be a scrum? It must have been knock on, was it? Well, it's a pity. It's been a wet day. Hasn't helped. Hasn't sort of helped the entertainment too for the crowds here, but it certainly makes difficult for the skills. Perhaps the last flourish in this pool for South Africa. The break now by Jolanda Meiring. Nice pass. That's more like it. Hofmeister goes round the corner. Well, super try to round up for their pool round. And the 2 players who just come on, Meiring and Hofmeister, brilliant.
Well, one of the tries so far on day 1 in those conditions. Wonderful break, wasn't it, originally, by Jolanda Meiring. And what about that for a pass to put away your winger, Tash Hofmeister? And Meister has the pace to go round towards the posts. Well, that's what South Africa needed earlier in the game, did it not?
Earlier on, I'd have thought so. Absolutely right, Scott. So, a disappointment for them, but, well, at the moment, just 4 points behind France. So they can't change the score. But it's 14-12. And France will therefore go through into the Cup quarter-finals. That's really all they needed to do.
The second to last match on day 1 of the Amsterdam Sevens is a Pool A1, New Zealand taking on the Netherlands. Head-to-head between these 2 sides. New Zealand have beaten the Netherlands twice in the IRB Women's World Series. So it's the starting lineup for New Zealand. The only change there really at number 7, Tyler Nathan Wong coming in instead of the regular Kelly Brazier.
Been great rivals, haven't they, these two?
They have been, and they've always had very close games against each other. I think the Netherlands will be a little bit disappointed with how they've gone so far in this tournament. They did beat China 19-0, but they lost to Russia by 22 points.
Yeah, staggering really, but Russia looking much stronger than we might have suspected.
This is the Netherlands' last chance, really. They have to beat New Zealand to try and stay in that quarter-final hunt for the cup competition. They're a very good team, Nigel, full-time Olympic athletes.
Yeah, and well, the crowd here on this side of the pitch, because it's wet on the other, they will be certainly getting their support here.
They will need this crowd to be vocal. New Zealand beat Russia 17-5. That was a very close encounter. And they beat China 24-0. I don't think they've hit their straps yet, the Kiwis, but they're getting the wins, and that's all that counts at this point.
Yes, they won comfortably in a way, but they weren't particularly spectacular, were they? They weren't playing their best, that's for sure.
Yes, they're slow starters, New Zealand. They have been in every tournament so far. They are the series leaders at this point, New Zealand, at 54 points. So they basically just need to make the semi-finals here to win this first ever IRB Women Sevens World Series.
Yes, they haven't really got to get to the final even. They're 8 points ahead of England, and in third place at the moment are Australia.
Some very dangerous sides, Australia, England. You never know what could happen if they make it through to the quarterfinals, who they meet.
Black, you ready?
So we look for the game to start off. Van Rossum with a very distinctive kick-off style. So that's taken cleanly there by Goss. Aitunu gives it out to her captain, Huriana Manuel. She decides to go back to the right-hand side. Good little option there, makes a break. Taken down in the tackle by Franson. Messy ball for New Zealand. Well done, the Netherlands, putting pressure on them, pushing them back. And this is a maul here, so the home side could win possession back here, and they do. Well done. So you can see there Halkirk and also Visa in the maul. Goss unable to free it. Huriana Manuel there too.
Touch. Set.
An initial hit there from New Zealand has pushed the Netherlands back. It was play on. And here, the ball, she tried to get it to Kelly Van Hulskamp. And she is there, the number 7, the star for the side. But it was just a messy pass.
Well, the Netherlands have certainly got to forget their last game when they really were very disappointed. The crowd went very quiet in the end with that big win over Russia, put them 22-0.
So the Netherlands contested, but New Zealand got it back. Here's Manuel, nice little step back one, taken to deck now. Nathan Wong to Goss. Tunu drops it on the ground, and the Netherlands will get an opportunity now from scrum time.
Yeah, we've seen since the rain came down quite heavily earlier this afternoon, it made it a very slippery ball, but yeah, we haven't seen perfection yet from New Zealand, anything like.
They've only played 4 tournaments in the last 11 months or so, this New Zealand side.
Interesting, really, won't it? Because they will meet themselves in Moscow in their pool, Netherlands and New Zealand, together with Canada as well.
So the Netherlands decide to go to the left-hand side with Halkirk. Pass is not quite accurate, but Selbek hits it short, sets it up. Still attacking the short side here, the Netherlands. Now they opt to go to the right. We've got Visser playing the confrontational game right now, the home team. Van Rossum. It's a good ball. She got it off to Van Haaskamp. Now this is looking good. Oh, great tackle. Nathan Wong.
Absolutely terrific, that tackle, wasn't it? It really was. You'd have thought that Van Haaskamp would have gone away there. But Nathan Wong, well, she played very well in the last game and absolutely saved the try just then.
We haven't seen Kelly Van Haaskamp with enough ball in this tournament so far. She's out on the wing. She's relying on her inside, Selbek, and Van Rossum to get it to her. I guess the problem with this Netherlands side has been the accuracy of their passing. If they nail that, they'll be very competitive. There's good work there from Linda Franson.
They look so much sharper, don't they, Netherlands, in this one?
They do. Very competitive. And we see Woodman with the ball. Loses her feet. New Zealand continue the attack to the left-hand side now. Here's Goss. Gives it to Hedemet. Great defence. Gutsy defence there from Van Altena. New Zealand have not made any progress so far in this attacking sequence.
But I have to say their passing has been the best I've seen, certainly in the last 3-4 games.
Yeah, I agree, Nigel. I think the difference with this team compared to perhaps others is that they are running onto the ball.
Yes, exactly that.
So still 0-0. A minute 50 to go before it's half-time. Proving to be a very tight contest. In fact, we've had many games today that have gone right to the wire.
Well, here's a good time for someone to score just before the half-time. 1 minute and a half to go, 0-0 still.
So Nathan Wong does the honours. Goss gets up, gets the ball back to her little halfback. Manuel gives it straight to McAllister. That's a lovely step. Beat 4 people there, McAllister. Nathan Wong passes too high. It's cleaned up here by Hedemet. Oh, this is good work from the big, powerful prop. McAllister gives it to Woodman straight away. What can she do with it? Actually a hole that opened up in front of Woodman there. A little bit of footwork from Nathan Wong. Got a bit of an overlap here if they use it, New Zealand. Cut back. Honey Hedemet. Great defence from the Netherlands.
It's a transformation, isn't it, in this game? Terrific defence. Great attack, but well played, Netherlands.
Good crowd support here, getting behind their side. I think the Netherlands have taken a page from the book from Russia. They were so physical against the Netherlands, and now they're doing it to New Zealand. So New Zealand have made 100% of their tackles. The Netherlands have missed 4, but still 0-0 on the scoreboard.
Gold, gold, go.
And Goss, Sarah Goss, excellent with the quick tap. She went for it, and she's gone over for the first try of this match.
Well, focus, wasn't it? Concentration, know exactly what to do with that penalty. Took it quickly. The defence was not in place.
Okay, come on, let's go.
Come on, come on, come on, come on.
The Netherlands fired up for this match. Use the barrel, Gareth Gilbert said. And I guess I'd say that'd be a wrap. They want to go wide. So, change here for the New Zealand team. Vaine Greg is on, and Honey Herumet has left the field. It's a big call that. She scored 3 tries already this tournament.
So the home here, absolutely excited and hoping that they can get into the Cup quarter-finals. They've got the support here.
There's the wrap there.
Backwards.
Unfortunately, Van Rossum, the ball wasn't quite as accurate as it needed to be. And the Netherlands are driven over the touchline. And this will be a good opportunity for the Kiwis.
Just going to the back.
This is a one-on-one situation. We've got to have some kind of move on here. Nathan Wong to Manuel. Gets it out to McAllister. Does the bit of the skip. And she is taken care of. So New Zealand will have to come back to the right-hand side of the field. It's a poor pass from Gross. And it's gone forward.
Tremendous tackle, wasn't it, on that one on McAllister there by Selbeck. And I must say they've absolutely improved their defence in this one than the previous one.
New Zealand has a particular pattern, a style they've been using the whole time on the series, and basically they've been using that twin towers of Woodman and McAllister out there and using their speed. I think defensively, if you get up in their faces and give them less space, you're able to take care of them, and this is what the Netherlands side is showing us now. Now that is a big hit from Linda Aitunu on Van Rossum.
Not her first one over.
Could do a highlights reel. Nathan Wong just sets it up again, and Aitunu goes in at halfback. McAllister just standing still. She needs to hit that ball.
Release, goal, tackle
So
assist.
Aitunu comes in and cleans it up.
Tackle assist, you got release.
Quick tap from Manuel. Nathan Wong gets her to wrap on the right and goes left to McAllister. And here's numbers to the right for New Zealand. Great defence there from the Netherlands. It was a pink. Cut that attack off straight away. And here's an opportunity for Van Haaskamp. But it dies. So the Netherlands, just a small error there when they had an opportunity to go
It was a
wide.
real opportunity, wasn't it? Absolutely. And she delayed just that second, and as you saw happen, the New Zealand could get back into their defence, and the pressure was on, and there was the knock-on. They had the best chance really there, Netherlands, in that chance. One of a sensational tackle, wasn't it, by Epping? Head to head.
It saved a sure try. There's no doubt about that. To the right, to the left. Opts to go to Manuel. takes the line on. Great work, the Netherlands there at the breakdown. In fact, it looks like they may have won the ball back. They have.
What was that, Gus?
So close, 5 points. Here's Van Herskamp. Ball once again doesn't find the player. And here's an opportunity for Woodman. And that is just all too easy in the end off a mistake from the Netherlands.
Absolutely a mistake. And really you're seeing the difference between the qualities of passing by New Zealand been terrific, and those little errors by Netherlands have cost them, and that one in particular. Real chance, as you can see now, and nicely flipped up inside, wasn't it, by Greg. Very observant and vision focused. And that was just the mistake by the Netherlands, but exploited perfectly by New Zealand.
Conversion is no good, so score 10-0 now. If New Zealand win this, they qualify top of Pool A. If the Netherlands win, they get a chance to play in that Cup quarter-final. Minute 56 to go. Believe it or not, that is plenty of time to score 2 tries and 7s.
Speed it up, please.
Nathan Wong told to speed it up by the referee there. White. Hours over for her second try of this match.
Stand on your feet, okay?
And it looks like it's New Zealand's game with a minute or so to go.
Well, look at this. Superb. The acceleration and the handoff as well. No doubt at all. And powerful and strong and very confident. Excellent she has been.
She's a top try scorer in this series, Portia Woodman. She's plenty of pace. Once again, the conversion no good. So it's actually full time now in this Pool A match. It ends up that New Zealand wins it 15 points to 0. So they will go through top of Pool A.
The score of this match, New Zealand versus the Netherlands, is 15-0.
So the final game of the day 1 of the IRB Women's Sevens World Series here in Amsterdam. Well, these two teams last met in Dubai, 27 points to 0 in favour of the Russians. Well, China have yet to score a point in their opening 2 games against the Netherlands and New Zealand, losing by 19-0 and 24-0 respectively. Russia with a real opportunity to qualify into the knockout stages. They lost to New Zealand by 5 points to 17 and then won against the Netherlands 22-0. Hamadova wearing the number 5 jersey, real threat. And China, well, with some good play from them. Ma Guoping, Yang Hong up front. Interesting enough, they've left the try scorer and the top point scorer on the circuit, Fan Zhuan. They've left her on the bench to start with. So I wonder if Chelsea Gurr, the referee, has done her boots, because we're still waiting for her as the teams line up here, waiting for the entry of the officials. Here she is. Chelsea Gurr, Chelsea, born in Christchurch in New Zealand, her 9th match in this World 7 Series now. Russia, very strong in the last exchanges. Won a very physical battle with the Netherlands, and well, keep an eye out for number 5, Bazat Kamadova. She scored 3 tries in her last time. But this team are talented for China. And a good break here by Lu Yan. brought down in the tackle up the 10-yard line. And that's the positive play that you want to see from China. And just looking down to the coach, Mr. Hong, on the side, just speaking to him. They're all from the Beijing area within China, and so these girls just preparing so much, and host of obviously Guangzhou, the last leg on the series.
They've had some very good moments here so far, China. They've broken a few teams' lines. They've got some speed. Their passing is actually quite accurate. They're running onto it well, so their basics are good.
So in the hands of Russia now. Attacking from deep, tackled there. Now recycled possession. Yamoskaya was the passer of the ball there. In comes Titova, but she lost the ball in the contact with the number 2 jersey. There she is, Maria Titova. Plays in the hooking position. There she goes alongside Kabeva, and on the right, Hamadova. It's quite a physical, imposing scrum that from here. Look at it, the Russians against the Chinese there.
It is a physical, imposing scrum. In fact, Russia have been physical and imposing in every area of the game. The breakdown, the tackle, and the scrum.
Yeah, an early push there actually penalised. So, Zhe Wen manages to get the ball back. So China down at the 22, pressure on. Can they get that first score here in Amsterdam? On the far side then, Gong Guye cucks into Lu Yan. Lu Yan loses the ball, and that's the second error of this Chinese opening couple of minutes.
I think if Zhe Wen had have actually gone up to the defensive player and drawn her properly, she would have made an opening for her winger there. She passed it just a little bit too early, but that's just experience.
Absolutely, and as these girls learn to sort of play the game, we were talking yesterday in the team room and with the coach, Mr. Hong, just talking about the natural game to the Chinese, and you know, they've got good discipline, good skills, good handling skills, good awareness, but sometimes that intuitive play is what's required. Zhe Wen then, a bad pass onto Lu Yan, who loses the ball forward. Another error, another mistake, and another opportunity for Russia to have possession.
Well, China have made 3 errors so far to Russia's 2. I think when you get to the really tight games, if you're not accurate, that's what lets you down. And that's not just with ball handling, that's on defence as well, and making you one-on-one tackles.
So the ball put in at the scrum. Yamoskaya, little scrum half. This is Hamadova. Hamadova looks to switch the play down the far side, but a loose pass. China on the ball. Usatar. Svetlana Usatar. Now, can she go all the way? She's been tracked down by Lu Yan. And Lu Yan, well, she just gave up there. So a simple run in for Svetlana Usatar opens the scoring here in this final game on day 1 here of the RB Women's Sevens World Series in Amsterdam.
I do think Usatar made this because she did fend off Jackson there. So she's got a nice, powerful weapon with that fend. She's also fit and fast. The thing about this Russian team is everybody talks about Hamadova. She scored a lot of tries, but actually they've got threats across the park.
Successful conversion. Muramova. So score is Russia 7, China 0. China still without a point in this competition. And if they can eliminate their handling errors and get their hands back on that ball, they do have the ability, they do have the skill. Kick-off is by Anastasia Muharamova. So China now attacking wide. Hamadova has just tackled Yi Zhenju into the corner, into the touch, I should say. So it'll be a Russian put in.
It was a poor kick, though, from kick-off by Haryamova. Straight to the Chinese player. If it had been you know, England or the Netherlands or anybody, they would have made them pay. Unfortunately, China just didn't get it together.
Maria Titova takes the ball from the line out on the wraparound. And out on the far side, wheeling the headgear, Edigi. Edigi bundled to the deck by Lu Yan. Recycle possession. Usata onto Kabeva. Kabeva to the strong running Hamadova, and Hamadova just looks so easy as she saunters over the line. That's her 5th try here in Amsterdam. She scored 3, although the graphic says 4. I believe it's 5.
Well, lovely pass there. And Hamadova just looks like she's going for a Sunday stroll down the touchline. She is extremely fast and very evasive.
"22 years of age." Sorry, Melody.
I was going to say the space was created for her by all the good work from the players inside her.
Well, tomorrow, Saturday, is the opening of the 42nd Amsterdam Invitational Tournament. Lots of action on the outside pitches here. There'll be real action, of course. It'll be knockout rugby tomorrow in this Women's Sevens World Series. Moramova with the restart taken by Dong Gu Ye. A good wraparound play there by Pei Zhaowen, but the pass was forward and you could just see the despair of the youngster. Just not quite completed. Too many mistakes in that opening 7 minutes. And Mr. Hong, I'm sure, will have a few words with his Chinese team. Well, Pavel Baranovsky will be pleased with the Russians' performance. 12-0 half-time.
Мяч. Ты стоишь в сантиметре от нее и ты забираешь мяч. Неужели тебе не нужен этот мяч? Наш коридор, ты не хочешь отдать мяч? Почему, Катя? Дальше. Я вас всех прошу, смотрите, спокойнее и начните просто соображать. Попытка вложить в центр. У нас каждый 2 очка начинает. Мы должны дать возможность человеку потренироваться, побить поворотом, понимаешь, Байзат? И вообще это нам нужно. В защите, я вам повторяю, как надо играть. Не надо никого брать с первого темпа, Свет. Мы сразу пустили попытку по тебе. Просто сгоняйте, они к вам прибегут. Ну, неужели вы это не понимаете? У них нет скорости. Набежали плотно. Не успели? Сгон. Набежали? Сгон. Они к вам прибегут. В атаке. Ну не надо никого натягивать, вы понимаете? Вам просто надо взять с места и отдать 2 паса в край. И пусть 2 последних делают что угодно. Играйте вот как играют все остальные команды. Не надо натягивать, понимаете? Провалились за линию преимущества. Пожалуйста, играйте одни, что угодно. Но все равно...
Well, Pavel Baranovsky, one of the most animatic coaches. Of course, he used to coach the men's Russian team and now in charge of this ladies team. And, well, you don't actually need to speak Russian to understand the passion that he has within his coaching, Melody.
I think you could put him with any team and he'd do the halftime speeches and motivate any of their sides out here to go even harder. He is inspirational. Very positive too. You can tell he's saying, this is good, that is good. It's fantastic.
Well, on the other side, China with Mr. Hong. Well, you just hope, actually, from a Chinese perspective, that they can get a score for all that effort. Their 3rd tie here. They've actually been very competitive. Nobody's really run away with an outstanding performance against them, but still without a score.
I think that the thing for China in the second half is A, not to give up, and B, to make their tackles. They're sitting at a 50% completion rate at the moment. They need to fix that up.
So the restart here by Pei Zhaowen. Zhaowen, one of the most experienced players. Ball taken then by Maria Titova. Titova then goes to the deck, releases the ball. And on the blind side, Hamadova. Well tackled, wasn't it? Van Magwoping. Super tackle, got the angle this time right on the tackle, and Hamadova bundled it to touch.
Yep, lovely. She had attitude, used her body, and used the sideline as well. Excellent work.
Hoisted there, lifted in the contacts. Anna Managina. And she goes up, she pops, and barnstorms through that line out. Recycle possession from the Russians. Well, there's an opportunity to feed the ball wider out here to Ruziet Hidici. Hidici has to go in at scrum half. Yamatskoya. And far out is Kabieva. Kabieva down onto Usatar, and Usatar will stroll in for the line. Well, it was Usatar who started the try, and it's Usatar who finished the try.
I have to say, classic sevens, stretch the defence to one side of the field, take it back to the other, and theoretically there should be a little bit of space out there. And for Usatar there certainly was. And the key too, nice passing. They all ran onto it, hit it hard. And then in the end, John Ju, the Chinese last line of defence, just couldn't pull her in.
Yeah, Yi Jianju didn't quite make the tackle. And conversion coming. Up and over it goes. And Nadetsa Yamotskaya with the additional 2 points. So Russia will be through into the quarterfinals with this performance.
Well, they'll end up qualifying second in Pool B. Pool A, apologies. New Zealand, of course, have already qualified first and they beat Russia in game one. But Russia have been so impressive.
So China on the attack then. This is the break by Zhao Wen. Zhao Wen chips ahead. Now, can she get the ball? Russia get back to deny China, set off on the counter-attack. This is Maria Titova. Leaves the ball back. Plenty of space out wide here. And Russia just stretching the ball away through Ruziet Idiji. Idiji gets the support of Kayak. They're all a little bit scrappy at the end.
No, we saw that break from China just before. I think they just have to trust themselves, not kick the ball away, kick possession away. Just keep it in hand and then just build the phases if they have to, if they do get caught by the defence.
Just a change coming in here.
Time off, substitution, right 3.
Substitution, and winning the number 12 jersey is Maria Shamchuk. Shamchuk comes on for Ekaterina Kabieva.
Crutch. Touch.
Shamchuk just standing right behind his first receiver, right behind the scrum, but China won against the head. So the attack through Lu Yan. Plays centre and 15 aside rugby. This is Joel Jacques.
No advantage forward.
But, well, I sound like a broken record, Melody, but another error just costing China not only vital possession, but they're almost throwing the ball back into the Russian hands.
They attack on the outside out wide. They get kind of half past the defensive player, but then they stop. Rather than stopping, what about trying to step back off the right foot?
Crush.
It's just stopping their momentum, really.
Sit.
Ball from the scrum. This is Hayat. Hayat onto Edici. Edici. Tackle. Hayat there. Ball through the hands of Yamoskaya. And again, we've seen good hands on the far side. Maria Titova. Oh, super tackle coming in from Gong Guye. But recycled here for Russia.
No hands.
And China trying to put pressure on the ball. Step back in by Nadetsa Yamotskaya, and Yamotskaya in for a try. She's a wonderfully balanced player, actually. Came off the bench in the previous match. And Yamotskaya in for another try.
There's no doubt about it. Yamotskaya has beautiful footwork. She can change direction extremely quickly. She just saw a tiny little hole there. She knew that the Chinese defensive player was slightly on her outside. So she stepped back, accelerated through, over for 5 points.
And that's the 2 points conversion. So Russia very much in command of this tie, leading by 26 points to 0. And Melody Robinson from New Zealand, that was the type of skill that you were talking about that China don't actually have. They don't have somebody to step like that and then go again to add that extra pace and that intuitive sort of move.
It's one of those things they might have to learn, just how to manipulate the defence, stepping off both feet.
This is Pei Jie-wen under the attack. Yang Hong with the pass out to the wing. Now switch back play here for China. In the middle of the play, there's Lu Yan. Lu Yan switches back down. And really there was an opportunity to just continue the ball out wide to Chi Chen on this far side wearing the number 11 jersey, but opted to go back down the blind side, and, well, ineffective play once again from China. So it'll be China without to score on day one. They'll be very disappointed. There was high hopes that they would come into this tournament and actually perform. And, you know, although Russia have dominated, they haven't pulled away and scored the 6 or 7 tries that perhaps we expected.
This competition, this series, has become more even as it's developed. You know, these nations are putting more time and effort, more money, more resources into their sides, and of course the coaching. And it's starting to show.
Idiji on the outside then. Idiji. Oh, wonderful individual skill from Rosietta Idiji. And that was as good as we've seen today. And what a fitting end to day one with a wonderful bit of individual skill from the Russian flying machine.
Yeah, this was fantastic. She stopped. She knew she was going to accelerate on the outside and just flat-footed the defence from China. You know, she's been consistent this entire tournament. Every time I've seen her, she's looked extremely dangerous.
With the score at 31-0, the additional 2 points to come. But not on this occasion. Naditsa Yamotskaya doesn't get the added conversion, but a thoroughly convincing performance. One-way traffic for Russia to win this one by 31 points to 0 to close out Pool A here in Amsterdam. Well, Melody, this is the end of day one. There's been a healthy crowd, a great setup here from the organisers here at Amsterdam. I've been really impressed, and hopefully the weather, the sun will be out shining tomorrow for the knockout phases.
Well, it's fantastic. They've got a number of fields behind this one. We're going to have plenty of action, plenty of atmosphere tomorrow, and we're going to have some very good sevens too, because there are so many sides that will come out and be very competitive.
Well, look at Pool A. New Zealand 3 from 3, but they were made to work hard in that final match that they played against the Netherlands. Russia, with the 2 victories, will be a threat in the knockout phases. So New Zealand and Russia will be through. Pool B, well, it was England with what could only be considered as a marvellous performance, a very, very good performance from them. And France, excellent victory over Canada, saw them through by 8 points to 7. And South Africa, well, you thought that on paper they would be challenging for the top 2 places in that particular pool. And then finally, Pool C. United States were good throughout, Australia as well. Now, Melody, out of all this lot, who do you think has got their eye on the silverware here? Undoubtedly your home nation, New Zealand, but they were made to work so hard against the Netherlands in that last time.
Yeah, I think New Zealand, even though they don't want to be, have been cruising a little. They haven't hit their straps yet. I really like Russia because I think they're a very intimidating side with a lot of speed, power, very balanced, this team. I like Australia, even though they lost to the United States in their final pool game. That was a very close one. They play very good sevens. They've got a lot of touch players in there with beautiful footwork. And, of course, the usuals, England and the United States.
Yeah, and if it's a drier conditions tomorrow, it might just favour the Australians as they come in. Well, let's look at the quarter-final lineup. New Zealand versus Spain. Australia versus Russia. Well, that is undoubtedly going to be a cracker. As will England versus France. And then the All-American final, North American final, USA versus Canada. Well, the IRB Women's Sevens World Series Day 1 here in Amsterdam. We've had a super time. From myself, Scott Hastings and Melody Robinson. Join us tomorrow, and I promise you we'll have some drier conditions for you, but we'll have some fantastic action. So the highlights here on day 1. And the girls really showing what to do. Some wonderful individual skill. Hope you can enjoy this here in Amsterdam for day 2 of the IRB Women's Sevens World Series, the last of 4 tournaments here in Amsterdam.